For you, Tony, how are you feeling about this winners final and who maybe come out on top?
It's gonna be amazing. I think no matter what, we have an incredible storyline. You have, Legend, who's already the first European MVP, but now can come in and become the first European world champion. And then you have Optic, who obviously are playing with a bit of a chip on their shoulder. They want this win. One win here can change the narrative of the entire year. Will it be a missed opportunity, or will this be a great year that's capitalized by a world championship?
I just realized neither one of us answered your question, Watt. Give me the green wall. Give me the way Formal is playing at this tournament with all the conversation about Formal's career and what's next. I'd love to see him go out on top hoisting that trophy, and it would be a pleasure to watch the way he's playing. He's going to put on a spectacular show for all of us.
I'm going to be honest with you. I had Optic going into this event as winning. That was part of my predictions, but there's something looks different about SSG, and having Legend up here and seeing that emotion on his face and how much that MVP and this year meant to him, I think it'd mean even more if they get a world championship. I'm gonna flip sides. Oh man, I'm known for that.
Honestly, I don't think either of you could be wrong in this situation. It really can be sometimes a coin flip up there, that's for sure. But we do have an elimination bracket side of things, where we do have two teams there who might have fallen short a little earlier than they would have liked, if not at all. But Pure and FaZe will find themselves in the elimination finals here, and semi-finals, excuse me. But both teams looking to try to push back forward throughout today, and it is so important they do so. On one side of things, we got Pure. I mean, haven't had the best run at Worlds, but somehow still managed to stay alive. What is that telling you about this team?
An unbelievable elimination bracket run from Pure. They are hot coming into this series. They haven't lost a series since Friday, and yeah, Friday didn't go the way you wanted it to, but they have been so strong since. 3-0ing Shopify Rebellions is incredible, and if they can pick up where they left off last night, they have a realistic chance to beat FaZe as well.
They certainly do indeed. I think looking across Pure stats, they haven't had the best tournament, right? They've actually had a couple of losses, unfortunately, in pool play. I mean, looking at the struggles early on, okay, that's day one. They got that out of the way, and they've honestly just been great since and been growing on that, Tony.
I mean, this has been a momentum-driven team ever since they've been put together. And 3-0ing Shopify Rebellion, and one of the players that left your native red roster last year to join that roster in Soul Snipe, that feels good. That is confidence building for Pure. And people are going to forget, the last time we saw Druck at a world championship, top 3. This man knows how to get it done on Championship Sunday, and I think he's even hungrier for more.
He certainly could be indeed, but Hungary are the defending champions. They're looking to go back-to-back for Worlds here, and something that they've done before, so they're not strangers to it, right? But we're looking at FaZe here, and they are a different roster from what we've seen this season. The efficiency is definitely coming forward. It was unfortunately not enough to face Space Station, but ever since then, they've kept to their game plan, kept their heads down, tucked it in, and they're going forward here, Clutch.
And I think if you're FaZe, you're still confident even though you're in the elimination bracket. That series against SSG was literally decided by a couple of swipe no-scopes from Stellar. Great shots from Stellar. It seems to be consistent with it, but FaZe know that they can hang with Optic Gaming and SSG. Can you get there is the big question for me. Everybody on FaZe seems to be playing pretty well this tournament. It was Renegade that really picked it up yesterday. If we see more of the same Renegade and you see Frosty all of a sudden get hot, this FaZe team can go on a run and win this whole thing.
I've called this team the iciest team in the league, and if that is true, you're going to have to get it done right here in the World Championship. You have still yet to lose a Game 5 all year long. So that's incredible to think about if you're a fan of FaZe. And look at these stats. I mean, they really do step it up when it matters most.
Indeed, unfazed. I think that's what you kind of see when you look at that. Unfortunately, they only lost in the winners semi-final, going up against our defending event champions coming out of this. SSG, they just got outplayed. And like you said about Stellar, honestly, every single name on that roster, they took all the toys out of the hands of FaZe, and they can use those toys awfully well. That was the issue there. There's some things they need to focus on, capitalize on, get better at, and if we know if anybody can do that overnight, it's FaZe. We've seen them do it at the last Worlds. They came from the elimination bracket side of things at Worlds and managed to reset that Grand Finals bracket and win the thing. The big question is right now, can they do it again? It's a difficult road for both of our teams, for all of our teams here, but I'm really excited about what we are about to see and witness. When it comes down to FaZe and Pure, how are you feeling about the matchup in particular?
I think Pure has the upper hand in a lot of directions. That the pace that they play at, the efficiency that they get the job done with their kills, the timings that they seem to find all of the time, but FaZe have done a lot of homework on Pure ever since losing to them in Atlanta. They handled Pure at SLC. They know the game plan. Do they remember that game plan? Can they install it early on Sunday mornings? The big question. This game one is going to tell us a lot about this series, because if FaZe can come out and stop any momentum that Pure have been able to build through that elimination bracket, we're going to see Pure struggle a lot in this series. But if Pure can come out and get a lead and play from the lead in game one, there's a lot of hope there for an upset as well.
Tony, for you, statistically, looking at the series layout, the map set, how are you feeling about this for either side? What's the game plan there?
I mean, obviously, if you're Pure, you really wanted to see an oddball within the series layout. You're #1 oddball team in the league. You've only lost 2 so far this entire year, and that's not there. The series layout doesn't really go in your favor, but this is the World Championship. This is where, honestly, you throw the stats out the window. It's about wanting it more. It's about leaving it all on the line and being in the clutch.
It certainly is indeed. Well, on the board right now is your Sunday schedule, and this is going to be one to remember. We have first and foremost our event commendations of the year, then we have our FFA trophy presentation, and then the matches kick off, our elimination semi-final phase, going up against Pure, winners final, Space Station going up against Optic, our elim final studio update coming as well, so make sure you stick around for that, and then of course grand finals to finish the day off. It's going to be historic. I cannot wait to see what happens all day long, and luckily we get to talk all about it, boys. But without further ado, we've done a lot of celebrating all weekend long. It doesn't stop there. We want to celebrate our players because they have been incredible all season long. Blaze, it's over to you.
I couldn't agree more, Lottie. They have truly been incredible all season, and now it is time for our season event commendations. As all year we've been honoring the best performing players in the league, but now it's time to honor the best performing players of the season. So without further ado, let's get ready, because here comes the best main slayer of the year.
The role of a main slayer is using power weapons. As long as you have power weapons, you get as much kills as you can. And also, you know, being in their base, being annoying, buys time for your teammates. I like to thank my family, my girlfriend, my friends, Shopify fans for always believing in me.
Suppressed is your main slayer. Now this is Suppressed second event commendation for main slayer. He had the first KD in London, the fourth in Arlington, and the second KD of the regular season. Give it up one more time for Suppressed, everybody. Now it's time for best objective.
I think what defines the objective role for any player playing Halo is honestly just someone who's willing to do whatever it takes to win the game. You know, to me, objective can be any game type, doesn't matter. Oddball, GTF, King, Slayer, you just have to be willing to do whatever it takes. And I think that's something that really has always kind of been my definition for it. Just like to thank any fans that obviously I've had throughout my entire career, friends, family, teammates, you know, of course, my wife. Just love you all, and thank you for all the support throughout these many years. Hopefully more to come.
3 years in a row, your best objective of the year is Snakebite. Now this is Snakebite's 5th event commendation, and he is the only player to receive an event commendation all 3 years of Halo Infinite. Give a big congratulations to Snakebite. Coming up next is best support.
I think the role of support player in Halo is just set up your teammates for success, whether that be just like milking your life or blocking spawns, or you know, just team shotting with them, just making sure like basically putting your team in the like best case scenario to win the game. I'd like to thank my family, especially my mom and Shopify Rebellion for giving us the best support we can ask for, and of course, you know, my team for sticking with us all the way through the year.
Cycle is your best support of the year, and this is his 2nd event commendation. Cycling through target, he's ranked 1st in combined average damage differential in the 2024 season. Next is the best coach.
I think the role of a coach in Halo can vary kind of greatly depending on the needs of the team itself. One, you're talking like overall strategy with the team, trying to figure out what things might work, where you may be making mistakes, just how to be better as a whole. You know, as far as being awarded Coach of the Year, I mean, like, what an incredible honor. Definitely try to perform, or, you know, like I said, do whatever I can to help the team. You know, as much as credit is awesome, you know, I can't take anything away from the players themselves. Like, without them, I am not Coach of the Year. So, you know, I definitely try to, like I said, make sure they're in the right mindset, they're performing at their highest level. But being Coach of the Year, definitely I have to give most of the credit to the guys. So, you know, just can't get enough thanks to everybody involved to make this happen.
Give it up for Elamite, your undisputed best Coach of the Year. He has led his team to 3 HCS Major victories and has made history, adding legend to the team for his first ever HCS Major win. Give him a congratulations, Seattle. Now let's get all of our commendation winners back to the stage. One more time, Seattle. Give them all some love. All right, now the awards don't stop here. We still have one more to give away. I'm gonna let our commendation finalists come off the stage for a second. One more time, Seattle, make some noise for them. Now, the awards don't stop, as I said. Yesterday, we had the Halo World Championship free-for-all go down, and it's time to announce the winner. Seattle, make some noise for Goober! Goober coming out with a solid 10K as your free-for-all champion. Man, oh man. Goober, how does it feel to be here on the main stage at the championship weekend?
It doesn't even feel real. It's been 2 years since I've been up here. I never thought I would be back up here, but I'm pretty happy now.
Definitely is, man. You worked hard there. Talk to me about the competition. What was it like coming out on top with the best 8 free-for-all players in that lobby?
Oh, it was insane. My buddy from Canada, Lego, got second with me, so everyone was really good. Just want to shout out to Gunplexion. Guy's insane. He's going to kill it next year. And thank you, Lashot, for going pro, because I would never win this without him not being there.
There you go. Shout out to Lashot, okay? One more time. Give it up for Goober, everybody. Now, it is about that time to get this weekend started, everybody. It's Championship Sunday, and it starts now.
That's just what happened. You get that stick, and oh my God, triple kill for SLG. Did he get it? Divot! Overkill for SLG, baby! Here is a FaZe Clan fan. It has you thinking good things maybe around the corner here in the Halo World Championship. Oh my God!
Good things happening right now. Never mind around the corner. As Renegade locks a triple kill, killing spree, and he continues to roll.
Welcome to Championship Sunday, everybody, here in Seattle. This is what it all comes down to, a full season of action and 3 days of action which are followed up here in Seattle to decide who is going to be crowned the Halo World Champion. But before we get there, of course, we've got to decide who's going to get to that final, Andy. We start off on the elimination side of our bracket, and boy, what a game do we have on our hands. We have our defending Halo World Champions in FaZe Clan going up a team who's trying to shock the world.
It's pure, an unbelievable run from them, and I tell you what, a lot of different predictions coming in this weekend. I don't know how many people had this matchup as the #1 matchup on Championship Sunday. FaZe Clan against Pure, and as you said, 2 very different stories for these teams. but 2 grueling seasons for both of them. FaZe, of course, with a series of ups and downs, one of the only 2 teams to win a LAN event this season. And of course, they're also here with one purpose, to defend their World Championship title. On the other side, it's Pure. What a run they had, and most notably, at the end of the evening last night, 3-0ing Shopify Rebellion to deny Shopify another top 4 placing, and instead find themselves with a guaranteed top 4 finish at the Halo World Championship. And there's only one question: can the Cinderella run continue?
Well, it's a very, very good question, and this is a series which is actually steeped in a little bit more history than maybe some people realize, considering the fact that we really haven't been talking about Pure as a team for that long a time. Think about the impact that they made at the FaZe Major a little bit earlier this season. They were the team who 3-0'd FaZe, who knocked them down. We spoke to Tonic after. He was like, that's the best series I've ever played. Well, they're going to have to repeat that kind of thing if they want to beat the current world champions on our main stage here in Seattle. But FaZe, they will be coming prepared. They will be ready. And if you needed an indication of just how locked in they are, take a look at the captain.
And take a look at the general here. Snakebite, just the focus there, the intensity. If you're on the side of Pure, you don't want to go up against that. But let's also remind ourselves, as you say, a lot of history between these 2. And FaZe is very well aware, to say the least, of what Pure is capable of. Not just because of the talent on that side of the stage, but also because of the history. FaZe has met up with Pure 3 times this season. FaZe is 2-1 overall in series. However, it is worth noting they are 6-6 in games overall.
If you expected one-sided series here on Championship Sunday, I get a feeling that we're not going to be going down that road. And speaking of roads, like we mentioned, this is going to be an elimination matchup between these 2. One of these teams will be going home, and this is our series layout. Starting off here with King of the Hill on live fire, and I tell you what, it might seem like a long way away, but with the records that these teams have, Slayer Streaks might be being played a little bit earlier than you expect.
Yeah, absolutely. So we take a look at some of the history between these 2 map records. Very important to start to break down here. Take a look. Pure 2-2 on the opening game type, 2-3 on Aquarius Slayer. And one thing I want to note here as we take a look at the records specifically, and there's a few reasons why, but games 2, 3, and 4 will be the games that we know Pure need to likely win if they want to win the series. There's a few reasons for that, but those really are going to be the focus games for Pure. It's going to be Aquarius Slayer, Argyle CTF, and Recharge Strongholds.
I think for Pure, it's send it to that game 4. Look at the map records. Even though Pure have only played Recharge Strongholds once, their overall Strongholds record, it's absolutely superb. When you compare it to the FaZe side, it's one of their most lackluster game types. Good news for FaZe, though, you would say there's no oddball in this series, which has been historically one of their weaker ones. But if Pure can send it a little bit later in that series, like you mentioned, look at that game 2, look at that game 3. If they can send it to a game 4, then, like I was kind of alluding to, we might be seeing that Streak Slayer to decide who continues their run here in Seattle.
Absolutely. Even though you see losing records on both sides for Aquarius Slayer, that's still going to be a game type to watch, just because FaZe does not have a winning record on that. It's also important we should talk about games 1 and 5 while we get these players set up on the main stage. FaZe is 6-0 in game 1s here at the World Championship. They're 26-7 in game 1 overall on the year. They're number 1 ranked in the HCS in game number 1. They're going to be your heavy favorite for that first game. Of course, if Pure can steal that game 1, then everything just gets completely turned on its head.
And it's a very interesting conversation, just game 1 in general. Yes, you look at the stats, quite right, you're saying FaZe, incredible record when it comes to game 1s, but when we're talking about the run that Pure went on yesterday, it was all based upon game after game, series after series, momentum being built after every single win they managed to put on the board. But now they've had to step away from that main stage. They've had a whole evening to think about this series. Can they start this series off? Can they start this Sunday off with the same kind of energy that got them to the dance today? We are ready to get into our first series here at the Halo World Championships, and wherever you are around the world watching right now, welcome as we jump in to King of the Hill on live fire.
So glad you're joining us here. Whether you're in the venue here in Seattle, Washington, or watching from around the world, you are exactly where you need to be here. We are underway on Championship Sunday here at the Halo World Championship. It's Pure versus FaZe. Their tournament lives on the line.
Dreams will be made and hearts will be broken. That's what Sunday is all about. At the Halo World Championships, we have defending world champions looking to go back-to-back against the team, like I mentioned, looking to shock the world in Pure. Early on here, you're going to see Druk picking that first sniper rifle up, not quite connecting with Renegade. Last shot's going to have his first individual, and he is going to win it. Look at the map presence on the map at the moment. It looks like Pure have the majority of the map to themselves, and they are getting some early time as well.
First few picks go their way, but most importantly, as you can tell, based on the map positioning, let's see if we can finish this one. Frosty should be able to close this kill out. Tarwick not going to make it easy on him, though. But as you'd expect, with that green hold, it does mean that FaZe is able to get this camo, but they need to pressure. Take a look at the hill progress, already 75% of the way done.
3 players stacked in around the hill as well. They're trying to bait this camo out. They're trying to get eyes on it. Cherish is going to chip away, and now time becomes a factor. FaZe need to go, and FaZe need to push. They will contest this hill, but Royal 2 has fallen. Snakebite's got some fights to win at the back of green, and look at all of the bodies that are in front of Frosty, but somehow he stays alive long enough to maybe make it contestable, but in the end, it's Pure who will strike first.
A huge piece of that is Cherish eagle-eyeing the camo and Nest there. Frosty probably was going to get a free movement into green. However, Cherish just gives him one ding at Nest, and that slows down the camo push. Tarwick also does well to stay alive on concrete as long as he did. It's a really nice stack of the hill coming in from Pure, and just like that, they're up 1-0.
Frosty wins his individual, immediately going to be traded out. Another fight going down in and around the key door. It's going to be Renegade who makes that his own. Renegade, you would say by his own standards, had a few moments yesterday which were positive, but didn't take over many games in series like he would want to. Maybe just saving it for a Sunday, which is of course the best way to save it for. Half of the hill almost already collected, eaten up here by FaZe. They're looking to answer back almost immediately.
Yeah, FaZe answering back right away, as you say. If the double comes in here, those kills are traded out. It's a 2v2 on the map, but it will continue to be FaZe holding, most importantly, the back of the tower.
Most importantly here as well, Snakebite got his kill in and around the hill, so they can step back into that hill now, FaZe. You saw Frosty had the location of where Druk was as well and got some damage, which means that he won't be able to push. He follows up on the damage by taking him down. So first pick on this next hill will go to FaZe as well. Even with the camo coming up, you feel like FaZe might be about to lock this one down.
Yeah, Pure's going to let this one go. They're going to now focus on camo. They're going to stack here in cuts early to see if they can get that presence on camo. Of course, we have to mention during all that scuffle, it will be FaZe taking that hill, but now it's all about the camo. Can Druk stay alive? Looks like no. The pressure's coming in too strong. This should be 4 dead.
Frosty gets 2, contributes to the 3rd, and almost gets the 4th as well. Fantastic prioritization there from Frosty to make sure that the damage did not get away without being cleaned up. And now look at him go. I mean, Snakebite's on the flank. There's a sneaky little Druk playing that corner. Well, it doesn't cost FaZe too much. They will have 2 kills to their name. Last 2 players are at the back of green.
Snakebite in a lot of trouble here in a 1v2. A lot of progress already on this 3rd hill as well for FaZe. They're already 50% of the way done, and just as quickly as we thought Pure was out to an early lead, FaZe has turned that on its head, and Renegade starting to heat up here on Championship Sunday.
Renegade in some bodies at the moment. Another player bomb. Oh, Renegade! The alarm clock is going to go off in about 8 seconds for that play as Renegade starts off up.
How about that? As nonchalant as they come as well. No change in the facial expression. Look at the progress on the hill as well. FaZe is going to now get your 3rd hill. They lead 2-1 just like that. And a brilliant sitters the hills to come back now and take the lead in the game.
It's been dominance, complete and utter dominance of the map. Hills, kills, all starting to stack up in the favor of FaZe as they will turn this game on its head and go up 2-1. Still a few bullets to play with, 3 in total for Renegade with this sniper, which is why he's just playing to try and find a pick. There is that pick. Tarwick, no idea where Renegade was, completely lost the location of Renegade, and he makes him pay for it.
And now you can't even track Renegade without the QT. How about this? Now he's got a QT as well. They just betray Frosty there. Unlucky brainer there. I had to double check the feed and my screen. He's hitting everything that moves, so be careful. Friendly or foe, he's going to take him down. Finally, he trades. He'll be taken down, and that's going to slow the momentum just a bit as entertaining as it was to watch. That will slow down the pressure and allow for Pure to just get a little bit more foothold here on C.
2 dead here on the side of FaZe. However, those numbers will be evened up almost immediately. Snakebite playing at the back of green will create a bit of space for FaZe to try and get a little bit of a push going. It's very tight, this next hill. And one thing just to highlight is how quick and efficient all of the hills have been so far. Usually you get to this position of back mud and you're trying to think if players are going to think about playing time. Maybe this is going to be the deciding hill, but we have over 3 minutes still left in this game, so plenty of time for Pure to get back into this.
It really is, and tied up on the 4th hill as well. This camo is going to be a big factor. It's right now a 1v2 on the map. Tarwick in a 1v2 versus Snakebite and Royal 2. Snakebite does well to stay alive, and then pops, does not burn. Very nicely done from Snakebite, and to be honest, after you see him winning that Objective Player of the Year award once again, that's what you expect from a player of this caliber.
We saw how focused he was just before this game got underway, but the focus is continuing. in-game as well with this performance we're seeing in this game one. He's 8-3 at the moment, and with this camera in his hand, gonna make it 9. Follows up with maybe a second as well. Snakebite looks like a man on a mission here on Sunday.
There's one player you want in these high-pressure situations, and Snakebite finally gets taken down. It's a nice pre-nade from Last Shot into the training, onto the nest box that will neutralize that, but still a lot of pressure coming in from him, and still numbers in the favor of FaZe.
No drop of the grenade. Cherish will lose that fight as well. Royal 2 is winning those battles. And FaZe now about 3/4 of the way through, capping this next hill. They will be up 3-1. Pure find themselves 2 dead. Cherish and Druck nowhere near it, by the looks of things, and FaZe have dominated the last 3 or 4 minutes of this first game.
Important to note here as well, the total in the kills category. As we said early on, Pure was unsurprisingly winning at the early stages of the game, not just in hills, but in the kills category as well. However, at this stage of the game, FaZe is outslaying 39-27.
FaZe have control of the tower side of the map as well, the stronger side for sure when it comes to this top middle hill. And Renegade, he's going to pick up a few more kills himself, avoids that stick as well. Watches Druck QT back as his teammates pick up yet more kills. Last shot, gets his ankles broken there, as Renegade threads the needle with that sniper.
Really nicely done here. Going to try to track the QT, make sure no one comes back into mud either, but good progress here from Pure on this hill. The question is, can they keep this up? 2:06 left, but most importantly, it's a dicey hilltop middle. They want to end this hill as fast as they can to get back into the normal rotations.
Oh, it's not going to be easy when Renegade is starting to hit not just bodies, but heads as well. Torlik will be finished off in a few seconds' time as well. Renegade wants this kill, he wants it now. 3 dead on the side of Pure momentarily. Cherish gets back onto the map, but this is now a case, by the looks of things, of FaZe deciding it's time to play the clock.
Renegade just rotates and relocates, right back to top tower. This is exactly where he wants to be, and FaZe going to start to play the hill itself and just end it here. As you see, there was 2:10 left earlier, but you can see they're now taking the lead in this 5th hill as well. Finally, Frosty's taken down, maybe an opportunity for Pure to find some aggression, but as you say, not easy when Renegade's still just holding court, top tower.
One more bullet to play with. So Pure have managed to essentially keep this hill neutral. Even with Renegade in a position with this sniper rifle and hitting some heads, there's another one to add to the collection. It's 5 in a row, the killing spree collected by Renegade. He's looking to pick up another one himself. Will be taken down, but now look at the hill progress. Last Shot's got the camo as well. Does not want to trade in this position and manages to just about stay alive.
Ooh, stays alive as well. And like you said, it was 2 dead here for the side of FaZe. Maybe an opportunity. Take a look at the hill progress with 1:30 left. This game is far from over, and especially with the camo, Pure can take this.
Renegade will be taken down as well. Camo inside of that hill just makes it a little bit difficult to flush him out. Camo will dissipate, and we find ourselves with Pure answering back here. This is not done, game one. Still 1 minute 30 left on this clock, and remember, it was Pure who won this first hill as well.
Man, off the first rotation, this thing is still neck and neck, and even though it was 3-1 moments ago, it feels like it's a lot closer now. It's really nicely done. As you said, how important was it that Last Shot did not trade a tower? You saw he's able to pick up the kill on Frosty, then able to sit top mid. FaZe doesn't even try to stop. They let that hill go now. 1:10 left, no hill progress here on the 6th hill.
2 players bottom tower. Last Shot recognizes that, decides to get out of dodge, try and help his other teammates who are respawning in and around Garage.
1 minute remaining. Enemy team.
Pure are going to have to step in that hill, and now they decide to do so. 3v3 on the map right now as Druck will even up the numbers by falling at the hands of Snakebite. Snakebite now falling to Torlik. Oh, look at this flank. Last Shot he has so much information that he can relay, and FaZe at the moment, a little bit trapped, a little bit distant from that hill, and find themselves 2 dead.
Look at the patience here from Last Shot to go all the way around back tower. It's beautifully done. Torlik also with the sniper in his hand. 40% of the progress done for Pure here. Can they tie it? 52 seconds left on the clock.
Big moments in this game, big shots to be hit. Frosty finds one, Last Shot will trade it out. Royal 2, gonna be challenging. Gets bodied though, I think. Or maybe just managed to avoid it. Spike grenade is gonna pressure Torlik here. On the training, he's gonna have a player fly him, and even though he bodies him, it's gonna be 3 dead for Pure. It's patience, it's perfection on the break coming in from FaZe.
Wow, it's huge from Royal 2. Royal 2 to take that fight and then go into green is absolutely beautiful because he gets Torlik all the way down to no shields. And then that allows the nest push to come in. It's a beautiful series of dominoes falling in the favor of FaZe. 30 seconds left. There's about one last push here for Pure. If they do it, they will tie the game. Look at the hill progress. It's still possible, but they still have 2 dead.
Last Shot just got away with the camouflage. 20 seconds left to make a play. It's just enough time to make a play.
He's got to go. 13 seconds left. It's all the pressure on Last Shot. They need to make a move right here.
10 seconds remaining. Can anyone get
Here he goes. Here he goes.
Snakebite taken down. Druk will find the kill.
Here they come.
3 seconds left on the clock. Pure, they get in the hill. They find 2 kills. Renegade might be taken down as well. And with 3 seconds, 4 seconds left on the clock, it's going to be Pure who tie this game up at 3-3.
You talk about last shot, the 19-year-old, the rookie, all the pressure on him. He's the last player alive, and with the camo, he waits for the teammates. They have a triple garage door push, and they tie it. They send us to overtime in game number 1.
Pure showing they're not just here to make up the numbers. They are here to continue their story. As from 3-1 down and looking like they weren't even present on the map for around 2-3 minutes as FaZe completely dominated the mid game. Well, the late game has belonged to Pure. 1 minute 42 left. Next, Hill wins.
The question is, will it all be for naught here? Keep an eye on the kill feed. FaZe is already getting progress. Lucky series of bounces there with that grenade taking its own AoE damage to not take down Frosty. He will hold Nest.
2 dead for FaZe.
The question is, though, Cherish gets a big kill.
3 dead for FaZe.
4 dead for FaZe. Druk with a sniper rifle in hand as well. He'll finally swap that out. Now FaZe has to construct a push. Pure likely will not be able to close it out. Only defending 1 single push. FaZe will have likely 2 opportunities, but they need to make this count. Pure still scoring.
World 2's going to get the first pick, though. And now the numbers favor FaZe. Now they can flood forward. And Druk is going to find a couple of players looping in behind him. He manages to trade 1, but Pure are 2 dead. Snakebites flooding top middle alongside Renegade. And it will be FaZe who essentially break this hill and force Pure onto the back foot. Cherished in a 1v1, a huge 1v1 as well. Snakebite trying to buy time. At least Cherish will win that one, and all of a sudden it gets a bit dicey.
It's a big win from Cherish. He had to win that one. Finally, he's taken down. There's some 3 dead. Druk is their only player alive, but he's in trouble. He knows it. He has to drop Pillar Door. He has to wait for help. This is, look at the progress on the hill. This could be it here. Pure has one last opportunity.
World 2! World 2 pokes with the snipe! Doesn't even get to pull the trigger, such as the team fire. Renegade can't connect either with the green gun, and now he has to drop down bottom middle. He has to concede that top middle lane. And Pure are now in a position where they have numbers in and around the hill. Renegade now needs to reproduce what we saw from last shot, but this time it has to favor FaZe.
It's a 2v4, so much pressure here. 2v3 now for a moment. Renegade has to make a play with this camo.
Gonna give away his position. He has to wait. And he will just about have enough time to wait. Doesn't get the kill.
Enemy team nearing.
Druk no shields.
It's all on Renegade.
Last shot has no idea, but now he does. The flank from Renegade doesn't connect with a second shot. It's 4 dead. It's 4 dead for FaZe. And Pure will strike first here in Seattle. What a turnaround. Unbelievable way to start a Sunday.
Oh my God. Talk about a game 1 on Championship Sunday. Pure somehow makes it happen, forces overtime, loses control of the Plat Hill, and yet, even with Renegade with camo, even with the back whack coming in, they hold down and close out the overtime hills to take game 1 out from underneath FaZe, who I will remind you was leading 3-1 at one stage in that game.
We'll take a look at some of the replays, some of the big moments. You have to say the game is decided by 2 plays with the camo, and maybe 1 play with the green gun.
Yeah.
First hill goes the way of Pure, but then it was all FaZe. And I've got to be honest, wouldn't be surprised if you were watching at home or in the arena right now thinking, okay, what's game 2? FaZe have got this one. Like, Pure is struggling. Really couldn't even find presence on the map. But they kept themselves in the game. They kept it scrappy. But the second rotation of hills, this is the play from last shot. Look at the game clock at the bottom of your screen. 3-4 seconds left to step in that hill. Times it perfectly. And it's not just last shot as well, it's the rest of his team who play around the fact that they know he has camo, that FaZe know he has camo.
How about that win from Cherished? Huge win from Cherished there. And even though it was a straight 2v2 at this stage of the game, the green gun doesn't hit, they double stack the hill in the end. And the dummies push doesn't. Look at the pop off from Cherished. And you understand why, you understand what it means to them. Here they are, all 4 players on screen after that. Oh, I mean, I'm getting that gives me chills. The hype on that side of the stage, jeez. It's, as we said, been a Cinderella run for Pure. And they are up against a familiar opponent. They take game number 1, 4-3 in overtime. And what did we say? If they steal game number 1, then things get really interesting, because FaZe has a losing record on Slayer Aquarius. Also a losing record on Stronghold Recharge. This thing just got a whole lot more interesting. And I don't just mean this series, I mean the entire day.
The Cinderella run continues. But how long will it go on for? Can Pure shock the world and knock out the defending world champions? We've got a lot more Halo to play in this series before we find out the answer to that question. But here are the Slayer stats from this season for both teams. You can see that Pure, a losing record when it comes to these Slayers. FaZe have made themselves champions so many times, built upon their incredible Slayer records. Think about how many Game 5s FaZe have managed to clutch out in those big moments where it's really mattered in those Slayer game types. They're going to have to find a way back into this series now. They're going to have to rely on that experience, those records, to tie this one up and send it to our Game 3 all even.
Well, let's not forget, as we said, these are familiar foes, one another, meeting up several times this season. This was HCS Salt Lake City, specifically, where in the end, FaZe takes down Pure in a revenge match from Atlanta. It was a 50-46 Slayer Streets. You might recall that that's also our Game 5 here today in Seattle.
You also might realize that Game 2 is an Aquarius Slayer, and that's where we find ourselves, and Pure were the winners in that one.
50-44, so both teams in their most recent outing splitting the Slayers that just so happen to be in this series as well. It was written in the stars that these two would continue meeting this season, and how fitting now, tournament lives on the line, everything to play for. Taking a look at some Slayer stats here from Renegade and Snakebite.
Nothing to be disappointed about on either side of those statistics. You're looking at the KDs and Slayers. If you're above 1, you're doing your job. Kills per minute, Renegade gets them a little bit quicker, but you're looking at a damage differential per minute. Snakebite outputting so much more damage across the map than he is taking from anyone else. It is just synonymous with what a player he has been and what a player he needs to be, and they both need to reproduce those statistics in this next game just to settle the nerves, I think. I mean, this season has been a learning curve for FaZe in ways they wouldn't have wanted it to be. They've had to learn what it feels like to not make a Sunday, to not be in a grand finals, to not lift trophies. And now they find themselves in a little bit of an uncomfortable position in their first series here on Championship Sunday. How do they get themselves out of this hole?
That's the question, and they're also going to remember, of course, they will have done plenty of video review on specifically the Slayers that are in this series, right? In Slayer Aquarius, they know they dropped this game by a 6-kill margin in Salt Lake City to this exact team. So there will be a lot of work that's done specifically on Slayer Aquarius. And you have to think, I agree, it's a big momentum game for FaZe, not just in the series, but if they are to continue in the day as well. I think they need a big mental reset coming off of that last game, because as we said, they were outslaying by nearly 20 at one point in that game. So to then lose it in overtime has given them a lot to think about. But to be honest, given the nature of a world championship, you don't get the luxury of spending time to think about that. Instead, you need to right away focus up on game number 2. And it is a game that they would have looked at quite a bit and prepared for. And of course, the same can be said about Pure. They know they've taken down FaZe once, but they know that they'll need to lock in. And you could just tell, right? Smile on the face of Talik and a lot more to contemplation on the side of FaZe, and not surprising after the way the game number 1 went.
Yeah, Frosty with the look on his face of like, just let me back in there. Yeah. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, cool. You strike first, but that is not the knockout blow. There's a lot more to be decided in this series. This is the road to Sunday to find ourselves at the point we are right now for Pure. And you look at the pool record, and they talked about it on the desk, right? You know, it was not good. The pool run was not good. They lost to SSG 1-3. They lost to ITB as well in that game 5. But then once they got into the bracket, I mentioned how this is a team who gets better and better. The more they play, the more games they get under their belt. And let me tell you, that game 5 win against Quadrant, if you haven't seen the pop-off, by the way, from Pure, Quadrant will tell you about it, because it's gonna, they wouldn't be able to sleep last night. Some of the things are being shouted across the stage. But then to go on from that, the adrenaline is flowing. They get into a huge match against Shopify Rebellion. It's not just a win, Andy. I mean, it's a 3-0 sweep against a team who we were talking about as maybe making a grand final this year.
exactly that. Taking a look also at FaZe's run, how they got here. Let's not forget, versus Halo Esports, a very narrow win, 3-2 in that game 5 in pools. From there, though, they looked pretty consistent, pretty clean, not just through the rest of pool play, but of course against their C9 matchup as well, which was no small opponent. However, they 3-0. It was a 1-3 loss to SSG. That then brought them to yesterday evening's elimination quarterfinals, where they took down Sentinels 3-1 in the end, pretty comfortably. But if you ask them, they probably would have preferred it. You heard Royal 2 on stage saying maybe they would have preferred it to be even more comfortable. We'll take a look back here at the series layout that's ahead of us. And as we said, not just a lot of history between these teams, but very specific game type history within this series. The last time these two met, Slayer Aquarius 50-44 to Pure. Also, we're going to keep an eye on that Argyle CTF because, man, as the middle game of the series,
it's a tough one to call.
It is
always a tough one to call.
Tough one to call, and it's worth noting. Our team in the back, of course, Easy Mac on the stats, has been giving us all the goods, and specifically, FaZe struggles when the CTF games are within one flag. And guess what? Argyle CTF, that is what the game type is.
How many times do you see that decided by 3?
Exactly, yeah.
Well, here we go. Chapter 2 is about to begin here, as FaZe Clan find themselves down 1 game in this series. A incredible, historic comeback in game 1 from Pure. 3-1 down on King of the Hill Livefire to turn that game on its head. And now they have a chance to double their advantage.
You saw the demeanor on the side of Pure. As Tall's gonna maybe get a freebie here. At P2 he does to open up the game, trade it out immediately, but you saw the energy, the demeanor on the side of Pure. They're also going to bring an overshield to the party, but can they keep the momentum going here in game number 2?
I mean, early on here, FaZe were all trapped in the back of the base. They barely got out of spawn. Renegade will find 1, and now you would not be surprised to see them leave, considering that they do have the space to play with. But this is going to be a game, I feel like, 1 or 2 kills, 1 or 2 moments, 1 or 2 BRs. Shots cross-map that's being picked up, which really has had an influence in some of these fights. But early on here is FaZe, who have just established a little bit of a lead here. 4-1 as now they creep their way up the map.
Really well done by FaZe. They were, as you said, trapped in the back of the base. They isolate last shot out of the gen. Renegade immediately goes up to top to get an angle to help them push out once again. They get the back whack they need, and just like that, maybe a bit of a settling of the nerves for FaZe Clan. They're up 5-1 off the opening.
And who else would Snakebite just to settle those nerves, right? 3-0 yet to die at the start of this game. Renegade 2-0 as well, and Pure now find out what it feels like to be trapped in the base. Last shot taken down. Torley trying to support his teammate, and importantly, actually, I think he kept him alive momentarily, but Pure really struggling to find a foothold in this map.
They're really strong here from FaZe, and as you said, they were up against some nicely done from Snakebite. Look at this, just they're going to clean out the fridge as well. Renegade flies in. Last shot somehow gets a kill that you think in the 1v2 he should not have been able to get, and he's still being a nuisance.
Finally, Snakebite will put him down, but that stick from Snakebite, they're the kind of things when you've just had like a game go against you, you're like, okay, something is going for me. Just pre-names that corner, gets the stick as Torlik pokes around the corner. And maybe that makes you believe that the game number 1 was just a little bit of bad fortune going your way. 12, make it 13-4, and 13 an unlucky number. Pure are starting to feel it right now.
Yeah, more than tripling the score of their opponents here, and as we said, for FaZe players and FaZe fans, this is what they would have wanted to see. And now an overshield as well from Royal 2. He puts his first kill on the board. Let's get to it. Listen now with FaZe Clan leading 16-4.
Shrim's weak going. He's just fighting Shrim's. The other one with 2. One hit Shrim's. 2 Shrim's. It's fine there. Yo, back up. I'm holding pistol. Yo, check thrust. I'm gonna start walking up, guys. I'm starting to walk up.
Yeah, thrust might be able to all be here.
Running up. Yeah, push flag.
Talik was the one hit.
Talk that.
Yeah, nice, guys.
Yo, 2 peek, 2 red. 2 peek, 2 red.
I have nade.
Yeah, you beat Finesse, John.
I got one. Another one top peek, guys. Thrust is up 2. Thrust is up 2.
Nice, can I get thrust?
He's from blue, going for thirst. Wait, blue guy.
I got him.
Nice. There's 2. Cherish is on him. Nice shot.
Don't see the other 2 dead.
3 dead. Let's go drug. He's top guard. There's one. He's top guard. There's one in top guard. Drug. He's still going in. One in top mid. Yo, top P and yellow P. There's one in there.
Yellow closet.
Yellow 2 on John. He's going gen bridge. Gen.
Yellow P street.
Drug P1. Weak front yellow, guys.
2 on me. Front yellow, guys. I pissed on him. Another one front yellow. Nice, guys. Kobe in 30. Yo, top card. We can top card.
One shot. Two shots.
Top card, really weak. Top card.
One time in.
Cherish the one heaven. Wait, one blue card. Obi in 50.
Two card, three, card one.
Nice, John. Obi in 50. We can come first.
On shock still, yeah.
Obi in 10. Yeah, on shock, Sean. He's going Obi in 5.
Same blue team.
Yeah, you're kind of by yourself.
On Obi.
He's on shock. Another one on me, top PB.
It has been complete domination from FaZe. Finally, Pure gets some sort of a foothold as the overshield comes up top middle, but you can hear FaZe sound pretty calm. They don't sound too flustered about what happened in that game. Number one, they are just strictly business, and you can see how it's affecting this scoreline.
Yeah, really impressed with the focus there and then the listening. The second we got into that listening, even though they're up 16-3 or so, it felt like, and still the focus, the determination, the comms were absolutely perfect. You heard a lot of small talk coming in from Snakebite on exactly the play that he was making, and also just beautiful teamwork on the collapses. That has led to a continued 33-17 lead.
Well, if there's anything that FaZe would have learned from that first game is you can never feel comfortable, even with a lead that you feel like might be one that is difficult to overturn. And remember, they were up 3-1, and even though it's 35-19, if you put that, do the calculations, not too far away when you look at the difference between that. And we know how this map and this mode can snowball a little bit if you find yourself 2 or 3 dead. So Pure need to keep that in mind here as FaZe. Going to continue just to trade out at this point in the game, but Torlik's not going to let that happen. He wins a fight.
Nicely done by Torlik. That's not easy to win. Bottom middle is probably eventually going to get traded out. I thought he does, but a lot of help coming in. So just like that, 23-38. Now, if we're honest, yes, Pure is capable of some fantastic things, and yes, it's possible on an Aqua Slayer, but at 38-25, it still seems out of reach. It would need to be an unbelievable series of Slayer rotations coming in from Pure starting now.
Royal 2 no shields, manages to stay alive. Cherish is going to be trying to zone in on him, but in the meantime, Snakebite's picking up a kill of his own just to extend that lead even further. Royal 2 being such a nuisance in the courtyard at the moment. Cherish will finally put him to bed, but 2v2 on the map is absolutely fine for FaZe. That means that they've got enough trades to keep themselves ahead in this game.
By the way, talking about laser focus and a bounce back from game number 1, Snakebite right now is 11-10-5. He is more than double positive and leading the entire game in assists. He has more than double the assists of anyone on Pure. It's an unbelievable game 2 from Snakebite.
8 to go then for FaZe to tie up this series of 1-1. There's one of them. There's an overshield, and that might be the dagger. Here for Pure. Royal 2 finds another one. Now it's just 6 to go as I think the real answer is here, who's just going to end up with the most kills on FaZe, because everybody is now double digits.
Does seem to be a bit of a kill race on the blue side of the screen. A very different story from what you see on the Pure side. And they have slowed the game down considerably, understandably so, not just to bait out this overshield, but also because they are in trouble with the scoreboard at 46.
Cherish and Torlik will fall. And I think probably Pure, even at this point, know that with just 4 kills needed for FaZe, we are going into our game 3 with the series potentially all tied up. Drunk will fall as well, 3 now to go for FaZe. This has been exactly the response they would have wanted to see from themselves as we headed into this game 2.
And the FaZe fans in the building and also around the world are also going to be feeling the exact same thing. This is a big bounce back from FaZe in game number 2, and we don't just mean in terms of how the game went, but really in terms of momentum for the squad as well. 48 kills on the board, 2 to go.
There are those 2 kills, and FaZe answer back. It's tied up 1-1 in the series now. That is a dominant display on Aquarius Slayer. And we mentioned how many times throughout history FaZe have relied on those Slayers just to close a series out or reset them in a series. And once again, they lean on that Slayer on the big occasion and find ourselves now tied up at 1-1 as we head towards that hard goal.
A lot to talk about from that game number 2, and it's really, I think on paper it might just feel like a game 2 win for FaZe, but to be honest, there's a lot more to talk about there as we take a look at some highlights, specifically the way that they won the game, the way that they sounded in the listening, the momentum they will take from that win into the rest of the series, the fact that they had lost that game type against Pure most recently and then beat them in that fashion. On top of that, we talked about games 2, 3, and 4 being the swing games in this series because of the records of each team. FaZe able to also take that. It just feels like that was much more than just a game 2 win. There was a lot there that is now going in FaZe's favor.
Very interesting to see how this game actually started as well, because you felt like Pure got a lot of map control. They had like 50-yard line, it was all theirs, all of FaZe were trapped into the base, but off the back of FaZe and Renegade getting that first kill, from then it just felt like Pure really struggled to show any presence on the map, and you saw the score at one point, I think it was like 26-5 or something like that. And even if you're Pure, you probably know at that point that this is going to be very, very tough to come back from. They avoid the steak dinner, but they will find themselves, like I mentioned, losing that game as we now head into Argyle CTF. And I just want you to repeat for some people who maybe are joining the stat that you were saying about when it comes to CTFs and how FaZe have got to be very careful and how this game type kind of falls into that interesting statistic you were talking about.
Yeah, specifically, Pure needs to keep this CTF close because FaZe is 0-2 in CTFs that end within 1 flag. And they're 8-8 on the entire year of games that end within 1 flag. So really keeping this game close is going to give them an opportunity to take this game 3, the go-ahead game in the series.
Some of the players who are doing the most capping for their team at the moment, you can see is Cherished, who's usually running that thing. On the other side, it's going to be Snakebite, who's going to be running it. 11 steals, 10 steals aside on either side. So both of these players will be the front runners for their teams, trying to get inside of that base, get that flag moving. But I got to say, I'm keeping my eyes on the snipers. I'm keeping my eyes on a couple of players on Pure. Who's going to be picking that thing up and who is going to be challenging the likes of Renegade, Frosty, Royal 2, and even Snakebite himself. Because we know here on Argyle, if you can hit those big shots, create those openings, it's not just about capping flags, it's also about holding teams back and stopping them getting to your base.
It really is, and I think Pure's key to success on this one is just like game number 1. They need to be the aggressors, they need to dictate the pace of play, they need to be taking the chances, throwing themselves into high-risk, high-reward scenarios where they can maybe sneak out extra damage, sneak out a double kill deep in their opponent's base. Things like that will be the difference maker. I think if they simply try to go toe-to-toe with FaZe here, they probably end up losing this game 1-0 or 2-1. I think they need to be the ones that are flying in and taking the high chance plays.
So capture the flag on Argyle. First to 3, or whoever manages to get the most caps in the allocated time. We'll be going up 2-1 in this series. Renegade, POV to watch, BR in hand, already firing across map. QT's going to go down as well. It looks like that's going to be collected on the side of phase 2. So early on, equipment being picked up. Looks like FaZe have managed to get the slightly better opening.
Good utility here. Renegade just used it to fly in right away. Must have gotten a call out here about the vent. And he cleans out the vent. That's 2 dead for Pure. We'll see if they can continue moving their way up the map. 3 dead.
He's going to be last alive with the sniper rifle. Interesting to see him picking that one up on the side of Pure as well. See Royal 2's hunting him down, and Snakebite is inside of the base, already moving your flag. And the stats don't lie sometimes, and Royal 2 certainly isn't lying as well. He's managed to pick up 2 on the respawn, looking for his 3rd.
Wow, I said that it needed to be Pure that was dictating the pace of play. I love that pull from Snakebite. Yes, the flag is stop bottom mid for now, but you can get away with that. If you know what you're doing on Argyle, you don't have to play the long game. Last shot with a very good challenge here on Royal 2. Looks like he'll likely take this. He does. But I like that from FaZe. Get in the base, almost a midship-esque pull. Just get that flag down and continue slaying thereafter.
Flag will be sent home though, so Pure managed to just about relieve that early pressure that came in from FaZe. It was a fantastic start for them. Royal 2 hitting a few shots, like you say, but
oh boy,
the position of the flag, it was a couple of kills that got picked up that managed to get them in a position to send that one home. Druck now has the sniper rifle, and he's a player that certainly can heat up if he gets that in his hand.
Druck there turns up. I think Snakebite rightly thought that Druck was going to go mid there, but maybe just a little bit of footstep audio turns Druck around and eventually cleans up that kill. It's an important kill because you do not want Snakebite just hanging around your elbow.
Only that one pool to talk about so far on either side. So FaZe will find themselves 3 dead though.
Speaking of,
Snakebite is last alive. He's trying to stop Cherish getting that flag moving. Good damage onto the players on the flag though, and that is going to just slow this run down a little bit. And the time that he's just bought, everyone is back on the map now for FaZe. 3 alive for them, and even though he gets taken down, now you can see that Pure have got to be careful how they run this one. Renegade, bottom middle, a huge triple, a massive triple from Cherish. He was no shield front of base. He was the one who originally started moving this flag.
Last shot gets a touch as well. Frosty was bottom middle. Keep an eye on the feed. Frosty gets 1. That's huge. That might slow the flag down just a bit here. Let's see what Cherish does on the flank.
Snakebite, big individual win just to stop that flank coming in, but Tolic gets a touch on that flag, and even though Pure are down numbers, he's going to try and force this, and Tolic will get it back to the base. QT's back into the vent as well, and Pure will strike first.
And he gets away as well. Doesn't get the stick, but still QT's out. Might even QT back here with the extra second, decides not to, but that flag goes in, and off screen, we don't know what happened. Tolic continues running the flag bottom middle. Frosty was alive bottom mid. Frosty gets the pick, and then Snakebite gets a pick on his own elbow. That would indicate that that flag was dead in the water. Somehow, off screen, Pure and Tolic take a route to bring the first flag in under 3 minutes of play.
A great response again from Pure. Remember, FaZe just absolutely wiped the floor with them in game number 2. And now the pressure, you can feel the nerves all of a sudden on Pure. They've done the job right, they've got the flag, they've managed to get themselves into the lead. And with how Argyle works, we know that you can kind of play that 50-yard line, you can play defensively, but Frosty is going to get the pick, and now he has a chance to strike and carve a path towards that flag here for FaZe.
What a big moment here. Cherish versus Frosty in a sniper battle. Pure up.
Positions of FaZe, of Pure, excuse me, though, holding down both vents. This is what it means, just being obnoxious.
Absolutely, they're going to hold that 50-yard line. Let's get into the comms here to listen to Pure.
They're not moving, bro. They're not doing anything.
It's glass or something.
QT of 15. Play for this. I think once they're bent, I'm not entirely sure. Actually, no. We'll get their pieces now. Yo, well, so there's nice sniping.
We're getting repulsed.
Wait, Ali on you.
Ali weak, he's weak.
Yeah, he's weak. Watch out. Listen, snipe the glass.
One shot through sniper door.
Yeah, he's going back to the flag. They're very now roll 2. One shot the
Vent is absolute.
Yeah, he's right at the back. Look at there, sniper, one shot.
Snipe on their snipe.
Joey, keep playing defense, Joey. Yo, Joey, one's in our flag. One's in our flag, one shot. Dead, shot, no fucking dead.
Live, just keep living.
Yo, one's a commando. Yeah, they're commando, brother. Look at the PCs now, Yo, listen, the glass sniping. I hear you. Yo, they're injured there. Our vent. Say one shot their alley. One shot of it.
Nice. Live, they're going to be pushing you. 2 dead, guys.
Yeah, they're glass still. Yo, I can grapple it. If you touch it, okay?
Renegade just spawned.
You can grapple it if you touch it.
Second spawner.
Yo, they're sniper right now. He's on the sniper coming in. We're the back flag, one shot. Ali, John, one shot. Ali, John. Might be you one on you. Yo, new sniper in 10. Get that
just need kills here.
Well, Pure sound high top, and you can see the focus is there. Playing defensive was kind of the first call, but as they picked up a few kills, started to creep their way forward, and Drug, you heard it in the comms. Throw that flag out, Drug. I've got grapple, I might be able to pull this one back.
In the end, the grapple does not come through. I do love the strategy, though, especially as soon as that flag comes off the stand. Renegade here with sniper in hand. See what he could do. He's already been putting on a show in this series, but work to be done. And he starts there with last shot as the first pick. As soon as that flag comes off the stand, if you can grapple, you can make up enormous amounts of distance and cut this map not just in half, but even more. Good pressure, though, coming in from Talik in the end. Will be a trade from Druk and Renegade.
3 dead for Pure, though. Last shot, last alive, and Frosty has that flag already. All the needs! Halfway across, Snakebite is there to collect it, so making sure to shadow that flag carrier back, so important. Off the respawn, Royal 2 will find one, but there might be a bit of pressure coming in here. Snakebite should be able to cap this, and we have a tied game.
Beautifully done by Snakebite, specifically the fact that he was sitting there in alley at mid, and he did not take the same splash AoE damage from the nades that killed Frosty. He was shadowing the flag, but making sure that he would not take any collision damage from those grenades that were coming around the same angle. Had last shot naded both of them, that flag doesn't go home. Really nicely done by Snakebite.
Last shot again, gets that first pick. Frosty would be trading it out. Cherish still with a sniper rifle in his hands, or certainly in the back pocket for now. Those Royal 2 is no shields, picks that one up. Only one bullet to work with for him here, but you got to say Cherish has done a fantastic job of being the anchor for his team in the last few minutes. So many big shots that he's hit to deny FaZe, but the one moment that he falls, the one moment that FaZe break through, it costs him a cap.
By the way, these two teams not just tied 1-1, but also essentially just tied up at 33 kills apiece a moment ago. With that kill, Pure will go into lead, 34 kills to 33. These two could not be closer.
It was a scary moment when you zoomed in with that sniper rifle. You see a frag coming towards you. Not sure how big it is.
I like the pull.
Oh, here's the grapple! There's the grapple! Can't get it around the corner though. Snakebite from the flag. Aware to the situation. It was the same thing from the playbook we saw a few moments ago. Drunk pulls that flag. Guess the comms that the grapple is there, but Snakebite, good angles from him to make sure it doesn't get away.
You gotta wonder if they maybe needed to just shoot for just an extra second. Also, of course, did not help. We've all been there. That flag gets caught on the Geo just a bit.
A lot of damage being done. Last shot's gonna get a touch on this. Snakebite was forced to back down. And now Last Shot putting a bit more damage down, and with the 3v3 on the map, is gonna grapple that one away as well. Renegade is gonna be on the edge. It has to deal with him.
Big 1v1.
Oh! Last Shot is making brilliant, perfect decision in this situation. He's run this one back, and off the back of the pull from Drunk, the grapple from Last Shot, it's going to be 2-1 at Pure.
How about the beautiful grapple relay? Just as we thought that flag was dead, we were already talking about how it didn't make the move across top mid, but as you said, it's a very late last-second touch from Last Shot. And then in the end, a little bit of extra grapple to bring that flag back. 4 minutes left, Pure leading 2-1.
Flag is away though. Last Shot tries to stay alive. Manages to just about do so. Frosty's been hitting some big shots as well. There's 2 sniper rifles in play here for FaZe. If they pick up a couple of kills inside the base, Frosty has commanding positions on top middle. Now bottom middle. and might be able to just put all of Pure into the respawn. 2 dead already for Pure. Flag is moving for FaZe. They should be able to tie this one up.
Yeah, this one should go comfortably as well, especially with that sniper escort. Renegade going to bring this one back. Cherish also being taken down means this will be an easy one for the flag to go, and we are tied at 2-2. Next flag will win. 3:35 left on the clock.
Remember what you were saying?
Yep.
Remember what we were saying? Close games in CTF so far this season have not favored FaZe. However, history is history and it's there to be broken. 2-2 now.
What a game 3 between these two. Wouldn't have it any other way. Tied up at 2 flags apiece. The run begins. 3v3 on the map.
Frosty just looking for angles at the moment. It was his double kill a few moments ago off screen that opened up the map for FaZe to move towards that base. He's looking to get a little bit aggressive here. You can see the Torlik, he heard those footsteps, finds the kill. And now last shot's gonna be peeking. Frosty can't quite connect this time. But boy, this is nervy. This is so nervy.
Wow, look at Frosty keeping Snakebite alive, just having to shoot in between the ankles to hit the opponent. Might even get a third one here. Cherish with an important trade, but it's 3 dead. Torlik is the last player alive. He's taken down. A double kill means last shot your first spawner on elbow. Let's see if a pull comes in for FaZe.
Oh, big nade. He does it again too. Somehow he pokes, thinking his shields come back. The nade is perfect. The second kill is enormous. And last shot again. The coolest man in this series, it seems, at the moment. The double kill to deny a flag pull coming in from FaZe.
What does last shot even do from elbow? Sure, the nades were easy to understand. What did he do on the flag against Snakebite? To win that kill as well, it's a 1v2 as the last player alive, and he stops the run entirely, and he continues the damage. 2 dead for FaZe. The flag is running.
Pure running this. Frosty might be the only player who can stop it.
Oh my God.
Torlik to the front of the base. Frosty does get the kill, but where is the rest of Pure? Where is the rest of FaZe? Frosty, it's all on you.
Keep an eye on the kill feed here.
Last shot's gonna just try and buy time. Cherish will find one on a respawner though. Frosty's got so many decisions to make, he cannot find where last shot went, but Snakebite can. He gets the kill. Torlik, they have the numbers here. He's gonna try and force it. It's gonna be stopped on the stand. Frosty has to go forward. He has to go forward.
Where are the spawners? Where are the spawners? There's a bottom base spawner. They might be able to take the flag.
It's gonna be Pure who get it. Pure will get the flag home. They will win the game 3-2. My God, man, what a game, what a series this has been, and we still have plenty more to come, but last shot, man, last shot. How many times in that series, how many times in that game has he been the clutch factor for Pure?
Last shot goes 20-10 in a game that they only outslayed by 2. It's an unbelievable series from him and an amazing game 3 as well. We'll take a look at some highlights from that match, but how about the non-traditional rallied and relayed runs coming in from Pure time and time again? Torlik also, the play that he made to get that flag to the front base and then get the touch himself as well onto the flag stand, as you said, what last shot was able to do throughout the entire game. Picking up somehow a 1v2 as the last player alive to deny FaZe's third pull. This flag went, by the way, even though it gets stuck on the Geo for just a second. Watch what happens after.
Last shot happens afterwards. Remember, he cuts damage down. He wins this fight against Renegade. He then knows, he trusts his teammates. You know that the communication is you can go. But the small little grapple just to bring that flag away from the attention of the respawners who have no line of sight on it means that flag goes home.
Look at this from Torlik. He's going to get taken down right away on the front jump. Take a look at the expression on his face. And here it is, by the way, we do get it in the end. It's actually Drukuko's plasmas. Great job from the observers to tell us exactly how that flag comes in. And the pop-off, once again, from Pure, as they take game number 3. And what did we say? Once again, shout out to the stats team in the back, led by Easy Mac. FaZe does not do well with games that are within 1 flag. That stat line reigns true again. Pure is up 2-1. And now 1 game away from eliminating FaZe from the Halo World Championship.
And a game that FaZe, and a game type that FaZe have not been too successful in either. Taking a look at some of the damage stats coming in from 2 of Pure's finest, the players who were part of that incredible run last year as well. Torlik and Drug. The two players who combined to get that final flag in to give them the lead in this series. 1.48 for Torlik. Drunk with a 1.20. Damage per minute, I'll split them.
What a game, what a series. And we knew this was going to be a good one, and it has delivered. As we said, whether you're here with us in Seattle or joining us from around the world, this is where you want to be. FaZe has their backs against the wall. The defending Halo World Champions now 1 game away from elimination. They need to win this Strongholds recharge, a game type they have a losing record on here, in order to force a Game 5. We're getting underway here. Game 4.
Last shot POV. No POV has ever been earned better by a player for what they have done in a series. So cool, so calm, so collected. And he's continuing that run right now. Frosty shuts him down, but he's last player alive for FaZe.
What did he do off screen is the question. What did he do from the elbow to not only hit the nades, but also win that 1v1 on the flag against Snakebite? You'd be very correct in saying that that play might have saved the entire game and changed the direction of the entire series. Let's see if he can do it again here. Pure off to an early 17-point lead here on Strongholds.
Frosty using that camo will be able to collect a shock rifle as well and should be able to collect a second kill. It's a double for him. FaZe will flip the scoring in their favor. It's a BC hold, and immediately they're looking for the triple cap as well. Last shot is last alive. They're trying to hunt him down, and they will find him. So all of Pure are respawning in and around C right now. This is not where they want to be.
Got to mention as well, you might have seen it earlier in the series. Frosty picks up another one. Nice little shot here on Cherish to eliminate him quickly. That would be 2 dead for Pure, as FaZe will now go into the lead. 23-17 on the board. Worth noting, Pure has not lost this game type here in Seattle. As we said, FaZe has losing record on it. FaZe needs to do what they did in game number 2 to turn around the game type history and the record. So far, so good. They're now up by double the score of their opponent.
Interesting to see how FaZe are playing this one, though. Playing it slow, playing it carefully. Not looking to push for that triple cap, even though they had all of Pure trapped in that long haul for a few moments, pretty much spawning immediately after each other. And off the back of it, they're actually going to lose B. They're going to play for C here, but there's a rogue cherished around the corner, and even though Frosty's going to grapple up, he needs to hit a big shot. He has some support as well in Snakebite. They managed to win that fight, and now Pure find themselves trapped in pipes.
Really well done by Frosty to stay in the mix there. A lot of players might have just grappled out or assumed that Snakebite would just get the kill. Instead, he grapples up the window and just stays in the battle and stays alive, making that kill just a little bit easier and a little bit more efficient for the side of FaZe. That also now opens up the opportunity for Renegade with another camo play. Let's see what he can do.
Frosty had it first, Renegade gets it second, but most importantly for FaZe fans, it means 2 collected in a row as they will reset A and continue scoring once more. Ooh, it's a big trade coming in from Drunk there. You can see him sliding as the camo player just lit up. But even though it's a trade, it's 2 dead again for Pure. They're really struggling to find a foothold, and for the first time we have a triple cap, and Frosty will add another to his collection.
FaZe bouncing back once again. What do we see in game number 2? They didn't take the loss lightly. Take a look at
Frosty's first death, by the way.
Yeah. Frosty's first death here is 8-1. They did not take the game 1 loss lightly. They bounced back in a huge way in game number 2. It seems we're seeing a lot of the same here in game number 4.
FaZe will cross 100 points as well, and knowing where the spawns are coming in on pipes and that Pure will jump into B, they will swap it for C and then try and pressure. However, there's a sneaky little Torlik at the back of blue here, and even though he can't get the reset, even though he can't stop the conversion, he will kill 2 players and give Pure a foothold back into Cap C themselves. Really big player for the first time in what feels like around 60 seconds or so. Pure have the numbers on the map.
Yeah, here they come as well. Torlik just helping out Cherish. They're going to try to flood into elevator. They run into 2 players though. But it's all small work here for Torlik. He's able to pick up both. It's a double kill to clean both those up. Maybe more! A triple on screen. He wants more!
Renegade! Torlik! Oh, no overkill this time around, but the damage is done. It's a triple cap here for Pure. And even though with Renegade winning that all-important battle and denying us a clip that we talk about for quite some time, it does give Pure a foothold in this game. Last shot now has the shock rifle. FaZe will continue scoring as they flip C, but numbers are equal on the map.
I don't know how many people saw it, but if you saw Torlik's picture-in-picture there in his player cam, his body rocked back violently after that death. You knew he wanted that over. He was ready to start popping off. He doesn't get it, and you have to wonder if things might be a bit different had he gotten it.
Quite connecting with the heads here, last shot. He's going to re-challenge, backs himself to hit this shot. Managed to snap on with the bandit. 2v2 on the map. FaZe have that triple cap again, though. And FaZe all of a sudden are starting to find a bit of momentum, start to roll. The teamwork is starting to click here. 148 and rising. But remember, we've seen this before in this series, and Pure always have a way to come back.
Oh my, Frosty not afraid to get right into the mix there. It's a beautiful grapple at the top A. That's not an easy battle to take, especially against a player like Cherish, but he makes it look very easy. He's quadruple positive at 12-3.
Big game from Frosty. B's going to be flipped by Pure, but it's a little bit desperation. They just want to get a foothold to slow down the scoring. FaZe will continue to score here. 172, making another kill for Frosty. He's 13-3. He's positive 10 in this game.
Giving me nightmares of running down hallways on Colossus, just getting noob comboed as a kid. Nightmare fuel indeed. 184 to 152. Looks like, I think you see the reaction there on Frosty as well as things start to slow down. Looks like we might have a technical issue. He leans back just a bit. We might have lost a player on the Pure side. So even though we saw a triple cap ticking, have to assume that we'll wait to get back into this game at a pretty devastating scoreline still in favor of FaZe.
Great bounce back again, right? I mean, the close games, Pure have managed to scrape away in this series so far. Think back to game 1. It's a 4-3. It's a 3. They were down 3-1 on that King of the Hill live fire. They managed to fight their way back into it. Game number 2, FaZe absolutely smashing.
Yep.
Then we get into game number 3. It's a close game. It's back and forth, and it's Pure who went in the last few moments, 3-2. And it looked like maybe history was going to repeat itself with the momentum that FaZe had on their side. Of course, Strongholds is a little bit snowballing. We can see teams get triple caps and make these huge 150-point comebacks, but with the element of control, the way that Frosty was playing, and the fact that Pure very rarely felt like they had 3 or 4 alive on the map, you got the feeling that there could have been a chance for FaZe to repeat that dosage and send us towards that game 5. Here's some of the replays though that we did see, and we almost saw our first overkill of the day.
Would have been something else as well. We'll see if we get that in the package, just because this was, here it is. Take a look.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
This is 1 or 2. Look at Tolic. He was ready. Look at the, I mean, that is a mix of, right, ready to pop off, and then I think heartbreak and frustration at not getting the over.
And then repeating, oh, by the way, he's here. Please someone kill him.
Oh gosh, I mean, I think we've all been there, and you could tell that that was a tough moment for Tolic. And I'm not kidding when I say that what that would have opened up map-wise and could have been a big swing. Not just the overkill and the momentum from the over, but specifically taking down Renegade at Elevator could have been pretty important as well. As you see on your screen, getting the exact score line from League Operations and exactly where this match will kick off. It will be a huge lead for FaZe, we know that. The question is just how many 100 points will they be up by when we get back into it. Gotta say though, Pure needs to find a way to end this one here. They don't want to go to that Game 5 Slayer, but not gonna be easy. They need to take this opportunity to reset.
I gotta say, I'm really impressed with both teams on this side, either side of the stage for different reasons. You know, Pure giving everything they have in these games, closing out the close moments and matching a team who have been synonymous with being icy in those final moments, leaving it and being pixel perfect when it comes to game clock, when it comes to hill captures, flag captures, whatever it is. Pure have matched them on that. But then the way that FaZe have bounced back after those heartbreaking losses, you wouldn't have known what have happened in the previous game. You know, the Aquarius Slayer, absolutely, like I say, they smash him. It's not close. And then we go into that game there, and FaZe just bounce back as if they didn't just lose another heartbreaker. It's business as usual. And of course, they've still got work to do here to close it out. I mentioned, don't count Pure out here. We've learned that so far on this, but showing some real mental resilience. The 4 gentlemen you can see on your stage right now.
Also getting word here, as we also have an eye, of course, on the lobby screens, getting word from the station referees and can confirm in lobby it will be FaZe up 182 to 52 when we restart this here. So quite a lead, to say the very least. And really, you get the feeling that FaZe is not going to, Pure is not going to allow FaZe to get a single triple cap at the 182 mark. Things get really dangerous. You start to get into the 230s really quickly.
Yeah. So one thing they've got to be aware of here. Pure will be aware of this as well. Like, yeah, it's a good start. Get a camo, get a shot.
Right.
Like we say, triple cap, 100 points can get picked up pretty quickly. And from the momentum you pick up yourself as a team, and you find yourself all of a sudden back into this game, FaZe's psyche, mental game starts to change from we are so far ahead in this game to how are we losing this game?
Right. Absolutely. And you got to think they might start to play if they let it happen, right? FaZe veteran players, they've been here, not only been here before, but of course defending world champs. They need to make sure, even if they find themselves under an early triple cap, take a breath. We are up by 130. Take a breath, let's reset. We can die twice here comfortably and then get control and then win the game. They need to make sure they're not trying to force anything that they shouldn't be.
I mean, Championship Sunday always delivers when we get to Sunday in Seattle. And so the Halo World Championships has been full of incredible matches so far. The fact that we are starting with this kind of series,
yeah,
it just kind of tees you up for what you can expect to come. Of course, we have a winners bracket final, which is coming up as well. You've got SSG and Optic Gaming waiting there.
Still I mean, come right after this.
Absolutely ridiculous. That's before we even get to the elimination final. And then we get, of course, to our grand final as well. So wherever you are in the world right now, if you're tuned in, settle down, get yourself comfy, because there's plenty more of this to come today.
And FaZe, of course, so much to think about. Just in case you missed it earlier in the pregame, let's take a look at once again at the map records with these two teams, specifically at the Halo World Championship. As we said, we're in game 4 right now. 1-0 for the side of Pure. FaZe with a losing record on this game type. However, you would be forgiven if you thought otherwise based on how they opened the game itself.
Yeah, it's another indication of, like, map records are great. Map records give us an indication of where teams feel confident. But at the Halo World Championships, you've got to remember that everyone will know their map records in preparation for it. They will know what game types they have to work on, and that can change very, very quickly. So the one that was a worry that I think when you're looking at the FaZe side is the Recharge Strongholds that we're on right now. But we've seen how they started it, and historically, whenever FaZe have had a weak game type, watch their scrims, watch their VOD, it will always be up first. I remember back in Halo 5, I think it was Truth Flag they sucked at, and they knew it. Yeah. I mean, Halo 5, I remember there would be the one game they lost in a scrim early on, but like, they would play that first every single time, every single scrim, and that's the work that they put in. That's the work that they will put in, so it's no surprise to see FaZe coming out and looking strong and looking proper when it comes to a game type, which historically, when you look at those records, hasn't been great for them.
And just because of this 130-point lead on the reset, gives us an opportunity to start to peek behind the curtain of what's in game number 5. Last Shot family in attendance here. Very happy with what he and this team have been able to do so far, not just this weekend, but of course today as well in this series. And the Halo World Championship has that, not only a special feel, but you also get, it feels like every single pro player's family in attendance, right? There's just something different about this event when you've got this much support for players who dedicate their lives to this game. But it gives us a chance to peek, as I was saying, behind the curtain at game number 5. And FaZe is trying to send us there. It's Street Slayer. FaZe won the game type in Salt Lake City by 4, 50-46. We'll get there if we see a win here from FaZe. That's the question.
I'm not going to ask you for a prediction. It's not fair at this point. And also, almost impossible to do. So we'll have to see if we do get there first. Remember as well, you look at the records. It's very interesting, right? Pure are down in this game, but they've shown that they can go on these runs with their Strongholds record. So don't quite count them out of this one yet, as it looks like we are back underway here. And as you can see, 182-52 is where we find ourselves at the score. FaZe were dominating. And off the rip, they're going to get the first 2 kills as well. So Frosty might be able to collect his next camo.
Ooh, nice little 1v1 as well. I love this. Once again, how many times do we see the Bash brothers, Frosty and Snakebite, just tag teaming? Even when Frosty's weak, he's still shooting for Snakebite. Snakebite throws himself into the action as well. That secures camo for FaZe.
Going to be a very similar opening strat as well. They're going to get A and C, and they're going to look for the kills in and around B. Frosty gets spotted out, though. Even though he is still alive, he's going to avoid a little bit of splash damage coming in from nades, but expertly navigates his way around that.
Very nicely done there. Not easy to go mid-bridge and just drop and make sure you don't get naded out. Goes Mangler Pit all the way back to Elevator. And even though camo dissipates, that'll give them an opportunity to reset here and start to push off his push. Eventually he's traded out, but once again, who else is there? It's Snakebite right shoulder to shoulder with Frosty.
Very interesting there. Pure just set up a full-on assault onto A. So they flooded through pipes towards Turbine. They picked up 2 or 3 kills as well, and it's worked for them, because not only did they get the kills, they managed to flip A. So now they have the A-B hold, and a chance maybe just to get a foothold. But as I say it, it's going to be Snakebite in the feed again. 4-on-1 from the restart here. 2 dead, make it 3 dead momentarily, and A will be reconverted with Royal 2 and Renegade here. They might be able to do even more.
He's the insta stick. Renegade was either going to kill him with the insta or he was going to kill him with the stick, delivering multiple versions of death here in the game. And to be honest, speaking of, it's also getting very dangerous score-wise, as we said. Even just with a 2-cap hold here, we're already in the 220s.
Getting closer and closer to closing this one out as well, and it hasn't been a game that's been based upon triple caps. It's been a game that's been based upon complete and utter control. And now that control has been established with last shot down to no shields and 2 players already in the death screen, FaZe think about that triple cap. Frosty also has the shock rifle. 3 dead hit for Pure. It feels like we're on the home straight.
We're going to just shock him out here. Frosty's not afraid to just keep dealing damage. By the way, great damage from Renegade into Whirlpool. Even though he was going to be taken down, he had a nice extra damage onto Druck to make sure they're going to be able to flip B now as well. They continue scoring. 5 points to go.
2 dead though for FaZe. B's going to be flipped. Even though Royal 2 is in a position to put some damage down, he's not going to be in a position to really do much about this. Camo goes over to Pure, and even though they have 244 points on the board here, FaZe, that number is not 250, so this game is not done yet.
Not done yet. It will need to be the best Halo we may have ever seen this season from Pure if they're going to make this happen. Snakebite just desperately going for a trade there, and then he doesn't get it, so 2 stay dead. Now make it 3 dead. Royal 2 is the last player alive once again. He life will be cleaned up here. He will. 4 dead for FaZe. And now the trip cap starts.
Okay.
And can you imagine?
Okay.
I'm not going to get too excited yet here, but trip cap in effect for Pure.
All Pure have to do at this point is trade kills. Doesn't have to be perfect. If you are trading every single kill, no one can get inside one of those strongholds. That's the beauty of the triple cap. It's not about being perfect. It's about being good enough to trade out those kills.
Watch the kill feed. Druck's the first to fall. If we see 2 dead here for Pure, that could be the game.
2 dead for FaZe, though.
3 dead. Cherish, last player alive.
Might be able to make a play on A here, though.
Can you
Renegade
imagine?
has no idea. Renegade has no idea. Cherish gets the kill, gets the reset. The triple cap will stay in effect here for Pure.
Okay, I wasn't getting excited, but now things are getting out of hand. As you said, all they need to continue doing is continue trading.
3 dead! A killing spree for Cherish! Off the back of being last alive, getting the reset onto A, and all of a sudden we have a game on our hands here. Camo is coming up in around 7 seconds as well.
Can you imagine? This is getting way too close for comfort here for FaZe. 181 to 244. The kill feed will determine where this goes. Royal 2 gets the camo.
Shroud down, Camo picked up. Gets hit by the splash damage from the plasmas though, but it is at least a foothold here. They managed to get C, and they have the camo as well.
What does he do here? Game in his hands.
These kind of decisions are where maps are won and lost. It's 2 dead. Here on the side of Pure, Royal 2 will step inside of B and flip it. And even though they will be scoring, Druck is over at C. And Pure will stop the scoring, but it's all about A and B here. You can see Royal 2 is waiting inside of B, waiting for the push. FaZe are inside of A. They're going to flip it. They have the AB hold. Desperation nades, desperation plays coming in as Pure will dive into B.
They triple stack B. Can Druck finish it? Druck does finish it. Still scoring. 248 on the board for FaZe. They don't end it. And it was 3 dead.
Frosty now's going to come under pressure himself. B and C still controlled here by Pure.
Oh. 2 dead still.
Cherish is going to flank onto Snakebite. B and C still in their hands, still scoring. Pure will not die.
Unbelievable. They're going to start to flip A as well. They're going to start to flip A. They will start to trip cap here at the 225 mark.
Two dead on the side of FaZe.
This might just happen.
2 dead on the side of FaZe. Snakebite down to no shields. Inside of B. They will get B and slow the scoring, but slowing the scoring does not stop the scoring. A trade for Cherish over A.
My God, did they ever need B here? 244. Somehow, Pure has done it. It's happening.
Pure inside of A. 2 dead for Pure though. Last shot flies in. The trade will come in from Snakebite. And at 248 to 248.
Look at B.
FaZe, they play for A.
Look at B. B is flipping.
Pure inside of B. Pure inside of B.
248 on the board. Will they get this? Now contested to be again. Tied at 248.
FaZe are going to pick up some kills though. Torlik needs to be a hero. FaZe will close it out. Oh my God, FaZe will close it out. You will not see a more intense, more ridiculous game of recharge strongholds for quite some time. FaZe will win it. We are tied up at 2-2, and we are going to that game 5.
We got to take a look specifically at this last minute. It was 248 to 212. FaZe stayed 2 dead time and time again. And somehow, some way, Cherish and Tolik will now rotate A. And they were trip capping here, by the way. Look at Snakebite getting B here. Look at Snakebite.
One bullet.
Where's the nades? No one's nading back left bat. No one is nading L2. And Snakebite gets away with B. And it changes the course of the game. It keeps FaZe alive in the tournament.
It changes the course of the game, but does it change the course of history here? Snakebite staying alive. He's then back into the fight. Gets the trade onto top A as well. Frosty will finish it, and then it just becomes a game of Rumble Pit in and around B. Everybody is diving in. Pure initially get the conversion, but 2 players contest from FaZe. Renegade flies in as well. Frosty manages to watch the ball edge, and at the last second, even though Tolik makes a desperate play to contest, FaZe hold on.
Unbelievable. Let's not forget. By the way, very different reactions there. It's a pop-off from Renegade, and World 2 just kind of scratches his chin thinking, how on earth did we let that happen? Talk about the heart of Pure. They were down 248 to 90 or so. And I know I said I wasn't going to get too excited yet because it was an insane task. They bring it all the way back to tied at 248. They essentially only allowed 2 breaks in their entire setup. And that's all they had room for, and that's all it took for FaZe to take it. This is Street Slayer at Salt Lake City. The last time we saw these two play the game, it was a game 5. FaZe won it 50-46, and you couldn't ask for anything better. And let's not forget Snakebite, who, take a look for just a moment at the KD category here.
Not reading this wrong.
And you will see one of these is not like the others. Snakebite goes 19-8 in a game that they win by 4. With a 2.38 KD in a game 5 Slayer. The man you can depend on. He did it in Salt Lake. The question is, can they do it here now? We're tied 2-2, both of these teams, as we see FaZe re-entering the stage here after a short player break after game number 4. That's the man on your screen here. He's the first to return to the stage. Question is, can he do something similar as he did in Salt Lake City? This is your series layout so far. These two teams exchanging game types back and forth. Pure takes an overtime King of the Hill live fire. Just in case you're just joining us, a quick recap. Slayer Aquarius, a clean win for the side of FaZe. CTF Argyle goes down to the wire. It's a 3-2 win for Pure. The Strongholds recharge in one of the most absurd Strongholds matches we've seen in the Halo Championship Series.
Just watch it back.
You have to watch it back. Because it is a match we will not forget. It is already, I would go on record as saying, the most memorable Strongholds match I've ever seen. Now Street Slayer will be your game 5 to decide everything. Tournament lives on the line, Halo World Championship on the line for both teams.
Now this is the real test for Pure here. It's an interesting game to lose because I reckon at many points in that game they thought this one's gone. Let's think about game 5. But they make such a great run, such a great comeback, that it almost doesn't feel like a loss. It feels like you've stolen something away from FaZe, that you've got inside of their heads a little bit, showing that they cannot take you lightly at any point in a map. This is the records of FaZe and Pure when it comes to this game 5 though. And there is a reason that FaZe have won championships. There's a reason that FaZe win these close series, and it is their game 5 ability. And when you look at those records, you look at the wins in those game 5s, that is what keeps them going in these tournaments and keeps them getting closer to World Championships.
We are tied up 2-2 here, with only one game to decide if FaZe can even continue playing in the Halo World Championship, or if Pure will continue their Cinderella run, which has been something for the history books. And as you said, 5-1 at the World Championship alone for FaZe in Street Slayer. It's a tough record to go up against, but I think you made a great point. Pure will not be coming off of game 4 disheartened in the same way they would have if that game had been, say, a 250-82 blowout. Instead, they have gained something from that. And they can really take what they were able to do just now, even though it's a heartbreaking defeat. And they might, instead, they would have just shaken hands if they won that game. Crazy to think about. This series would be over. They would be backstage, cameras in their faces, celebrating a guaranteed top 3 finish. Instead, they need to stay on the stage. They did not get the job done. FaZe shuts it down in the last second off of a hero play from Snakebite on your screen at B. Still cannot believe he gets away with that as the only player alive. Let's take a look at the elimination bracket so far and how we got here.
Let's take a look at the Pure side first, right? 3-0 versus Cloud9. Cloud9, who a lot of people, myself included, thought were going to have a big impact on this tournament. They deal with them very comfortably. Quadrant versus Pure, an insane series. If you watched it back, if you were part of it, an amazing run from them. But then the biggest result, which would have filled themselves with so much belief, was the 3-0 win over Shopify Rebellion. The sweep against a team who would have been thinking about making it to a grand final, who expected to be here on Sunday. Well, they Pure quite simply take their spot.
And as you saw on your screen there on the winner side of the bracket, don't forget right after this, Optic Gaming versus Space Station in the winner's bracket final.
Not a bad follow-up.
Not a bad follow-up at all. Keep your tabs open. Stay close, because it's going to be non-stop World Championship Halo all day for you here on Championship Sunday. Ladies and gentlemen, one game remains between FaZe and Pure. And it's a street slayer to decide who gets to continue on Championship Sunday and who will go home in 4th place.
Game 5. The series always felt like it was going to come down to this. The twists, the turns, the seesaw and momentum in skill and ability and in heart from both sides of this stage. Now one of them can continue and only one. It's a game 5. It's Pure, it's FaZe, and we're starting off with Cherished.
It has already been an unforgettable series. Cherished hits his back whack, Frosty just a second late, and he's gonna be thankful for it to steal the red gun. As the first few kills go the way of Pure on this battle, bottom middle, traded out at 2-2.
FaZe get this red gun though. We know how important the Stalker is.
Oh, pancakes up
down on a pancake. Perfect way to start your day.
And what a series it's been so far. Frosty might get caught out of benches, he does, but it felt like a series that always needed to go to game 5. As we said, these two were tied 6-6 in games on the year. We needed a tiebreaker, we needed a game 5, and here we are.
Camo's still up, by the way. Almost a full minute into this game.
Crazy.
Camo is still up. No one has been able to clear enough of a path to it in order to get away safely. Finally, it looks like FaZe might have just about got their hands on it. It's going to be Frosty who does find it, but Twalik finds the kill onto Snakebite, excuse me. And now Frosty has to be careful. He can get away with the camo after securing the kill.
Beautifully done. Did you notice the trigger discipline? Did you notice the timing, the late trigger pull? Oh, make sure he did not get
2. Oh, it's 3! Frosty puts him into the lead. He is a perfect use of the camo.
Absolutely beautifully done. Just the timing there to make sure he did not appear too early. It just times the last shot of that kill. It leads to a triple kill. And now momentum for them as well. They lead by 2.
After seeing what we've seen so far in this series, I'm not really bothered about leads. I'm bothered about what the final score is, because leads could disappear. Comebacks can happen, and it's been proven on both sides of this stage. However, the lead is 2 in the side of FaZe. Frosty's still alive in and around the PD, trying to help Renegade stay alive. Not going to be able to do so, but even off the back of the last camo play, we've now found enough timing, spending in this game for the next one to be available.
Beautifully done from Frosty to take that 1v1 on Caffeinated Tower. Those are the types of 1v1s that win you games. The confidence to maintain your map position. They now lead here by 3. Cherish gets the camel, but it will be a camel burn.
Frosty is 7-1 at the start of this game, by the way. 7-1. Might be 7-2 in a second if he's not careful. Here's the drop side to get back. A little bit closer to Tram, and now assigns his reticle towards the arcade side and the driveway. FaZe now slowing this down very, very smartly. They know they've earned this lead. They can earn the way and the pace that this game will be played at.
Red gun here for Frosty as well. We know what he's capable of, especially all it takes is one little ding of the rifle to change the tide of a battle. 12-15. I have to say, Pure have done well to keep this game close. And if we've learned anything from that last game, and to be honest, the entire series, nice double man push here up C steps, is that you cannot count Pure out of any game. They're tied at 15.
3 dead. Renegade was last alive. And Torlik is leading the charge for his team. 5-3 at the moment. Druck just behind him, 6-4 for him. And we are going to see a lead change. Last shot manages to find Renegade, who was, remember, the last alive of that previous wave. And now, all of a sudden, FaZe are finding themselves in somewhat of a blender here.
My
Another
God.
one for Tonic.
It was just 15-10, and now just like that, Pure has brought it back to 19-16. Let's get to a listen in here in Game 5 with Pure.
They spawned right to play. Ice cream around 3 shot.
They spawned right to Joey.
Nice.
Get out.
Live.
Get out.
Mid, might be it for me.
Camo soon, guys. 20 seconds. You ready yourself, Druck.
Alright, let's pitch B then.
Pitch B now. Red gun, one shot, B.
I got one. Wait.
That's a dead. That's red gun. We gotta get this.
I'm naked mid.
You're red gun, Hunter.
No, I'm trying to get out.
Try to get out.
Watch out.
Camo, guys. Camo.
Pills are now.
Yo, guys, hit a link.
One shot.
Camo's up.
Okay, yeah, we're hitting B.
They have red gun and B. Red gun and B.
I'm looking arcade.
Driver John.
Yo, one shot.
Driver John still?
Two cap.
Yeah, I don't think I guess.
Two cafe right now. They're shooting.
Yo, middle camo, guys. Middle camo. Bottom middle camo.
Somebody going tires.
I died. Camo sergeant.
Alright, heard that. I'm going back to random.
Live.
He's gonna be honest. No, dead. B-step with kill. He's going B-step to Bureau the trash.
Yo, I'm Ivy, guys. Watch out, Ivy. Watch out, Ivy roll 2. Watch out on the C roll 2, Druck. Can you look at that?
Camo was trash last scene.
Play to me.
Mid trash, man.
Druck, look at me. Yo, 2 minutes. Back it up. Watch out, Druck. They might sweep.
I'm looking mid right now. I'm seeing B-step.
Alright, yo, Druck, I'm looking at Commander.
They haven't got on.
Red gun's gonna be up soon.
I'm needing him.
What a run this has been from Pure. 2 kills between the two teams, but it could not be closer. As now FaZe with that kill from Snakebite bring this game to within just 1 kill.
And even with the 1 kill lead, you had a feeling in the comms there, they just don't have a full grip on the game just yet. You heard they were not set up for that camo. Frosty gets away with it bottom middle despite being 1 shot at B stairs. That was a big factor in FaZe staying close in this. However, we must say, Pure still leading here by 1. Oh! Not anymore.
So many players would have just surrendered their life in that position, but Renegade turns around and hits 2 massive shots to deal with last shot. And even though the game is tied, Renegade versus Cherished is going to go the way of FaZe. But the immediate answer back comes again. This is just back and forth. You cannot get a lead of more than 1 or 2 in this game.
Could not have asked for a better series. Still tied here at 28 between these two, and just so evenly matched in every single game type so far. We're going to be tied at the midway part.
FaZe eke out a 1 kill advantage. Stalker rifle, though, is going to go into the hands of Pure. And you could hear from the listening, right? You could hear from the comms how much stress they were putting on the location of that Stalker rifle. Now that they have it, they can lane this camo, and FaZe will have to take damage.
Big wins from Royal 2, especially if he gets the second one as well, or is able to stay alive. Nicely done with the Shroud. However, the kills do come in, and most importantly, it's going to be Cherished with the camo. This, tournament in his hands here. How do they play this?
Frosty finds 1 onto last shot as well. He is last alive momentarily. Rest of Pure now off the respawn. A player who is probably the least talked about on this main stage now has the chance to put his name up in lights. Royal 2 will fall.
Oh! Spot him out though! Renegade gets a perfect kill on the camo turning away. Beautifully done to neutralize that camo. Tolic stays alive for a second.
Frosty looking to clean up some of this damage. Druck will be taken down. Can he survive? No, last shots on the flank once more. Still, it is going to be FaZe who have eked out the biggest lead that we've seen in this game for quite some time. It's 3 kills in their favor.
Finally, maybe a moment to breathe for them. As you say, 36-33, could be even more. You have to assume Renegade doesn't want to take any chances. Love the nades that are coming in there. How beautifully is that done from Frosty? I think that was a heaven nade to make sure he took out the player on plants. Now they lead 37-33.
Cherish might not be able to eke out a kill here himself. Tolic and Druck will find 2. FaZe find themselves 2 dead. But the lead still stays intact, and now that lead really does become important. Now that lead really does mean something, as the deaths to play with on either side start to dwindle down.
Far from over, just still a 3-kill lead. FaZe knows it. Pure knows it's still within not just reasonable distance, but 1 wipe of Slays, and they're back in the lead.
Next camo could be the game. Next camo could be the game. 15 seconds till it comes up. If it goes the way of FaZe, then they should be able to close this game and series out. But If it goes the way of Pure and they pick up the kills around it, we could see yet another astronomical comeback from them in this series. 40 kills now for FaZe. Snakebite will get that camo, and all of a sudden FaZe have come to life when it really matters. And it's Snakebite who finds one. Look for the second onto Cherished. Royal 2 will clean it up, and it looks like FaZe have taken the lead and have taken momentum in this series at just the right time.
Now a 5-kill lead. Frosty still with the red gun. It feels like he's had this the entire game, and unsurprisingly, he's 15-7 as a result. Also a very, very nicely done tactical camo grab from FaZe. You saw how that was grabbed with the Shroud. Snakebite's able to put some kills on the board with it as well. And just like that, they get their 43rd.
And the nukes are coming in on that driveway from Pure. They've just thrown every single piece of utility they did have. Druck is going to fly in, doesn't get the kill though. Last shot's going to be trying to follow up on this damage. A lot of FaZe players are weak in the back of Tram here. All of them are going to fall in. 3 dead. Renegade is last alive, but where is he? He's on the driveway. And it's a 3-kill game. What a push that is for Pure.
Here they come.
The Swarm. Renegade though, he's got the frag grenade. Renegade with the frag. Gets one and removes the shields of another.
Gets taken down though. Traded out right away. Traded out right away. Somehow we're still 46-43. Pure staying in this. Here they come, pushing out towards A. Big kills. 47 on the board. What a play from Renegade to bait out Red Room the way he did, even though he trades out with one of them. It's a 2-for-1 trade overall, leading now to a 47-43 game.
3 more needed here for FaZe to keep themselves alive in the tournament, to keep their hopes of defending their throne alive. Now it's 2, thanks to Renegade. Cherished, he's going to be 49. It's Snakebite on your screen who gets FaZe within 1 kill of keeping themselves in this elimination bracket and sending Pure home.
Snakebite cool as ever on that kill, doesn't even trade. And now they're just 1 kill away, and you get the feeling it's just a matter of time here.
Attempted trade comes in from Torlik. It's not going to happen. Torlik somehow stays alive here. And even though he's got no shields, no one from FaZe is thinking about throwing this.
Take it
Renegade flies in.
He's going.
Druck! Wait! Gets the kill as well. Anyone to follow up on this damage? Frosty doesn't want to go. No one wants to go.
Camo's up, by the way. Camo is up. Let's see if there's a grab coming.
Wait a minute.
If Druck gets this.
Wait a minute. Druck! He gets the kill as well.
What is happening?
Oh my God. FaZe want this kill, but they cannot find it.
Did Lasher get camo? Where is this camo? He has camo at 47-49. Unbelievable.
FaZe put themselves in a position where they can trade. They just want to play together. They're all trapped at the back of tower, back of PD.
Where's the help? What's the play call here?
Waiting to see if they can eagle eye this camo. No nades here for last shot. FaZe are going to try and take space as the camo dissipates. If Pure make this push, if Pure get the 4 dead without trading,
just 3,
they will stay alive. They will knock FaZe out.
1 minute remaining.
60 seconds to make the play.
The most important lives and deaths of these players' careers on your screen right now. They cannot forfeit a single death.
And they know at some point they have to go. Cherish, damage. They're gonna have to play off this soon. They know that they don't want to be the last death. No one wants to be the last death in this situation. Frosty and FaZe know their job. Just trade. All they have to do. Frosty just holding down this P streak with this commando. Whoa. The shields are broken. They're trying to push on the Tonic here, but he's got the repulse. He's got the repulse, but can he survive? No! Royal 2 keeps FaZe alive.
Ooh, choice words from Royal 2.
Changes some words across that stage at Pure. FaZe still here, still alive, and still in a position to defend their World Championships.
Renegade and Royal 2, they'll exchange some handshakes, but as you saw, they pointed in one direction, and it was off the stage. In the end, it's a 50-47 Game 5 between the two squads. And even though we saw late game camo coming into play, even though we saw Pure continuing an unbelievable run, it's FaZe who ices up and makes sure to close out game number 5 as they have done so many times before.
What a series. What an incredible, incredible series. And even though Pure are going to be absolutely heartbroken, shattered, they played their part in that series. and somehow, some way, almost, in the most unlikely of circumstances in some of those games, kept their run going. But FaZe are FaZe for a reason. They are multiple-time champions for a reason. And it's because in the biggest games, when the lights shine brightest, the pressure simply does not get to them.
Look at this series layout. With the exception of game number 2, this could not have been closer. Unbelievable score lines and unbelievable stories that are coming out. How about even the final exchange? Talik in B, ready with the repulse. Just in case anyone pushes music, he can repulse them back to tires, he can repulse them back to plants. It took a perfect 2-man push from FaZe to wrap around music. One player goes B, one player goes from music, and Talik still hits the repulse, which would have been perfect if it wasn't a perfectly timed push from FaZe to end the game down to the wire. That series had everything, and I feel so lucky to have casted it with you, and I'm so glad that it was our first match of the day. It was already an unforgettable one, and that's just match number 1.
Yeah, that's match number 1, and I mean, it was one thing for us to cast it, one thing for you to watch it at home or in the arena here in Seattle, but I want to know what it feels like to be a part of it. We've got Renegade down on our main stage now with Blaze.
Thank you so much, Onset and Brav. Seattle, make some noise for FaZe Clan as they survive a grueling matchup there against Pure, and it was pure nerves on this stage. Renegade, where does that matchup rank up in some of the greats you've played?
That might have been the best Halo match I played of all time.
Boy, that was one to watch, okay? Oh my God, so right here, you guys are down 2-1 after you lose to Argyle, and then you go into the strongholds and you're up, 244 to about 80, and you in that trip cap. What was going on in your mind when they finally reached that 241?
Well, the game resetted. I don't know what happened. I guess this game crashed, but I think we kind of let off the gas a little bit because we had such a big lead. And I mean, in this game, recharge strongholds especially, like if you get a trip cap and a snowball and a shot kill or any kills here, it's like you can instantly lose. So that was like insane.
It definitely was, okay? And you clutched up there in that last hill to make sure you closed it out for your team. And then going into that Slayer, man, it was neck and neck towards the end. You guys had 49, it was about 49, 42, and they started to come back. What was the game plan? Just kind of wait for the camo, wait for them to push you?
Yeah, I think we started all trying to win the game, and then they were playing really good defense, and they kept killing us one by one. So we're just we cannot move. They have to make the play. They have the camo. So we waited. We played patient. And luckily, Matt got the kill.
He got the kill. All right, you guys get it done. Still in the tournament. We'll find out who you're gonna play between Space Station and Optic. But what do you want to say to these FaZe fans that had to go up against the rest of the crowd here?
I want to say thank you guys. I hear you guys. I hear you guys loud and clear. And job's not done. Job is not done.
The job is not done for the defending world champions. That's going to do it for me and Renegade on the stage. Lot, break it down.
I mean, break it down. I'm breaking down right now because some of the moments in that series had my knees weak in many situations for Pure and for FaZe. Heartbreaker, to be honest. I think when you look at a series against FaZe and Pure, it's always heartbreaking. We've had a couple of times, actually maybe this is our 3rd time, we've gone to a game 5 where it's been so back and forth, you're not sure who's honestly going to be taking it in this series. And again, flip this series percentages on their head once again. Clutch, what are your thoughts coming out of that crazy one?
I mean, this is how many major moments are in this series that we have to jump to game 2. We don't even get to watch FaZe attempt to play time with 2 minutes. And Pure getting 3 straight hills to steal game 1 in a game they were heavily outplayed. FaZe came back, dominated game 2, got right back in this series. And then game 4, recharge strongholds. FaZe were running away with it. It was a trip cap, everything going in their favor. We have the reset, the technical issues, and all of a sudden, Pure woke up. They got full control, and this batteries fight at the end where Cherished is playing his life so perfectly. I'm paying attention to the kill feed because it's absolute chaos on the screen. Somehow, FaZe continued to have numbers throughout this chaos. Push this series to a game 5. And when you go to game 5 against FaZe, good luck. Because FaZe started this game 5 out the way that they needed to. It was on the back of Frosty, starting with a 9-1 start, playing absolute perfect with this camo, choosing when to reveal himself, when to pick up these kills. And Frosty keeps FaZe alive in this tournament for at least one more series.
They certainly do indeed. I think at the end there, you just felt the room go so silent. You know how much those final moments, those final kills mean to everyone on that stage. In that final moment, you're looking at a situation where most people maybe who aren't used to Halo are saying, oh, well, they need 1 kill, surely. When it's 47, though, you only need 1 squad wipe, not even. right, to get that done. You can put yourself in a situation against the likes of Pure where you can easily go down without a trade. And Tony, those final moments, they're tiptoeing for a very good reason.
Yeah, I think FaZe recognized the situation that they did have the lead and time was winding down. They knew Pure had to make a play. But then there was also whoever made that play call and recognized that Talik was arcade by himself, almost like a quarterback checking down his options. They checked down that fact that Talik is by himself arcade. 1, 2, 3. We have to push him. And even though Talik had that repulse, which was great to hold the perimeter, I love that play call by FaZe to push him and guarantee the win instead of trying to let time take over there.
Well, I can guarantee you what was going on in the comms of FaZe right there. Frosty is holding the entire pink side. The second he spots 2, FaZe know they need 1. FaZe know that at least 2 are on the right side. They have to hit left. The second that they spotted Talik, they knew, trade this guy out immediately before one of us goes down and the push from pink comes through. So Frosty doing a phenomenal job of anchoring that position, not giving up his life, and giving FaZe every bit of information they needed at the end.
I also think that in that sense as well, the repulse kind of didn't work out in his favor because it pushed a player back to be able to just get that little cheeky shot, you know, behind the pillar. It's those situations we talk about it all the time, margins. Elimination bracket is where margins are built to go forward. Huge, huge stuff coming out of that series. We could talk about it all day long, but we don't have all day because our winners finals is set in stone. Space Station Gaming versus Optic Gaming happening so shortly. That one, surely it has to be a banger following Pure and FaZe. I mean, they have to put on a show for us, right, Clutch?
I hope the crowd got plenty of sleep, because if that is a prequel of what's to come for the rest of this day, this place is gonna be rocking. You have SSG and Optic Gaming. You know the green wall is gonna come out strong. SSG has a ton of fans as well. And hopefully we see some close series like the one we just saw, because that would be a phenomenal way to end the season.
It certainly would. I'm a fan of everything that is happening on that stage today, and I cannot wait to see what we've got coming up next, because our winners finals is ready to go. We've got Space Station versus Optic coming your way right after this break.
The 2024 Halo World Championship is presented by AMD.
in Europe right now, and that's exactly what Quadra needed. Triple kill on the other side for SLG.
Oh, another overkill!
Happening!
When you need to turn up big, SLG.
And once again, the ball is going to get played. Mental actually going to throw the snipe off the map, but Lucid catches it. Lucid catches the snipe in midair before it can go off the map. And let's see what this means for Optic Gaming's new setup.
Yeah, he wanted to get rid of that one completely. It's still a near full sniper, 7 bullets. Let's see what Lucid decides to do here. Ball is going to be able to draw some players off from Shopify into some odd locations, and there's gonna be one pick over into dummies, second pick onto the silo. Just gonna jump out, no scope for the triple kill. Wait, can he do it all?
Wait! Lucid! You madman! An overkill! He catches the snipe, and he takes over with it!
We've been seeing some crazy moments this event and even more this year. That was your AMD Power Play of the year. Lucid, the overkill at HCS Atlanta, the dulcet tones of Clutch on the mic, Walshy in the background getting just about as hype as I think you could ask for Walshy for sure. But Lucid, just unbelievable scenes. So many amazing players that we have in the HCS, and Lucid will be on that stage very shortly. Clutch, that moment takes you back because I know that, you know, things like that, it's everything you could ask for to commentate under, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that's the best clip I've ever seen at a tournament, and of course it comes from probably the most successful Halo Infinite player so far, I'd say, as an individual, consistently doing what he does. It's impressive, but that was a special play, and if that has any indication of what's to come here on this winners bracket finals at a world championship, you have 8 players that are all capable of doing something like that if they can catch fire.
They certainly can indeed. Well, we need to talk about this next match. It's going to be on the main stage. It will be your winners finals. Optic Gaming, Space Station Gaming, they're going to be lighting up the stage, and I know their fans are going to be getting loud, but let's talk about them. Green Wall, you're up first. Optic Gaming, the route to success. We've seen so many different ways that they can get to the grand finals, but can they lift a trophy, Clutch?
I absolutely know they have what it takes, and the way they are playing, they are going to be a tough out for SSG. SSG, I'm looking to see how the early series games go in this one, because Optic Gaming, when they've beaten SSG, they've gotten out to that lead. They have extended series long. When SSG tend to beat Optic Gaming, it is through domination. Once they catch momentum, it is so difficult to stop these guys. So what can Optic bring in these early games?
Now, the map set's actually really good for both teams, Tony, in terms of statistically. So certain, evenness to it here, going up against one another. In this series, though, who do you expect to have a hot start?
Well, that really is the good question, because it's Oddball Live Fighter is going to be the first map that they end up playing. And, you have one team, and SSG has only lost one game mode of map combination on one side, and then Optic, who've only lost 2 so far this entire year. So it's a very strong game type and map combination for both of these squads. I know that Optic have a chip on their shoulder. I feel like this game number 1 means so much for them, because SSG are the ultimate team in game 2s when it comes to bounce back. So look for Optic to come off hot.
All right, then. Space Station Gaming, though, they are looking to take this all the way into the grand finals, continue their dominant run that they've had this season, because wouldn't it be nice? Clutch, when you're looking at this team so far, we've seen some amazing teamwork, but also for me, it's the individual skill, the pop-offs that we've seen from some people who have really made a difference in some of their biggest matchups so far. Do you think that they can replicate that? Can they bring that to the table today?
It's no question they can. Stellar is having one hell of a tournament already, with multiple clips inside the top 10 for the entire event, and Championship Sunday hasn't even started. The question for me is, it's been quiet on the side of Legend so far as far as highlight reels. Legend is due to pop off, and the MVP for this season is sure to make a statement if SSG is going to win this series.
Tony, looking across all of the roster, looking across the maps in this series, what do you expect out of Space Station Gaming? What do they have to do for you to get this job done?
I I think I'm looking at Stellar, like you said, Wes. I mean, I think Stellar is the player that you're going to look out for when it comes to that damage, when it comes to that 1.14 KD that he averages every time he goes up against that Optic Gaming roster. He really needs to make a play and or make tons of them if they're going to get over that green wall.
Certainly does indeed. One name I don't think we've talked about enough this weekend is honestly just because they've had quite a breeze heading into this position right now, but Bound has been really stepping up to the plate, and I've said it many times about how good this individual is, but I'm seeing a ton of growth from him. I didn't think he could get better joining this roster, but there's something about Legend coming onto this team, which often you would see maybe, hey, he's a really good Slayer, Bound might actually have to take a little bit of heat off of himself as well. But no, they have just been hand in hand, producing the slays, producing the openings, and it's been really good.
Yeah, think about this. 3 years into this man's career, it started with the first event in Halo Infinite, and Bound still yet to accomplish one goal, a world championship. You heard it in his interview on Friday. That is what he is focused on, and the growth of this young man throughout these 3 years to get to this point where when he steps on the stage, he truly knows he's the best player in the server, and he is playing like it all year. There's a case for him to be MVP as well. It's just his teammates stole it from him. But I'm excited to see what Bound has for us as well.
Unbelievable, a thief in the night. I can't wait to see what we've got on the main stage for you guys. The action will unfold very shortly. We're going to head into our winners finals now. Optic versus Space Station Gaming happening right now.
It is winners finals time here, folks, and an opportunity for these two teams to etch their names in history. 5 world champions already on that stage, and with 3 players still chasing the goal, still hunting the dream. Dan, this one's going to be tasty.
Of course, we know the advantage of getting to that grand final first, having that advantage where you don't have to worry about trying to reset the other team. This is what you are playing for here in the winners finals, and of course to get one over maybe unlikely rivals. These two have been going at it all season long, and it is SSG who have had the better of Optic Gaming for 4 out of the 7 times. But can they do it again here?
You know what time it is here, Seattle? Shields up, weapons hot, Optic Gaming versus Space Station.
They really have proved to show us that they are 2 of the best teams in the league. It is so hard to break a difference between the two. In this series layout, you heard the Des talking about it. It's great for both of them. There is no clear victor. It's going to come down to these minor moments, maybe even mistakes that these players make, or maybe just that one moment of brilliance to make a difference.
Difference maker already on your screen. Snipe rifle in the hands of Bound, pops the shield, somehow stays alive. Eco was there to help him. Lucid on scoreboard down to those shields. He takes the chow, he wins it. And these two teams will jostle for position. Ball down on scoreboard. Lucid now. He's got the wig wobbler in his hands. He's getting tanked up in the back. It's a little bit frantic at the moment. There's some chaos in the air.
It was Legend who took him down. Keep an eye on Legend throughout this game as well. He averages 26 kills per game. When we do see Oddball on live fire, a lot of that is down to his camo and his aggression, but it's Dead Zone in this occasion who's been able to pick up that camouflage, and it's given him just the ability to get the backstab here and do a lot of damage.
Damage has been done, 3 dead. Make it 4 now for Space Station. And an opportunity to bring the ball inside house if Optic choose to do so. Dead Zone's going to lead the line. Misses the body shot, does not miss the face onto his former teammate, Stellar. He's got another fight on his hands here. Another former teammate in Eco. He wins that one too. Space Station down 3 members now.
It is worth noting as well, Dead Zone, when he joined this team, and there was a lot of talk, would he be that objective player that maybe Optic were looking for? Actually, when it comes to Oddball, it's usually Trippy who takes the ball time, and this is why, because Dead Zone, he just starts popping off. He's so good with his individual battles as of late.
3 or 4 1v1s. Won by Dead Zone. And here, this Optic Gaming team is going to need them. 45 seconds gained now for the green wall. And they will move this ball back towards tower. Stellar caught unawares. Dead Zone gets another killing spree. Looking towards bound. Backing away. Finally shut down.
That was a great life though from Dead Zone, from Camouflage to taking down 5 different individuals, and it has allowed his team to take quite a significant lead here in the first round of Oddball Live Fire. Space Station haven't even touched the ball yet. Lucid's had it in his hand for the most part, but now instead he gets to play a little bit with the Camouflage.
Ball in neutral position, back down towards scoreboard. Slays favoring Space Station now, and the collapse is going to come. They've got the spot out this Camouflage player. Bound scoops up the ball, Stellar goes down. It's a killing spree for him as well. 2 members of Optic Gaming have already registered killing sprees, and Dead Zone's got hands on the ball. Eco spawns up, he's pushing over towards dummies, but this is plain sailing for Optic Gaming right now.
Lucy just wasting a couple of bullets because he's seen 2 teammates go down and knows he's pretty vulnerable in this spot, but he'll try and hit one onto Eco, but can't quite pull the trigger. So Eco will recover the sniper, but of course it's not going to have as many bullets as he would like. His Formal is now going to be closed in on.
Formal gets a melee, not good enough for the kill, not enough damage was done on Eco beforehand. Stellar's got ball, and they can try and eat away at that lead now that Optic Gaming have put together. Eco's only got a sliver of shields left, shiver of health, excuse me, and Trippy and Formal combined to take them out. They haven't really been able to get a setup, they haven't really gotten comfortable just yet, Space Station. All 4 dead again.
We've only seen Optic Gaming lose this map in mode once all year long, and I think we're starting to see why. They're so good at closing down their opposition when they do have the advantageous position with numbers. That extra player on the map can be such a detriment to the other side. They only need 19 more seconds to secure this first round here, but Space Station, we know what they can do as well here on Live Fire. As soon as they can overturn some of these spawns, which they have, staggered them a little bit, Optic will be on the back foot here.
Formal prioritizing the ball carrier. Heads up play from him. Delaying the seconds that Space Station can get. Trades come through. 3 dead apiece. Lucid and Stellar last man alive. Lucid wins his 1v1. And an opportunity to scoop up the ball and bring it back towards safety.
Often on this map, it's Formal who steps up for Optic Gaming, but we all know that Lucid on Live Fire, it's his playground at times. It's how he can so easily transition from one side of the map to the other, but also focus on the objective when he needs to as well. You can see Optic Gaming just making sure that ball is in a vulnerable area, so it's not an easy grab for SSG here.
Trippy and Formal combining, working in tandem with one another. Fortunately, they have been cut down. SSG's put them in the dirt. And they need him to pick up the pace here, Stellar. 5-3 and 11. It's not something you usually typical and expected to see from him. Lucid wins yet another 1v1 with the Camouflage. 5 fresh shots into Eco. And they've got ball again. So far, this has been flawless from Optic Gaming.
Yeah, 2 out of the ordinary performances on the side of SSG, though. Both Legend and Stellar underperforming based off how they've played so far this season. And it looks like this round should comfortably be going to Optic, but maybe there's one last stand here for SSG.
A little bit of hope. There's so much work to do. So few mistakes can be made now. Dead Zone putting down damage. They're playing on house money now, it would seem. All they have to do is play Slayer and frustrate. This round 1 will go their way. Stellar's been picked. Lucid 2. It's a 3v3 on the map for now. 2 members of SSG inside house. Legend thought about stepping outside, but the weather wasn't looking too good. He didn't pack his rain jacket. He goes down. Sniper rifle top middle. Stellar will win that fight.
Enemy has the ball.
And SSG have got hands on ball. SSG's could be about to go Old Testament. Optic Gaming have got to be careful. They can ill afford to hand the goodies over to Space Station.
This is always the worry against SSG. Even though they're down, even though you might think they're out, they always have that opportunity to get back into a game, especially if you give power weapons to Stellar. 40 seconds on the clock, a long way to go, but Optic are all 4 dead. This round is not over just yet.
Always the worry, always the concern. All the work that you can put in early in the round can be eaten away at. And that's exactly what we're starting to see from Space Station. Stellar rips one more. And he might not be done just yet. Still got 4 bullets to play with. Formal's gonna come through cut. Stellar just looked away. Body connects onto Dead Zone. But Deadzone's got the ball. He got 2 more seconds. Trippy, he's gonna drop down. 2 members of Optic Gaming are there. They secure round 1.
SSG just unable to play that ball over towards green, and it allowed Optic to swoop in, but I think the round was deserved for their opening performance here on Live Fire. And SSG really struggled to keep up with the pace and the structure that we just saw from Optic Gaming in round 1. But now you've got to replicate it. Now that Oddball is round-based here in Halo Infinite, you can't afford to use that momentum from before. You have to restart, you have to go again on these starting strategies. And Optic have lost 2 here, but Trippy has done a lot of damage over from 3.
It's been a miserable old season for Optic Gaming up to this point. Living in the shadows of Space Station. 3 of the 4 major championships have gone the way of SSG. The other one going to FaZe in London. Optic Gaming have gotten the 2nd place time and time again. You've been here, you've seen it, you've witnessed it. Is this the time? Is this the Sunday that Optic Gaming finally get their hands on that gold?
Arlington 2nd place, London 2nd place, Atlanta 2nd place, and Salt Lake City, you guessed it, 2nd place. Optic have just not been able to get over that final hurdle, and often the hurdle has been Space Station. But maybe there is something a little bit different in the water here in Seattle, because Optic have done it before. 2 seasons ago, they lifted that trophy. They became the champions. And Formal, he became a history maker, returning to Halo and once again becoming a world champ. But can he add another to his title? It could all start in this first game. You want to start hot against SSG. But at the moment, Optic Gaming, they've allowed 3 of themselves to fall here, and SSG should get a little bit of ball control.
And for Space Station, how much would this World Championship mean to them? Year 1, Optic Gaming claim it. Year 2, it's FaZe. Space Station, the only team of the top 3 yet to claim a World Championship. Bound has not got a World Championship. Legend could be the first ever European player to get his hands on the most coveted prize in all of Halo. But they have got to face up against Optic Gaming here, who appear to be in really good form.
And I think what's terrifying is not only if you've got either Optic or SSG in your way, but down in that elimination bracket, of course, we have FaZe Clan. After winning that Game 5 versus Pure, they'll be down like sharks in the water, waiting to have a bite at either of these 2 that will fall. But SSG are more than capable of coming back into this game in particular. You can already see it is a shallow lead right now in round 2. Optic just defending, and that's good from Lucid. Play ball's very important here against SSG. You don't want to allow them to get that tower set up. 3 dead, it could be 4 if Lucid doesn't escape.
He's isolated, and he's still taking damage. Desperately wants to try and get his shields back. Creates a little bit of magic to get that kill onto Stellar. But the ball still belongs to Space Station. The camouflage too. And it's in the chest of Bound. Deadzone gets 1. Bound takes him out of the equation. 3 dead for the green wall. And now Space Station have something to build upon. Space Station have something to hold with this lead.
All 4 dead again for Optic. Ball in the hands of Space Station. Stella can move towards the rest of the team. They're going to be able to hold house here. I think green spawns is potentially where they are, yes. So now Bound's going to be in a really good position to do some damage here.
Bound doing that damage, but just can't quite get the kill. Trippy and Deadzone come back for more. They get the one that they needed. Stellar, because of that, has forced to rotate the ball into a position where he can play it if he is contended. He tosses it towards camouflage, tries to get it into no man's land. 3 members of SSG hit the dirt. Formal's got the sniper rifle, and he could be about to put more there.
I think what's impressed me so far about both teams is they've not relied on their usual oddball player to be picking up time. Everyone has been playing their part. Both Legend and Trippy usually hold 46% of the ball time for their teams, but you can see by the stats, they have not been the guy. They have not been the one that's relied on in that scenario. Instead, everyone doing their job as Eco tries to stay alive, takes down Deadzone, all 4 dead again for Optic Gaming.
It's a needs-must situation for Space Station. They will not be fitting into roles today. Anything that needs to be done will be done by any single player. You want to win championships, you've got to be flexible. You've got to alter things on the fly, and there's very few better than Space Station at doing just that. Figuring teams out and doing what needs to be done to win the game. Eco connects with 1. Ball's down. And they've scooped it up once more. with intentions of bringing it back towards tower.
SSG were being outslayed by about 8 in the first round, but now they are outslaying Optic. They've been able to get right back into it thanks to this round, and a lot of it thanks to this man. Eco, 25 kills on the board now. Is he in that championship form that we have seen many a time in Halo? But boy, would he love to lift a Halo Infinite World Championship.
Dead Zone and Lucid in the grave. Legend is there too. Numbers advantage favor Space Station for the moment. Camouflage has just popped up. That's going to mean Eco has got to drop the ball and try and apply some pressure. Trippy scooped it up. One of the win conditions have gone towards Optic now. Eco has it all to do. When do you play this ball? You know the pressure's going to come. It's coming to the shape in the form of Trippy. He gets one. The ball will not play. It'll be caught in the lip. And it's into the grasp of Optic Gaming.
One of the advantages of having the camouflage, of course, you can just catch them off guard a little bit, but I think you mentioned it. Maybe you could have played it preemptively, expecting that push to happen, knowing the camouflage has been grabbed, but you also want to get as much time as possible. Try and push it right to the brim. As Trippy looks to find yet another, and he's got 28 kills. Usually he's the one holding the ball, but he says, actually, I'm having the game of my life.
33 seconds to lead. Snipe rifles down top middle. Formal scooped it up, but he has not been able to get away from it. Eco with snipe, Eco with ball. He'll be looking to pass this one over and go to work. As he brings it back towards tower, you know he wants to pass this ball, or indeed the snipe rifle over. But 3 members of Optic Gaming are in the grave. Seconds starting to dwindle away now for the green wall, as Space Station will answer back in round 2. 1-1 now the score.
Such a dominant first round from Optic Gaming, but what a response that is from SSG. And again, they show why they are the current champions of LAN back in Salt Lake City. And of course, in Atlanta as well. Can they make it 3 in a row and make it a world championship? It's a long road though, that's the thing. You get to those grand finals, you might be thinking you have the advantage, but we've seen resets happen. I mean, SSG did it back in Salt Lake City, of course. Remnants of that maybe lingering here for Optic Gaming.
Of course, it was 1 year ago when FaZe Clan reset the bracket onto Optic. Performed the same feat. It really has been a year and a bit of misery for Optic. Looking to change their fortunes once and for all here. Eco, he's not interested in that story. He doesn't care about what woes Optic Gaming might be feeling right now. He only wants the gold. That's what they've been playing for all season long. That's why they've been scrimming day in, day out.
Fulmore averages about 27 kills per game here on live fire oddball, but he's only at 18 at the moment. It hasn't been the formal performance you're used to seeing, but often he is the one who gets this camouflage, gets to go to work like this. He was denied a lot of that in round 2 by SSG. 3 of his teammates have fallen, so he has really got to try and do his best to stop this ball from being taken to tower.
2 shots at the Legends back. Trippy's grenade arrives right on time. Formal will skip away now. They've got the pick they need. As a matter of fact, they've got 2. So Eco and Bound have to fight off the back foot. Try to do some damage and wait for the teammates to spawn back up again. Eco has not been cleared from tower. He finally has by Formal, but he was able to bite back himself. Bound with a triple kill.
SSG starting to wake up a little bit. SSG starting to pummel Optic Gaming into the ground here on live fire. When Bound starts to pop off like this, you have to be concerned. You need to shut him down. Win a piv. Stop giving him this confidence to just push into any fight, but Bound's in that kind of form right now that he can maneuver his way anywhere around the map and will take all of the fights he can.
Round 1 was so good from Optic, but you knew the response was going to come from Space Station. They were not going to let this game slip away. Now Bound, the last man standing for his team, finally taken care of. Trippy with a double kill. Camouflage pops up, and the green wall are trying to escape with this ball, whilst also having an influence on the camouflage. 3, make it 2 go down. Eco and Legend in the grave. And the camouflage grab should come for the green wall.
Well, SSG give up the camouflage. How will they be feeling about it? One way to find out. Let's jump into a listen in with SSG.
Camo screens. Weak as fuck. Screens, use behind screens. Do one shot to Nate, hit him. One shot, me. All small weak. One shot top it. Nice, another one. Top A. One shot top A.
Where? Bottom weak. Snap it, bottom. Snap it, Keto. Careful. Snap it, Keto. Screen, snap it. Pushing Kevin's left. To your left. Respawn. They're gonna be big door to A.
Yeah, hitting rat.
One. Back in. Playing rat. You're one. Davis also being there. Back in. One shot. Check him.
Kill me, guys. He's in the pit. Right pillar.
In the vent. Okay, Davis.
Going top mid. Looking at ball.
Door, Trippy. The two doors.
Nice, Kevin. I can't. They're playing for when you go tower.
Door where?
Last two.
I got ball.
Well, Space Station still have the lead, but Optic have been trying to claw their way back into this one. Despite all their attempts, SSG just seem to have an answer, and a lot of it has come down to Bound. This POV we've been on for quite some time. He has done so well at keeping Optic at arm's length here.
Continues to pop shields. Pop the dreams of Optic Gaming here. Here's Eco, soaring forward, dropping down now on the dead zone. Takes care of business. Checks him out nice and early. And for Formal inside house, he's got to get moving forward now. He's got to push. Ball down bottom middle. Couple of kills being traded out left and right. Formal goes down, as is Lucid. Bound and Eco join them. Trippy's got ball though. Trying to eat away at that lead, trying to get away to the cover of dead zone. Camouflage has been grabbed, but fortunately, dead zone between a rock and a hard place, and that hard place is Eco.
Maybe Optic trying to go back to the old-fashioned way, give Trippy that ball, but the problem is, Trippy might hold 46% of the ball time throughout the season, but then he only averages around 0.9 KD. He has been the one who's been getting those kills so far. So I almost want to keep that ball off of Trippy, allow him to continue with his dominance. But then you look at the other side, you've got Bound, 38 kills now. Stella's now found 37. At one point, Stella was only on 5 kills in that first round, and it was looking concerning. But SSG have responded every single time. This is a 1v1, but it will be a trade.
Trade's better for SSG than Optic Gaming right now. We're into the final minute, into the final knockings of game number 1 here. Still tied up 1-1. Optic Gaming started off nice and hot. Space Station bounced back though. The wins seem to be in the SSG sails right now. Getting kills, lots of Optic players down to no shields. 3 dead go the green wall. Time is starting to run out. The sand is slipping through the glass.
SSG chant starting in the crowd now as they start to realize that SSG closing in on this first map victory. 20 seconds for Optic to make a push. SSG are just going to play Slayer here. They are going to defend this ball with their lives.
3 go down for Space Station, so babysitting the ball has not gone well. Perhaps you don't want to leave them with your kid because that setup's being broken wide open. The dead zone's got the ball nice and safe in his hands. The problem they have, it's got to be perfect now. No more mistakes, no more errors. Formal with the snipe rifle. He needs to hit his final form. 3 bullets to play with. Eco towards dummies. They've got Legend in the grave. Stellar could be about to join them. Bounds on Nest, fighting off the back foot, continuing to drive forward, and Optic Gaming run out of time. Space Station take game 1.
Optic Gaming run out of time, run out of steam, and SSG take full advantage of it and give the fans something to scream and shout about it. It was looking a little bit bleak after round 1. But SSG, just as they did in the Salt Lake City Grand Final, will take Oddball live fire. Even though it took them a little while to get going, perhaps they took some of that steam out of Optic and put it into their own tray.
On the desk, Coach talked about how Legend has been a little bit quiet and how they need him to show up on Championship Sunday The occasion cannot get the better of him. He's already won 3 majors. But the big one, it's in front of him. So close, in fact, he can almost touch it. They win this series, they will have one hand on that trophy, and they are 1 game to the good.
I think what's more impressive is that coming into this game, Legend is arguably one of the best live fire oddball players that we have in the league. He did not replicate that success, yet SSG still won, and that bodes well. If you're going to win a championship, sometimes you need to win the games even when one of your players might not be playing at their very best. But again, that's what SSG do. Someone will always pick up the slack. Sure, Legend might not have been getting the kills, the flashy plays. He didn't even have much of the oddball, but he was doing damage. And he was giving that communication. You heard it in the listenings. A lot of very key info that was given to the likes of Bound so that he could go on and get 41 kills. SSG take the lead here in the winners' final.
On the other side of things, Optic Gaming, round 1, so good. Trippy, by the way, 42 kills. But it doesn't matter, because you're going to need 50 kills to win this next one. Slayer on Solitude, Dan. Who are the players to watch? What way is this one expected to go?
SSG is 6-2 in the season on Slayer Solitude. However, it has been a 50% win rate for Optic. They are 5-5. It hasn't been kind to them. And they really are going to be one of these teams that has to look at SSG and say, how do we beat them if they are able to overturn us that comfortably like they did in the previous game? And these are the stats from the season. I mean, Optic have done amazing in terms of recent Slayers, 5 wins in a row, but can they do it on Solitude against SSG, who have been so good? In terms of players, has to be Stella for me. When there's a shock rifle on the map, you know full well Stella is going to be there waiting in the wings, but also why he's so good at Solitude, his bottom mid confidence. He will just marauder around the map, he will find those angles, and he doesn't care if he has to take those 1v1. So expect him to go big for SSG in this game.
And it was something we've seen yesterday in the matchups, Space Station versus FaZe. And FaZe might have went back and done VOD review, and what happened in that series? Well, for large parts of it, we just got stellared. Optic Gaming have to ensure they do not get stellared.
They need to make sure they actually bring Formal out and put him into that final form that you speak of. He usually averages around 12 kills per game on Slayer Solitude, which is pretty impressive across the board. And why does he do that? Camo priority is usually huge for him, and he has that confidence in taking pips. But Dead Zone also has been unbelievable. This addition to Optic Gaming, it was all about, well, you know, we'll bring him in, he'll do assists, he'll do the objective, but actually, he has stepped up in the slaying department, which is maybe not where they expected him to be, Optic.
Dead Zone, prevalent in the Slayers. KD with 1.45. And of course, he was dropped from that team sitting across the stage from him. And what revenge would taste like when you do it on the biggest and grandest stage of them all, here at the Halo World Championships in Seattle. You know he desperately wants it. Tired, sick and tired of those second places. Feeling like we're not good enough. The decisions, the mistakes that were made in the series, have they finally right some of those wrongs? Have they been able to adjust the formula and finally get their hands on that gold?
I think for Dead Zone is his damage output as well. It's how many bullets he just lays down across the map. If you walk out and you start to get tagged, it's probably Dead Zone. If we had the same stats like we used to in Halo of actually shots fired, I mean, I'm sure that Dead Zone would be at the very top. And these are some of the statistics I've been talking about in terms of win rates. Slayer Solitude, SSG 6-2, Optic 5-5. But as the series layout ebbs and flows here, Scherzi, you can see it is fairly even. This is arguably the biggest difference, this map too. How much could that hurt Optic Gaming? Because as you go into 3, 4, and 5, it is still good showings for SSG.
And for these two teams, how much will experience play a factor? So much of it on that stage. These players are no stranger to grand finals, to winning the championships. We speak about Formal, but Lucid, year one superstar, MVP. Optic Gaming need him now more than ever.
I think last event I was talking about Lucid stats and how across Slayers in general, Lucid was the man. He was the one that was always putting up the numbers, whether it be the kills, whether it be his actual KD, whether it be the damage. Lucid knows how to play Slayers. He is just so confident in the way he moves around any map and taking those pivs as well. But if SSG can isolate him, if they can find him looking for those 1v1s and take 2v1s instead, Optic may be in trouble here on Solitude.
The stats dictate this one is space stations for the taking. But it's Championship Sunday. You can throw the form book out the window. Will players be daunted by the occasion, blinded by the lights in that main stage? More money up for grabs than you can count. But more than that, it's the prestige. We're underway in the shootout, game 2, rocking and rolling.
Camouflage going to be the first point of contact. Bound might just be able to get this one for free. Oh, just misses that jump. And those little moments, those minor mistakes can make big differences. Optic can maybe capitalize on that now, a 2-1 lead.
Legend was forced backwards. Lusa gets the kill. Stellar situating over towards Yard. Bound continues to jiggle peek with Dead Zone. Camouflage is up, Lusa goes for it. You spoke about Optic Gaming prioritizing those camouflage grabs. We're seeing it on our screens, and they're cutting Space Station down.
As long as they don't cut themselves down, they might be all right. Sometimes with these top teams, their biggest enemy can be themselves, though. Just gotta make sure you don't get in your heads, you don't get too worried about the occasion that's in front of you. 7-4 Optic lead. And Lucius still has Camo to play with, and he's found a wild Legend to take the fight, and he doesn't miss.
Oof, just about escapes, or almost escapes. Eco somehow shoots him in the backside as he soared towards the sky and takes care of Dead Zone as well. A 3-kill game. Eco retreats to S1, faced up with Trippy. Bound was there. 2 shock rifle shots connect, neither one of them hit in the face though. And now, a 3-kill game as Dead Zone puts more space between these two teams. Optic really need to get this Slayer.
That was a great demonstration of SSG in general, by the way. Eco in trouble, tries to hit the 2 headshots to maybe just win that individual fight, but was calling out the entire time. And Baum was like, all right, I'll come, I'll help. Don't you worry, Sunshine. He's right there just in the nick of time. SSG, they are so good at listening to one another. You can very easily in Halo Infinite get bogged down in your own individual fights, and you think they're more important than the fight that's happening from your teammate. You can do both if you play it correctly and you just join in on those fights at the right time.
And it's something that's not touched upon often enough in esports. Yes, these are some of the best players in the game, but emotions can get to you. When you're underperforming just a touch, do you start to alter your game and make plays that you wouldn't normally do? You have got to make sure that those seeds of doubt don't creep in and you stick to what got you a ticket to the dance in the first place as Legend gets a double kill.
That's massive from Legend as well. Trippy should have secured that kill and he'll know it. And that's what you're talking about. The own mental battle you have for yourself after you miss a couple of shots. You just have to shake it off, a little ogre twitch, and then you're back in the game.
Legend continuing to output damage. He's lost a couple of teammates along the way though. He's forced off of S4. And Optic Gaming know exactly where he is stationed. They want to come and disrupt his workflow. He's desperately trying to escape, trying to scarper away. Optic Gaming are not interested in letting that happen. But here is Stellar. And there is the shock rifle in his hands. And importantly, he is shut down.
Optic Gaming are doing so well at hunting down the SSG members. That makes me think the communication is on point. And we can always find out just how on point it is with a listening. Let's jump into Optic Game.
Watch your back. Yo, one guy dead. Nice. One shot bound. S1 one shot bound. I have a shock. Watch your back in yard, Joey.
Camo's at 20. Yeah, hold on. Bound to the lift. Going. You turn right now. Back to gate right now.
Darcy's on respawn, I think. In blue. Yeah, just watch yard. Go yard.
One try to put him in. 2 guys in blue.
Oh, Thus is up. I'm getting it. Go, one guy's 4. Two here.
Push hard. They might push hard.
There. Watching.
In. Let's one.
Two shots. Top there. S4.
Bound to have a weak. He's one shot. He's on a weak. We're coming now.
One shot yard. It's a thrust. Yo, top gold. Yeah, slow this down. Yo, I can go out. Yo, top mid. Yeah, wait. Top mid, bottom mid, 2 shot.
Yeah, Kim guys on post area.
Okay.
One time.
Just holding S4 right now. Yo, one guy in blue watching me.
We're shorter S1.
He's got like 10 seconds of camo. Yep, holding S4 for camo right now. Yo, top mid. Yo, 2 top mid. There's 2 top mid bound. Legend or both top mid. We should all look towards posters, bro. We should all look posters. Yo, S4 camo. Half shield, top mid. Top mid on one shot. 2 here. 2 top mid. S4. Jumping out. Hotel.
Got one.
Top side.
Oh, you're in this hotel?
Biggest takeaway, slow things down. Optic Gaming throw away their lead. SSG start to take control here. Very minor things though, like just acknowledging which player has thrust, for example, where you need to be watching. And there was a big call, we need to watch posters. But sadly, the push was so good from SSG, they collapsed at the right time. They couldn't all look posters, they all had to focus on their own fights. And now they find themselves 5 down, make it 6 here Optic Gaming.
Knowing about a problem and fixing it are two entirely different things. 11-5-5 for Stellar right now. And he is instrumental in everything Space Station are doing here to see success. A 5-kill advantage. Optic Gaming all over towards Nest. He continues to isolate, but Dead Zone shuts him down, and a massive kill for Optic. But the French Phenoms rolling on in to get a double kill.
Yeah, great work from Legend to just finish up that damage that Stellar was able to output. But again, it's the confidence we're seeing from SSG, how they're moving, how aggressive they're being onto Optic Gaming. As soon as they sense a weakness here, as soon as they know there's an individual on the map, they are just holding forward. Look at this, they are hunting Formal. They know he's somewhere around this corner and they want that kill, but Formal has escaped.
For how long has Formal escaped? Because SSG are hunting like dogs. They're barking now. Ahead by 5. Legend recognizes that he's about to get pressurized. He's wasting those shots. Formal with the camouflage now. Stellar down to no shields.
It's so smart though from Legend. I don't think he was even under that much pressure, but you recognize the win condition for Optic Gaming. How do they beat us in this game when they are down by 6 or 7? They would get that shock rifle, they would set up, and they would start to pick us off one by one. Legend denies that by wasting the ammo.
And it's minimalizing risk as well. They recognize Formal's got the camouflage. The only way they can start to really swing this game back in their favor is by him dying and the shock rifle going in Formal's hands. Heads up play from SSG. Lucid just about escapes over towards Silo. Dead Zone will apply some pressure on the Bound. Legend was there though to get the kill that Bound put down. That duo are working in tandem right now. 7-8-7 for Bound. Legend coming to the fore now in this layer. 14-4-12.
Yeah, it's a great response from Legend after a somewhat disappointing map 1, but of course if you win the map, it doesn't really matter for your individual performance. However, Optic Gaming, 4 kills on the board. SSG just got wiped, and it is now 42-40. SSG looked like they were in control, but this is also what Optic can offer, right? If they do slow it down at that right time, they can really punish you by picking you off one by one.
Optic Gaming can show so much resilience. They're never quite out of it. They never say die. They've got the Goonies mantra. 2 kills separate these two juggernauts here in the winners finals. Dead Zone playing patient, standing still, waiting for damage, and it's come the way of Legend. The Frenchman falls, killing spree for Dead Zone. And he keeps on moving and grooving forward. Double kill locked in. We're all tied up.
And what a game this has been on Solitude. Dead Zone, the positioning we just saw from him, so much confidence to stand where he did. Wait for that damage from Formal and capitalizes on it. And at the moment, he looks like he is happy to take any fight, as now Optic take the lead here up by 2. SSG starting to fade away.
Optic Gaming have brought the spirit level in game 2. They're starting to look straight. They're starting to look even. They're starting to find their feet. 2 kill lead for them. They flipped the script in the dying embers of this game.
It's another camouflage for Formal. He's so good at prioritizing it here on Solitude. But where do you go? You want to try and find an isolated fight, but also provide information to the rest of the team at the same time. Shock Rifle's going to be up in 10, but his camo's going to disappear before they can make a play for it. And now the camo's up, the jig is up, and Optic will just have to retreat here.
They've got the lead though. They can force SSG to make the play and make the play. They do. They take the lead now. 1 more kill for Space Station. And they're marauding forward on the hunt. Formal could be the victim. Formal falls to the Frenchman Legend. Space Station, 1 game away from the grand finals.
Did Optic just fall victim to playing themselves? Maybe a little bit too slow with the camouflage. Didn't make a call. Waited and thought maybe they could just play a little bit of defense. Maybe they can hold back and force SSG to do something. But when you give SSG the chance to take the initiative, they will make a play. They have so much confidence at the moment. We've seen how they were moving around the map. And as soon as they got that first pick, they flew at Optic Gaming. And they made it count. And SSG now one map away from that grand final.
How many times did Space Station do that? Cast your mind back to Salt Lake City. They were 2 kills away from being eliminated at top 12. Cloud9 played cautious, Cloud9 played hesitant, and Space Station capitalized on that, punished it. Did we see the same thing from Formal with the camouflage? Waiting for his teammates to make a play call, waiting for his teammates to do some damage that just never came.
So close on these games though, as expected in the winners final, and there was the reaction from Legend. Smiles all round on the side of SSG as they know they are closing in on potentially another victory over their rivals Optic Gaming.
Up next, King of the Hill on Recharge. Game 1 and 2. Now in the history books, the ink is starting to dry. Oddball live fire 2-1. And as we just seen, 50-47 Slayer on Solitude. Up next though, the Recharge King 7-3 versus Space Station's 9-2. This one's very close.
Yeah, somewhat favors SSG, I guess you could look at it, but I think that realistically this one could go either way. 2 players I want to focus on, you guessed it, Stella and Lucid, the main slayers of these squads. Not for just their slaying ability though. When it comes to King of the Hill, both Stella and Lucid are usually the ones getting the most time. They are in the hill the most. They want to be amongst it. They want to take their slaying power and start to just inject it into a hill. Take on any fight. But then you've also got to look at the fact that shock rifle features on Recharge. Both those players happy to grab it, happy to get that grapple so they can take that position, re-find a spot, re-find an angle, and then take those individual fights that can change the game for their team.
Taking a look at the KD leaderboard then. Snakebite on top, Optic Gaming's Lucid in second, Valcade for Sentinels, but then bringing us up in 4th and 5th, Legend and Trippy. Optic Gaming and Space Station ever prevalent in the top 5. Like you say, you expect Lucid to be the difference maker with that shock rifle on Recharge. And Optic Gaming are all out of lives here in this winners finals. They lose one more and they're getting sent down to a very hungry and waiting FaZe Clan.
And Lucid usually looks his very best when he's playing with that confidence, when he's trusting his teammates so he can move around that map freely and look for those individual fights. But when you are 2-0 down, those risks aren't going to be taken as often. You're going to maybe play a little bit more cautious, and I wonder if Optic will lose a little bit of their flair playing that way. And it is very hard to disregard the scenario you find yourselves in. It's hard to forget that you are 2-0 down here, but you almost have to play this one like it is 0-0. Forget the fact that you are 1 away from being knocked into the elimination.
For Optic Gaming, the task hasn't changed. They were always going to need 3 wins. You just have to do it now without losing another. For those 4 boys on the stage, they desperately want this Sunday to have a different ending to every Sunday it's come before. And on the other side, they're quite happy for this Sunday to play out the way it has more often than not this season.
Time and time again, SSG have found themselves in grand finals. They've gone on to win so many trophies this year, but if they were to fall short here in Seattle, if they didn't win the Halo World Championship, that season is always going to be looked back on as a failure. These guys want nothing less than first place. And it's so difficult to be amongst that environment as well, because if things do go wrong, fingers start to be pointed. So you want to make sure you are playing your very best. But right now, SSG are playing at the very tippy top. For Optic Gaming, someone has to take this game by the scruff of the neck. They really need to demonstrate now why they deserve to be in a grand final here. If you go 3-0 down into that elimination bracket, FaZe are going to be rubbing their hands together at the prospect of playing you when you are flat.
Someone on Optic Gaming has got to take charge, has got to take over here in Game 3. It's been smooth sailing up until this point for Space Station. Optic have got to show signs of life. it's got to come through Lucid or Formal. They are the ones that are expected to do the slays. They're the ones expected to do the damage, to be the difference for their teams, to drive them forward. It is a big game, it is a big series, and we wouldn't have it any other way. We're rolling once more in game 3.
Lucid averages around 16.5 kills a game on Recharge King of the Hill, but he needs to better that. Needs to be up in the 20s for me if Optic are going to be able to find a victory here. And he starts off hot, not only getting the kill, not only being in the hill, as I expected, but also gaining that shock rifle. A chance to try and find the SSG spawners.
Legend's got camo though. Trippy's bottom elevator. Lucid's in Whirlpool, information downloaded, passed over to his teammates. That sticky grenade's gonna come at the nick of time. A big trade from Trippy. He's gonna give up bottom elevator for a moment. There is some space there for Space Station to play with. More importantly though, camouflage, no longer an issue, no longer a concern, while Lucid remains just that.
And even though Optic haven't got that much hill time thus far, mainly because Lucid had to step out of it with this shock rifle, they are controlling the map. Just get a little bit of hill time as you go. Get a kill, more hill time. Get another, more hill time. It's a step-by-step process, and it's working so far.
Lucid's hitting those shots. He's doing the damage. He's holding top elevator for his team. Legend's gonna sneak in and just evade the shot of one. Will not evade the second one, though. Lucid trying to maneuver his hitbox out of the way. All 4 dead now for Space Station Gaming.
This is the start Optic needed. They needed something hot to try and cool down SSG. Good nades though, great actually nade from Spawn, but I'm not sure it's actually going to connect with Dead Zone. Somehow Dead Zone is avoiding all this shrapnel, finally falls. But there's just so much time that's been gathered. I don't think SSG will be able to get this hill, but they will give it a bloody good go.
You know, Dead Zone was sitting in that corner. I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead. Wait, I'm not, oh, I am dead. Finally taken care of. Like you say, that one bit of shrapnel finally connects. But they've got so much time gained in this first hill. New Optic now, just slay out and take control. 3 dead for SSG. Trippy inside the hill. And Optic Gaming strike first, and they strike fast.
Not only do they strike first, but they also got all 4 dead, plus the camouflage, plus the next hill. Trending towards a comfortable 2-0 if they carry on playing in this manner. SSG just haven't been able to break the structure, break the wall of Optic Gaming. We have seen in map number 1, we saw this, where Optic started off hot, started off incredible, but SSG, as soon as they got given an inch, they took a mile and they were able to fight their way back into the game.
And it's such a contrast in play styles between these two teams. Optic Gaming, structure, plans, Space Station, orchestrated chaos. And they've won this engagement back blue. They've cleared out the riffraff of Optic Gaming. And they can step inside the hill now. The Frenchman's got toes inside.
Needs to be careful for shots coming from glass. Grenades will be the first to arrive, they're well avoided. You really do have to play the survival game when you feature down in the bottom blue hill. Very vulnerable to a lot of damage that can come your way, but Legend also listening to callouts now, getting aggressive when he needed to.
Somehow, some way, Legend turns that fight on its head. Stellar making himself a difficult kill, trying to give Lucid the wiggles. But Season's 1 MVP shuts that one down. Eco in long haul, pushing towards blue plat. Continuing to drive forward for his team. Dead Zone's there to offer some support for his teammates. Optic Gaming have a little bit of a lead here on this second hill, but it's been scrappy, it's been frantic, and that usually the circumstances that SSG like to thrive in.
Lucid's done very well staying alive here, and actually I think he went unnoticed at the back of blue. And now he's going to be able to be a real thorn in their side if he can hit the shots, gets a little bit of help in the end. It's good time from Optic, but SSG have done very successfully at stopping Optic from getting too much control and finding the camo.
Camo cut down. Legend will fall along with him. Eco prioritizes staying alive inside blue. As here comes the cavalry. Stellar was there for a moment, but as you can see, he's hanging out of the wall. And he's not hanging out. He's out of here. Dead Zone giving the wiggles. Bound is there to help though. Eco will fall, as will Bound. Lucid clears house, puts down the shroud screen to give himself just an added bit of cover.
This has been a messy hill, but Optic have still been finding success. You mentioned it, usually SSG thrive in this environment, but when Lucid's playing like this, 15 kills. I wanted a performance where he found around 20, and it looks like he is trending that way. SSG, though, they are struggling. It's 2-0 now for Optic. Stellar's 2-12, by the way. From my 2 players to watch, there is a clear leader right now, and that is Lucid.
We called for someone to be the difference. And Lucid stepping up and taking this game by the scruff of its neck. Trippy's there too, long-time teammates. They've been a duo since 2016, and they want another Halo World Championship. Lucid's got a backstab. Trippy's there again. Damage is being done. Legend's trying to get away. Lucid's not interested in letting them. Takes him out of the equation before ultimately falling.
Formal's got a shot, Formal's got a double, and Formal's got the hill. Oh! Stellar hasn't had many kills, but that one could have been a very important one to shut down Formal.
4 kills. That one was most certainly the most valuable. Camouflage up any moment. Trippy knows exactly what Bound is like and where he's likely to be positioned. An insta-explode just to deny some area bottom tower. Here comes Stellar for the camouflage. Trippy just looks away. Lucid is there. Lucid will chase the camouflage player, but Lucid cannot shut Stellar down.
Don't allow Stellar to get back into this game. The objective is clear now for Optic. It is playtime. You have a 2-0 lead, 50 seconds left on the clock. You don't need to be in this hill. But we saw what happened last time Optic tried to play a little bit of time. SSG were able to capitalize. Camo is doing work at the moment. A lot of damage coming out of Stellar. And is he starting to wake up at the right time?
If you're an Optic Gaming fan, you want Stellar where he was on those 4 kills, on the fringes of the game, not having too much of an influence. But all of a sudden, he's starting to grow into it now. He's finding his feet, he's finding his shots.
Nervy times for Optic Gaming. Do you even consider just giving this one up? Well, with that pick, probably not. And you hear the zip. Everyone trying to close in on the SSG players that are still alive, but they are holding their ground. Stellar at the forefront of it, but he gets shot in the back by his own team. And also, Formal was there to clean up.
It was 5 without reply for Stellar. Killing streak was locked in. Formal's got control of tower. 20 seconds left to play. The play call is obvious. The play call is clear. It's Slayer from here on out, just as like Space Station done in the oddball in game 1. Optic are going to give them a taste of their own medicine. Come get the objective and take it from our cold, dead fingers.
4 seconds left, and it looks like with only 1 remaining player, this one is going to be an Optic Gaming win as they stay alive here in the winners' finals and send us into a map 4.
Optic Gaming on the board. 2-1 now to score. And is the pendulum going to start swinging back towards green? Stellar didn't have the influence he would have liked in the early stages of the game, and it gave Space Station so much work to do. And Optic capitalizing on anybody underperforming on the other side of the stage, and that's exactly what you expect.
But Lucid did step up. He did, as we mentioned, take the game by the scruff of the neck and said, look, I'm not going to go quietly into an elimination final. Actually, I'd rather be in the grand final here. Averaging usually 16.5 kills. He smashed that in this game. Closing in on 20 plus. And I think that when you watch Lucid do that against you, again, you say, well, what else can we do when he's winning that many fights? He just seemed to be everywhere, did Lucid. Engagements like that, when his back's against the wall, he should die. He just stayed alive. And even though there was a late resurgence from Stellar, as he came back to life, sadly, it was just a little bit too late.
As the highlights continue to roll, and Optic Gaming just start to roll, all of a sudden the air in the camp will be starting to feel a little bit fresher, less stale. We're not going down to that elimination final without a fight, without battling first, leaving our mark on this winners finals. On the horizon, capture the flag on Empyrean. Dan, tell me something.
It's a very different story for these two teams. Optic Gaming are better at defending a flag. On average, they're only letting 0.9 caps go through against them, especially with their flags being stolen around 3.6 times per game. They have a 75% return rate. But on the other side, SSG are far better at attacking that flag. Are they going to be able to attack so much that they can take down this map? Formal, when he pops off, he averages around 18.8 kills per game on Empyrean because of the sniper, because of the power-up control. He will be lurking around that overshield any given opportunity.
That was his capture the flag stats at the Halo World Championships. Almost with a 2.0 KD. The human UAV, he can give you information, but he can also terminate opponents. And these foes across the stage, they're all too familiar. Space Station have had Optic Gaming's number all season long. Are they gonna flip the script here? Capture the flag on Empyrean. Space Station need one more to drive themselves into the grand finals with that winner's advantage. For Optic Gaming, they couldn't lose anymore. They won the one they needed. Just two more now. But to send us to a game 5, to send us to a shootout, they have got to beat SSG on Capture the Flag Empyrean, which is one of their strongest map and mode combinations all season. We're rolling once more. Stellar's got the sniper rifle, and he's going for the overshield.
Taking away the overshield from Formal is important. Giving it to Stellar with a sniper even more so, but Lucid has a sniper to play with as well. And at the moment, it's just about surviving, and it's going to be difficult when Stellar's hunting you down.
Stellar's in green. Trying to isolate Lucid, who's just not giving him a pixel. But he knows how important Lucid is here. They have ambitions to get this flag out of Optic Gaming space. They've got to take care of the sniper rifle. Stellar's going to be forced back to take care of Dead Zone on the flank. He gets two. Dead Zone and Trippy are in the respawn screen. Lucid sitting top tower. Formal's getting kills. Stellar's answering back in kind. And this flag will not drive forward. This flag stopped in its tracks.
Yeah, Optic done very well to shut down the flag there and send it back home. Again, that is the defense I was talking about from Optic Gaming. Even though that flag might get pulled, they always find a way to send it back home and deny the capture. And a player I want to focus on is going to be Trippy, because he has been insane with his flag steals so far this tournament. 13 steals so far this weekend. He's going to be the one who's trying to get into the enemy base, trying to get behind enemy lines. And SSG just need to keep an eye on that flank. You heard and you saw the prioritization from Stellar previously when Dead Zone was trying to make his way round. They said, look, we can't allow them to get behind us here, because that's going to be Optic's plan. Get behind enemy lines, disrupt them, and then get that flag on the move.
You talked about Space Station's offense. More importantly, you highlighted Optic Gaming's defense. Much of this game so far has been played inside the green wall's half. Lucid and Dead Zone get kills. There's been a couple of flag steals already. None of them have made it over the halfway point just yet. Is that about to change here? Legend collapses on the base once more after getting the flag pulled. Trippy's dispatched. Dead Zone could be about to join him very shortly. The Frenchman gets shut down by Dead Zone.
Stellar doesn't touch that flag either. He said this flag's done. We'll go again and we will retry it. On average, Space Station capture 45% of their pulls, but that's 0 for 2. In the early stages here on Empyrean, but now they have a rocket launcher to work with. 3 are dead on the side of Optic, and SSG will continue to push.
The boombox over the shoulder of Eco. And he's entering the base, churning out nothing but rock and roll right now. He's going to get pressurized, he's going to hit the ground with a rocket, and he's not going to get a kill. Not the kind of music he was trying to play. And all of a sudden, Optic Gaming's defense, you can see exactly why they're so good. Shutting down any momentum Space Station have and forcing them into retreat now.
And it's definitely a game plan that could work here. Absorb that pressure. Allow SSG to keep on pushing, but hold strong, hold the fort. All it takes then is all 4 dead on the defensive side, and then you go for the counter. You regain that map control. Maybe a rocket launcher and an overshield to go alongside with it. And you catch them when they least expect to hear SSG.
But how long can they withstand the pressure? How long before the dam breaks? Formal's position top tower. And he's got that sniper rifle almost like it's a bow and arrow from Legless. But which one of Space Station's going to be that Urukai to jump in and breach the wall, breach the defense? Formal's got the snipe. Bounce Scout's being pressurized. They know exactly where he's positioned. This game continues to swing back and forth, but they've shut down the snipe.
Again, though, that was Trippy trying to lurk around, trying to get that flank and get behind enemy lines, but he was caught out. Wasn't quite able to do enough damage to Bound to shut him down. But every single time SSG start to approach, Optic seem to have an answer. But SSG need to put some of these big individual kills into moves toward the flag. Trippy again trying to get behind SSG. Once more gets caught out though by Stella.
The deadlock yet to be broken. And our Optic Gaming's intention is just to play on the counter-attack here. Soak up that pressure, push forward, get that one flag cap, because that might be all you need.
All it takes is that one time where Trippy actually gets behind, successfully wins a piv, and gets the flag pull. And then Optic, who are sitting back, defending, then just push up at once and shut down SSG. But every time they've marched forward, there seems to be a sniper rifle to find them in the face. And now SSG again push the base, again look to try and pull a flag, and this one looks like it might be more successful.
Triple kill for Stellar. SSG is trying to get his apostles over the finish line here. Rockets again for Eco. And will he have better fortunes this time around? The Rockets in his hand, the flag sent back home. Optic Gaming's defense almost unbreakable it seems right now.
Deadzone will get a rocket for his reward as a kill. Did it fire off? Maybe it fired off, I'm not sure, but Stella is going to be the one who takes a fight with Deadzone. There's the rocket I was looking for. Bound's going to have it, one to work with. Avoiding that shrapnel once again, but Trippy was waiting. Trippy has been so annoying to SSG so far. All four dead, and this is what they've been waiting for all game. Optic, they've sat back, they've defended, they've bided their time, but now they get the rockets, now they get the map control, and now they can finally pull a flag.
They sat back, they soaked up so much pressure, but now it's SSG's turn to play defense. Legends under so much pressure, desperately trying to stay alive. Deadzone's in hot pursuit, Legend trades it out, but that's not going to be good enough. Trippy's gonna make it to the long haul position, but he gets shut down before he can make the cross.
Not far enough, this flag will be dead, it will be sent back. It was a valiant effort from Optic Gaming. The game plan was clear. You wait, you bide your time, and then you explode onto the other team. But it was Legend in the end who was able to just hold the fort for the rest of the squad. Lucid has a sniper rifle to work with now, though. And Optic starting to push up a little bit more.
Optic starting to grow in confidence. The defense has worked expertly. Now taking pages out of their playbook for offense. They're tracing their finger along the one, along the lines. What can they read? What can they extract here from this game? They desperately need victory, or they'll be meeting FaZe in the elimination finals. Lucid still has that snipe, and they could be about to sing songs of all kinds of praise.
It's been Eco on the other side with a sniper rifle, though. He's been finding headshot after headshot, quietly going about his business, and lines up another, but that's a great push from Optic. They do it at the perfect time. 4 dead for SSG again. This time, Rockets will be spawning in 5. Rockets will be spawning as they run this flag. SSG are gonna have to work so hard to defend.
So much work to do for SSG. Trippy's gotten a pick. Formal's going to fall. Rockets are still there. Overshield's been scooped up. SSG have the rockets. Here come the boom, but it does not matter. Optic Gaming have the capture they need.
Optic Gaming, who have sat back for so much of this game, have frustrated SSG, have allowed them to get kill after kill, pull after pull. But as soon as Optic gain control of the map, they make it count, and now SSG have to dig deep, because Optic are flowing with confidence.
Time now. Time is no friend of Space Station. Just under 4 minutes to play. They've not even been able to get the flag over the halfway point. Sniper rifle shots continue to whistle through the air. Formal's got one. He's down to no shields. The backstab comes from Stellar. He's going to take a little tag of damage on the way in. He's forced backwards. Forced back to Mauler. And that's exactly what Deadzone and Optic Gaming want. Bound gets the kill. Lucid top tower. Formal continues to jiggle, but Stellar comes out on top. All four dead now for Optic Gaming, and Space Station are on the march.
As long as there's no dodgy spawns here, this could be a very easy flag run for SSG. It's under bridge, there's no one to contest. Long haul will be the push for Optic, but I don't think they're going to be quick enough. This game is going to be tied up as SSG finally get that flag across the map.
Stellar restores parity. We're back at a deadlock. 1-1. Formal just avoids the shot. He's going to throw a sticky grenade, trying to perform miracles. And that's what Optic Gaming might need now. As the collapse comes through, the flag's pulled once more. 3 go down for Space Station Gaming. Formal gets the trade. And now Optic Gaming have an opportunity.
Legend's done well off spawn though, and I think the flag is gonna die yet again. Optic backing off, retreating back to their defensive position once more, start to rebuild that wall, and beg the question of SSG, can you break it again? Boy, would have Optic Gaming loved to have held on to that 1-0 lead though. I think SSG cracked them at the right time, just before they started to get a little bit too frustrated. But Dead Zone's looking, he's searching. They've got both snipers at the moment, do Optic, and they're trying to put them to work.
Dead Zone's forced backwards. Back to the sanctuary of his teammate Formal, overshield and rockets about to be in play once more. Dead Zone shut down, no more sniper ammo to play with. Bound's got the rockets. The flag's being pulled. Overshield for Formal. And Bound's trying to nullify it here. He gets Lucid, but the flag's been stopped in its tracks again. Legend could not make any progress, despite the fact that Bound was trying to forge an opening. Again, Optic Gaming stands strong. Again, Space Station struggle to breach the defenses, no matter how many times they lay siege here.
That does mean that both the rockets and the overshield will not play a part in these final moments before we potentially head to overtime here on Empyrean. Something that can definitely play a part is Sniper Rifle and Stellar. Two words that go so successfully together. Stellar has put on montage clip after montage clip all season long. All he needs to do is start to connect with these headshots, and it could be enough for SSG to get another flag on the move, but now he's out of ammo.
Out of ammo and out of time. Formal closed the distance, got the kill. Trippy has just leaked through. Trippy, you spoke about how important, and if he gets that opportunity just to win one more piv, Bound recognizes how important his life is now. Calling for help, calling for assistance. Lucid's top banana. Bound's gonna get that kill with 5 of the best. The fresh shots connect. Bound's down to no shields. Needs help, not going to get it. 2 dead for Optic.
30 seconds.
Although Trippy did manage to find a way through, he was eventually taken care of.
Yeah, Trippy gets found, which was important, otherwise it could have been a little bit shaky. It's going to be one last push for one of these teams. If you win this fight, it looks more likely that SSG will go for a pull here, but there's always the chance that Lucy could be on the other side. 3 are dead on the side of Optic Gaming, as SSG are going to make a last-ditch attempt here in this game to win right here with this flag.
Stellar gets absolutely nuked out of his boots. Lucid is S1. Lucid is trying to be a nuisance. We're into the final knock-ins of regular time here. The pie chart starts to dwindle away. Nobody from Space Station in position. Both teams settling for overtime. Both teams know now. Next flag wins.
Back on spawn, started up yet again. What a game of 2 different stories here from these 2 teams. Optic really demonstrating how successful their defense has been all season. And it looked like the plan was going to be executed perfectly. But SSG then show why they are so good at attacking here on Empyrean CTF. They break that setup, they break the wall, and they tie us up 1-1. Now another 5 minutes on the clock for one of these teams to try and take this game.
Legend slides by, forces Dead Zone to waste a rocket. Lucid does not have a rocket. Matter of fact, he has the wig wobbler, and he made sure the Frenchman wasn't going to be an influence for the next 7 or 8 seconds. Dead Zone and Optic playing this one patient, waiting for numbers. And unfortunately for them, Trippy and Lucid have gone down. And the Space Station relentless push continues. Pressure still being applied. Dead Zone's desperately trying to do damage. Legend takes care of business. Stellar's got the sniper rifle. And he really puts the S in SSG, does Stellar. and he could be about to put a punctuation point in this series as the flag continues to move, the flag continues to groove. Optic Gaming are in pursuit, but they're not going to get close. Legend slams in that final flag. Space Station win the series 3-1.
Space Station Gaming get one step closer to the Halo World Championship. They are into the grand finals as they knock down the green wall. Legend, the European superstar, makes his first ever Halo World Championship grand finals. He's already made history, but he wants to make the history alongside SSG. They have been the dominant force here in the HCS all season long, and they prove it yet again here in the winners' final.
And that ever-elusive World Championship, they are now in the grand finals with that benefit being the winners. They've got one hand on that trophy, and now they sit and watch. They wait to see who their opponent's going to be. Will it be FaZe Clan or will it be Optic Gaming? But either way, they are in the driving seat of this championship.
And the resilience, the patience we just saw from Space Station in that Empyrean CTF. It is so easy to get frustrated when you go up against Optic playing that way, who were just sitting back, absorbing that pressure. And it was so close to being a master plan that just worked out for them. But SSG did not lay down, did not show their belly. They said, actually, let's get this job done here and now. And they find themselves now in the grand final.
And you can see from the series layout, that series was so close. Oddball 2-1, Flag 2-1, Slayer 50-47. There was so little to separate those two teams, but that has very much been Optic Gaming's story all season.
I think Optic know if they can get back into that grand final, they can still take a stab at SSG. It is not job done yet for Space Station Gaming. Optic will be waiting in the wings, but of course, they have to take down FaZe first, who will be waiting a little bit more eagerly in that elimination bracket.
Well, it's the coach of the year. He's got an interview with Blaze. Take it away, fella.
Thank you so much, Shurs. Everybody make some noise for Space Station Gaming as they go on to the grand finals. And I got the coach of the year with me, Elamite. Man, how does it feel to be back in the grand finals and to take down the green wall in the fashion in which you did?
It definitely feels good. The tournament is far from over, though, so we've got our eye on the prize, and we look forward to seeing who comes and meets us in the finals.
All right, yeah, we got to see. Is it going to be between FaZe or Optic? Now, this has been a special season, but how awesome is it to see Legend here in his first World Championship Grand Finals? We've heard his story a lot this season, and I know you're proud of the team as a whole.
These guys are just so good. I've never seen anything like it. Legend himself deserves MVP, unlike anyone I've ever seen before. He's one of the best players in history. It feels a pretty amazing season so far. I've definitely never been a part of anything like this. I've gotten a few wins in a season before, but, sitting where we are right now is definitely, something I'm just honored to be a part of, to be honest.
There you go. We're happy to have you on this stage time and time again, Coach. But as you said, you've been to a lot of amazing Halo events. Talk to me about this crowd, this audience, how loud they've been the entire tournament for Space Station Gaming and that passion. Have you seen anything like it before?
It's pretty amazing. The World Championships is what everyone here looks forward to every single year. So having you guys out here, making it special, means everything.
All right, Joe, that's going to do it for me and Coach Elamite here on the stage. Make some more noise for Space Station Gaming. We still got one more match to go.
We certainly do, Blaze. Thank you so much. The emotion coming out of the coach from Space Station Gaming, Elamite, it sends chills, I think, through everybody in this room. It means so much to them. We were talking about things heading into this World Championship, and one of the big things for Space Station was that ring has eluded them for quite some time. They have been such a difficult team to take down for the entirety of Halo Infinite, to be perfectly honest for you. And these guys deserve this championship. They have put in so much work. Their growth has been just absolutely exponential. It has just not stopped, and it's amazing to see what they are capable of doing. Taking down Optic Gaming 3-1 in such a contested flag game like that, hats off to them. Incredible, incredible series.
Yeah, hats off to all four of those players for playing lights out. This Solitude Slayer looked like it was going to go in Optic's favor, and this would be a completely different series if Optic were able to close it out. But SSG slowed the game down here at the end and found a way to get all four down without trading a single kill, gain the advantage, and then from that point, They did what SSG do best. They pushed, they end the game in their favor, taking a series lead 2-0. And now they put themselves in prime position waiting in the grand finals.
The guy on your screen right now, for me, has to be the game changer for this CTF game. Not only can he use the S7, we are well versed in that, but the brute force in which this man was running down long haul time and time again, getting into their base, being an absolute nuisance, and getting this flag out a serious margin away from the base, uncomfortable for Optic Gaming to try and defend. It was almost like he was analyzing, okay, how do they want to play this defense? What are they doing? And he learned and picked them apart. Tony, it was stunning from Stellar.
Yeah, he really was doing it all. I mean, I'm pretty sure he had the most kills, second most assists on his team, second most damage, but also, like you mentioned, the objective work as well. Like, it really was a nuisance to Optic Gaming's defense, and I thought Optic played that Imperium really well. That bend but no break strategy maybe didn't work as well as they wanted to, but their defense looked tough at times. SSG and Stellar's offense just looked better.
Big player of the series for me is Eco, 2,600 damage, the second highest on his team, but Eco's traditionally not the guy that gets the S7 or the shock rifle for his team. Throughout this tournament, he has been in the position to have those power weapons in his hands, and he is making consistent plays with them. If everybody on that team is playing at that level, SSG is not going to get beat here today. Eco is leading by example with his gameplay throughout this tournament, and that is a phenomenal series for him to walk away for going into the grand finals.
Indeed, I gotta say, just incredible stuff. Ripping faces off, you could see it in the kill feed. Not often will we on his POV, unfortunately, in that CTF game, but you could just see it just stacking up time and time again, getting the numbers. Stunning stuff from Space Station Gaming. Optic, though, they live to fight for another chance here. Here's our winner side of things. Space Station 3-1 Optic Gaming. They take them down to head into our grand final position. Something that they have been manifesting, I'm sure, for the entirety of this season and getting plenty of practice doing so. Here's our elimination finals for you guys. Optic Gaming versus FaZe, a tale as old as time. I don't know how many times I'm going to have to say these two names together, matching up on some of the biggest days that we see in Halo history. Incredible things ahead of us, folks. It's going to be absolutely exceptional. Tony, how are you feeling about this next one on the main stage? Optic versus FaZe. It is green and red yet again, and it's going to be lively for sure.
Well, one reason why we love to see these two match up, because again, very similar to what our winners finals was, you're going to see a defensive great effort out of Optic Gaming, but you're also going to see FaZe's offense. They're slaying power. Both of them go at it at each other. It just makes for fun to watch Halo. So really excited about this elimination finals.
Me too. All right, Clan versus the Wall. FaZe take on Optic on that main stage in just a moment. Grab a drink, grab a snack, but don't go anywhere too far away, because coming after this break, it will be your elimination final.
The 2024 Halo World Championship is presented by AMD.
So much drama across the last 10 years of the Halo Championship Series, and the drama does not end here because day 3 of your Halo World Championships brings the very best and all the spiciness to the main stage. It's going to be absolutely incredible. We have our elimination finals getting ready to go, but on the desk I have Clutch and Tony to talk all about it. FaZe versus Optic Gaming. We've seen this many times around. Something that we haven't seen, though, is often FaZe getting the better of Optic. This is something that FaZe need to do to really step things up here, continue their journey on in Worlds. Can they do it here when it matters the most, Clutch?
They're going to have to clean it up, and they're going to have to play some more efficient objective. I know that that's something that they've improved on before this event and coming into this event, but Optic Gaming is probably the most efficient team we have, and they are very structured. It's a very difficult team to break when you have a setup, so we'll see very early on, I think, if FaZe have what it takes strategically to hang with the big dogs in Optic.
Now, strategically, they have been going back to the drawing board this season because efficiency has definitely eluded them at many times. I think it's got the better of them over slaying. Slaying has not been a problem whatsoever. We see them often overslay. Actually, we saw them overslay slightly today against Pure in the first map of their series. And unfortunately decided to play time and did some crazy little things, but did manage to scrape away with a win. Tony, what changes do you want to see from FaZe heading into this series to ensure they take it?
Well, kind of what we talked about, that objective efficiency has to be there because the Slayers we know are going to be important here for FaZe. They're 8-0 on Slayer Recharge. They're undefeated when it comes to Game 5s, but in order to get to that Game 5, you have to take at least one objective. So they're going to have to come out hot in that CTF Strongholds or Oddball. Otherwise, Optic are taking this.
The big thing for me that I want FaZe to improve on is to stop letting off on the gas pedal. They have put themselves several times this weekend in prime position to continue to attack their teammates, to continue the pressure, the snowball, and the advantages they have. Sometimes they slow it down. They play time in situations where if they were to be aggressive like SSG does so well, they would have a lot more success and they would not find themselves in Game 5s that they have no business being in.
Let's talk about the other side of the stage right now because Optic need a pick-me-up, and this would be the perfect one. Tony, Optic, yes, they didn't get it done against Space Station Gaming. Takeaways, though, from that series. What do you want to see them continue forward into FaZe with momentum and not let their heads get too low?
Well, it's funny because on Empyrean Capture the Flag, we saw a good defensive effort, but maybe a little bit too defensive. Maybe that bend but don't break strategy isn't what we're looking for here for Optic Gaming, where I remember seeing them a little bit more feisty, a little bit more scrappy when they're pushing SSG before SSG get allowed to get their setups like they did on King of the Hill. I think that's what Optic were at their best. Get the team before they're able to set up defensively, and then once you slay out, now your offense turns to defense, and we know how good Optic's defense is. So I want to see them maybe take a bit more risks.
We got some top slayers on the board here for both of these teams. I think on one side, you don't expect anything less from Lucid. That is exactly what he does best. He's also very much brains, not just brawn for his team. And on the other side, you could say very much the same for Snakebite, although not characteristically trying to pick up crazy weapons and go off with them. He's really trying to figure out how to win the game. When you're looking at this comparatively, what is this telling you about the story potential of this series?
I think these two are about even, and it really is about how they go about their game plans here, because these games are so important at a World Championship. They will slow down. These will be the two players communicating the most about what is needed to be done. If they have a good read on the current state of the game, they'll give their team a massive advantage, but it's going to be chess between these two and how they move their pawns around. So I'm excited to see when the game slows down, how are these guys countering each other to find the successes.
Talking about advantages there, Tony, looking across here this map set and our records, how are you feeling about it?
Well, this is what I was talking about before. Like, the reason why the objective is important for FaZe is because we know they're 8-0 when it comes to that Recharge Slayer. We also know they're undefeated on that live fire, at least when it comes to Game 5s. But it's the CTFs that are going to be tough. It's the Oddball that's going to be tough. That Strongholds right there, they need to win at least that one. That might guarantee them going to that Game 5, and then once it gets to Game 5, we know what FaZe do.
We certainly do indeed, but can they get there? Will Optic Gaming give them a chance to get in? Will Optic Gaming be up for the task after what was an upsetting loss to Space Station Gaming? We'll have to find out because your elimination final, Optic versus FaZe, starts right now.
Nation Final. Seattle, wake up, make some noise because it's about to go down here in Washington. And you got yourself a clash between two prolific organizations, not just in Halo, but in esports as a whole. Optic Gaming going up against FaZe Clan, and the winner will move on to face SSG in the finals here at the Halo World Championship 2024. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Golden Boy alongside Walshy. We're going to call this action. It's going to be a good time. It seems like we're jumping right into this dude.
I love to hear that. Getting right in the game, looking like we're kicking off with Aquarius CTF. And this is one that both teams are going to welcome to start off with because they get to test each other over the course of 12 minutes. Aquarius doesn't end as fast.
Yeah.
You get a chance to really see who's on fire, who they need to back off on, and how well things are going. Let's kick it off with this man who was on fire last game. It's Frosty.
Let's see what FaZe can do here, and of course, let's see how Optic tries to right the wrongs from that last winter bracket final game. And FaZe Clan certainly learning how to dig deep in the moments where it matters most in that series against Pure, which you said might have been one of the best series you've ever watched in a while.
Undoubtedly, yeah, one of the best series of the year, and you know, just those games, they went down to the wire. When you think about that 50 to 248 on Recharge, when you think about that end on Slayer Streets, but let's focus right now here on Renegade with this overshield as he's trying to get some kills, and it's actually slowed down quite a bit already.
Yeah,
I expected it to play a little slower pace, but not this slow. You're not seeing that many shots across the map.
It seems like Renegade wants to be a little sneaky. He knows that there are going to be a few players that are going to be located around him here. Not able to handle him. He takes out Formal in a massive fight, and he's still going to be playing his life, but Deadzone had to eliminate him instantly.
I've seen so many nade charges this event compared to many others in the past where players are not afraid to just sprint past an exploding frag or plasma grenade to get that element of surprise. You saw also that Halo 5 movement expertise out of Renegade. He went towards the left, thrusted straight towards Formal just to finish off that kill. It was so impressive.
Yeah, his understanding of, you know, his Spartan's movement capabilities certainly something that we've constantly praised him. All these players, to be completely honest with you, have just been unbelievable. Especially considering those H5 days, you know, the spring jumps and all the wild stuff that you could do back then. These guys were certainly at the forefront there, but now it's an attempted flag pull here for Optic Gaming, but he's not going to get that far, Deadzone.
But flag has been stopped and slowed down, and that's exactly what FaZe wanted or needed. Now you're seeing Optic slow down as well. They realized if flag did not continue to move, they have to get one more round of kills before they can carefully move that across the map. But there's going to be Snakebite with kill on the board and the recovery.
Yeah. Optic's just going to have to accept this one. Formal, though, weak in the back of the FaZe base as he tries to make a play. Maybe throw that flag down, throw a distraction, and he does so, but he's picked off instantly there. You can see that top mid control, and Overshield's actually going to get grabbed by Optic. Let's see what they can do with this.
Yeah, this is going to be OS now in hands of Optic. Also looking at the kills, you'd almost think that Optic got both OSs, but as we saw that first one go in the hands of Renegade, however, most of these members on FaZe, specifically Royal 2 and Frosty, get shut down early on here. When you're in a position like this for FaZe, they just need to get some kills, slow down. They're not in a spot right now where FaZe is worried about getting capped. Right now, FaZe, in this state of the game, want to avoid getting capped on.
Yeah, because as it stands here with the way that Optic Gaming's playing, the Slays are looking good. FaZe have been struggling to, and most notably Frosty's been struggling to get into it the early parts of this game here. But he has been contributing shots where deems necessary, but it seems like Optic have a really good setup here to try and pressure FaZe, put them in the back of the base, get these slays, and then start to make this pull happen. Look for Trippy. He's going to be the one that kind of opens things up here as Deadzone goes in for the support.
And look at how timid FaZe are right now. They are just crouching in the back of their base. They realize all this pressure's coming in, and their goal is to kill this one or two players on the flag. They're about to get this flag. I like that route from Deadzone. Fakes like he's running towards bottom util, potentially drawn out a grenade, and then goes back towards the bridge.
Is anyone there in the vicinity to be able to stop him? Deadzone's taking shots from behind. He made his way over to Yellow Utility. He's right there. He sees it in his sights. This could be the first one, but he's going to have to bail on it for the time being. Frosty gets his first kill, and what a first kill to get as he manages to stop the flag carrier from being able to lock in that first one. Lucid's got eyes on him, and he's going to go down low, and look at this player here. That's going to be a gimme. Looking for another one. Can they get the recov? No, instead they're going to get the flag, and Optic Gaming are going to put the first one on the board here, but they got to return their flag first. Mission accomplished. Optic put one down.
So well done there by Lucid, realizing that he bought enough time by backing down Renegade into the utility. After that, just repositioning towards bottom center, knowing that somebody, anyone from FaZe, they're going to fly over and try to be a factor on this flag cap. The only option they have is bottom car, bottom pink, or bottom center.
Well, now we'll see what Renegade can do with this overshield now since he's gained possession of it. Formal, though, wise to it. Great nade placement's going to just eliminate the presence of the overshield here toward Yellow Utility. Watch out, though, for those players Pushing toward the right side of the map, though, looking to assist Renegade, and he's waiting for these openings here. Now that he has a teammate to work with, and Frosty gets that pick, this could very well be the opportunity they need.
And Renegade has two options here. One is clear out these players in the back of the base and get the kills. Second option is if you can sneak a flag grab out, it looks like they go for option B. You see Frosty just toss that flag out. Now those players in the back of the base of Optic's base are no factor. They actually want to push out towards Util or Fridge, and look at this. They can't do much. They have to go towards Plat, and they're just getting killed one by one. There goes the third player, and that's going to be 3 down. Trippy, the only one alive.
Yeah, and he might not be long for this world here as Snakebite manages to get him, and that is going to let that flag continue to move on forward here. Snakebite's got eyes on the players that are spawning toward the Fridge. They just want to get that first flag on the board. It would be massive for them. A Formal with the double kill stops FaZe right in their tracks.
And I'm actually surprised this flag was not moving a bit quicker. You saw so much control on the map. You saw that FaZe had the flag out. They knew the players in the back of the base, and it felt like they opted just to secure those kills rather than moving that flag a little bit faster. But still, flag moving all the way across. Renegade gonna put this first one in, and that's gonna be a cap here for FaZe Clan.
Good insta to try and just make sure no one pressures over toward that blue util. FaZe put one on the board. We're all tied up here 1-1. I expect nothing different from these two teams, man. They've met against each other time and time again. Prolific names in Halo Esports. They're vying for an opportunity to have their name etched in history here at the Halo World Championship 2024, but in their ways, one another, and in the horizon, it's going to be SSG. An incredible tournament has been here for, honestly, all three of these teams. They've been playing some excellent Halo. Renegade's been great so far. He's trying to really get in the face here of Optic, and they only have one alive right now, Dan.
And Renegade already did his job. Just getting that one kill and staying alive. He's doing above and beyond here, pushing all the way to Util and getting this recovery. Now it's going to be Renegade and Royal 2 pushing in from Util to the flag. But it's going to be the same problem as before. Optic has such a strong defense in the back of the base that they're going to need bigger numbers in order to clear these players out, or they got to get the flag toss over to the courtyard. Let's see which one they opt for.
So that big kill on the left side actually opened things up. Renegade goes in there for a couple of shots, and he manages to connect with them. World 2 actually is going to find no one's in the base, so hey, I'll go ahead and grab this flag. He brings it right across. You see where those spawns are starting to come out there, and where that shot connected with World 2 to the right side, so he's going to need to play this one smart, and he moves bottom mid to cut things off in case things get dicey.
I also wonder about that pause in the flag run, but it looks like they still have enough control across the map. Optic not pushing up to take advantage of that. In fact, Optic still just getting outslayed.
Yeah.
There's a chance here that FaZe pull a third flag.
Could very well happen. You see Snakebite in that base. He's getting a lot of kills, and World 2's got the spawners here as well. So Formal and Trippy are going to be very weak. World 2, I'm sure he would love to have some grenades here, but it's not going to be available to him at that moment in time.
But he's did his job already. Backing down 2 players in a 2 versus 1 over towards the Fridge. And it looks like he's going to charge in for the finishes. There's one, two, double kill for Royal 2.
Don't need no grenades for that. He's going to do it the old-fashioned way. Big fight for Frosty in the middle to continue to stay alive. Flag gets returned, as you just heard. As we take stock of where things are, you know, go back to what the analyst was talking about earlier, what Tony and Wes were discussing about how FaZe are definitely going to need to kind of stake their flag in this game 1 Aquarius CTF matchup. No pun intended, kind of. But it seems like it's working out so far for them, but they only have that 1 flag lead, and Optic could very well come back into this one. Plenty of time.
Also, Wes talked about the objective efficiency. Right now, FaZe aren't heavily outslain. They're up by a couple kills throughout the course of this game. Think about how heavily they're getting outslayed early parts, and they stopped all those flag attempts from Optic. Optic were only able to get 1 flag cap during their outslaying spree, whereas FaZe have been able to capitalize and get 2 flag caps during their outslays.
Well, now Frosty is going to be happy with this overshield grab. He's also got himself the thruster too, so he'll look to break some ankles in a few of these fights, maybe even make some space in case he's got to chase a kill down. And they're doing the work here. You got one player that's going to be sitting inside of that Optic base, making that flagpole happen. There goes Trippy trying to beat the nade there, but he can't stay alive long enough. Does get the trade, though.
Huge trade by Trippy, to be honest. Trippy is happy to trade there against somebody who has some OS, someone who's thruster, someone's already at your base. Even if it's just a 1-to-1 battle, and you are a fresh spawner versus their full shield person, trading out works out in your favor. They're going to spawn way back further, and you just want to stop the closest threat to the flag grab.
Just saw the number 1 and number 2 KD players face off against one another there, but the number 1 came out on top that time around. Lucid, great patience. to try and continue to march this one forward, start to get inside of the FaZe base and actually make this flagpole reality happen. You got a few players down here for FaZe, and Lucid and the company are going to be going real fast here, Dave.
I like this play. Just don't even hesitate. That player in the back of the base is not going to be a factor here. Now it's up to the rest of Optic to hold them off and get a couple slays. One thing that's sometimes risky is running across that bridge, but the fact that FaZe haven't pushed across the top center means it is safe and secure. That's going to be the tying flag cap going in for Lucid and Optic.
And they got 3 down here for FaZe too, so Snakebite having to deal with a few members of Optic Gaming right in front of him. Lucid's going to make short work of him as he was just peeled down a little bit of his shields in that fight. But they're going to start to continue to march this one forward here, Dave. Feeling the momentum for Optic Gaming. FaZe now on the back foot, having to play defense. Big win here for Renegade to clear this player out of blue util. That's going to be 2 players down for Optic Gaming, and this is now an opportunity for FaZe to respond.
And if you look at how FaZe have pushed into the flag almost every single time, it's generally been 1 to 2 players pushing across that util bridge. Was that flag already snagged there by Royal 2? That is such a fast pickup. And right here, you have the biggest distraction in the world, a Renegade with OS. Even though he got melted there, he was buying so much time and so much attention. You would have hoped and expected to see that flag move a little bit further, but we did not see what was going on the util side at that same time.
I tell you what, with the amount of shots that Renegade was taking there, I thought your boy was renting for like Reinhardt from Overwatch. Like that, how many shots he was taking. My guy was tanking everything in that instance, but Optic really want to get this flag back, and they have a body on it, so they should be cleared to do so. You can see where FaZe are going to be positioned off of those spawns now. Lucid and the rest of Optic looking to take this map control, but the trade in the battle, and that is going to lead to 1 down on each side. Things slow down for a second.
Yeah, what play does Frosty make here? He's able to spot out 1 at the bottom of the ping. His teammate Renegade didn't get that pick off, but still seems like overloading util side has been the play. He must have heard those steps from underneath as Trippy pushes on in and somehow gets a double kill, doesn't get picked off. Trippy has to decide between waiting for his shields back or tossing his flag bomb center, and Renegade comes back to take out the threat in his base, but now FaZe stuck at their flag for a short bit, but Renegade just killing everyone and everything around him.
He ended up running into a hiding player. But if I can for a minute, I do want to give some love to Trippy because his defense has been unreal. He's had some great moments. He's had some good stops, and he's led, actually contributed to Optic being able to get this flagpole right here, Dan.
And also look at the death screens you saw. Royal 2 and Frosty were dead as that flag was pulled. So this is up to Renegade and Snakebite to get a stop here. You see Renegade over towards bomb center. You see Snakebite not close enough here. He's going to try to get some shots from bridge side, but it's not going to be enough. 15 seconds left. FaZe not only need to get kills, they need to get a flagpole and start to move it across the map.
This is where you start to see where that objective efficiency comes into play here. But Snakebite's going to grab the flag, and he brings it across. You only got a couple seconds to work with here. We're going to go into overtime because the flag is going to be away. Snakebite, he's right there, and he ties this one up, and we're going to go to that last flag being the one to determine it all. Snakebite brings it in with his teammate Renegade, and that is going to be the cap. Well done, and we're all tied up going into OT.
Next cap wins. They're both spawning at their bases. Let's see who's able to kick it off here just right. Last time, when we start off here in a career CTF, you saw Renegade get that very first overshield. Who's going to come out ahead of that is going to be very telling about who's going to get this first flag cap and only flag cap.
Well, Renegade got it again, so maybe he can do what they did last time. They found a lot of success with this overshield play here, but he's going to get right into the business of Optic Gaming. Trippy, he's been great on the defense. He backs away. He's got some help there. Manages to find one. That's going to be a perfect. Looking for the next one, a double kill. Renegade having to back away, but he still manages to get the trade out.
The damage has been done. He's setting up FaZe perfectly to get in position to get that flagpole. One thing I loved that was so beautiful about when he was at the back of the base there, he wasn't afraid to just back down and fight a new full shield person. He also didn't overcommit and just round the corner and go trade with the one-shot person. He realized that as long as he still had full shields a little bit more, he can isolate any 1v1 and take that fight.
Intelligent plays, micro decisions from some of the best in the world. Frosty can't win that battle against Dead Zone, but he's got some coverage there courtesy of World 2. See across the field. A lot of players just falling here off the respawn screen. And things slow down again.
Like that play, Lucid tries to reposition towards bottom card. In a situation like that towards util, he would have stayed util if he had grenades to punish anyone coming across from bridge, but the fact that he didn't have grenades meant that he had to back down and regroup with his teammates. Draws a couple players towards car, and there go 3 down for FaZe. Snakebite on the defense, trying to guard his flag.
Playing this one out. Dead Zone's on the prowl. You also have Trippy right behind. The calls are starting to come in. Shades of what Optic had been doing to FaZe this entire time, turtling inside of the base, just waiting it out.
And look at this target switching here. You see Snakebite, even though he's aware that they're about to push him towards his flag, any moment he's looking in and zooming towards top center. That way he can lay down shots and get that suppression fire out of the way. But here it is, just back of the flag, 1v1 fight. This could determine if his flag goes out of his base or if his team is safe.
We gotta say though, the way that Snakebite has been patrolling this, and they get that overshield. Wait a minute.
So well done there by Optic.
Yeah.
They put on that pressure, make it seem like they're gonna go in for the early flag, and that entire time, Snakebite stayed in the back of his own flag. And during that time, Optic bought time, grabbed the OS, and now they're going in for the actual flag grab they want. That's 3 down. Renegade, the only one that can stop that stuff. Oh, 4. Nobody's gonna be able to stop this flag. Snakebite is gonna have to throw some Hail Mary grenades and say some prayers to get a stop on this one.
It was all part of the plan for Optic Gaming. They lock it in, and that is gonna be the capture. Optic take game 1 here in the elimination final.
What a insane back and forth there between those two teams. Watching that beautiful game of chess, especially at the end.
That was cool. I'm glad you pointed that out because
it's also that just that pressure too from Trippy. Trippy still would dip in over towards that util bridge, lay a couple shots. He's like, oh, okay, I can't leave my base. They're clearly going to be pushing for this,
exactly.
for this OS, but for the flag. But that whole time, the strategy for Optic was delay, buy that 15 seconds, get the OS, and then go in for the flag grab.
That was very, very well done. FaZe gonna get caught looking on that one. Go back and check the VOD, see how that one played out. But Optic Gaming brilliantly played in the overtime. What a back and forth way to go here for the elimination final. You could not ask for a better way to start things off, Dave, than for these two teams, world champions in their own right, who are here trying to, run it back, get another world championship under their belt. And we go into an overtime in game 1. I think we're going to be here for a while if it keeps going like this, bro.
Yeah, with how evenly matched these teams are. I mean, also with how strategic and slow paced that first one was. We will see that from time to time, but when we get to like game 3, Solitude Strongholds, it's just going to be people zooming across the map.
But, to reflect on what the desk was talking about earlier, right? They were discussing what are going to be those win conditions for FaZe Clan. Where do they find that success? And it was noted that this particular game mode, this game, Map 1 Aquarius CTF one, was a pretty big game for FaZe. If they had been able to pick up this one, then you go comfortably into Recharge Slayer, where you're currently sitting for the Slayer game mode. Actually, for Recharge Slayer, specifically 8-0. So you're quite comfortable if you're a FaZe Clan going into this, but boy, oh boy, you would have liked game 1.
I also love the fact that someone is showing their sign and someone else is showing us their burrito. It's like, all right.
What happened?
When that person showed the brick by brick sign, the other person next to him was just showing us their burrito. All right, sweet.
Wait, was there someone just showing us a burrito?
Yeah, someone showing us a burrito out there. Well, let's take a quick look here at this Slayer status from players. Dead Zone. Someone who was critiqued before about maybe not putting up the biggest numbers.
Yeah.
Previously was SSG, leading here for his squad at Halo World Championships when they need it the most. On the stage right now, we have 7 world champions. Dead Zone left.
Yeah.
Still needs to get that world championship.
That's wild, man.
Could be that event. This could be, but like I said, 3 or 4 world champions. Dreams are dying here in this series.
And you're smiling, too. I think it's great. No one can see you, but you're smiling.
It's wild to think of that we have so many top players here in Halo. These last few squads.
I agree.
Everyone can win. That's the nature of competition.
I agree. It's been an incredible tournament, undoubtedly, here in Seattle, Washington.
Lucid signs. There was that one. My dreams are of Lucid, and then my dreams are Lucid, and then Tommy Wilson.
Yeah,
I like that.
I like it. Fandom's picking up over here, folks. All right, let's see what ends up happening here. Remember, as I noted, 8-0 record for FaZe Clan on this map in game mode, specifically. On the other side, for Optic Gaming, I can tell you right now, it ain't 8-0. So it's good, don't get me wrong, it's good, but it ain't 8-0. And that just goes to show that whatever's working for FaZe Clan on this map, it has been cooking here in Seattle.
All right, let's see what teams are doing off the start here. Nobody diving in instantly for camo. Sometimes you see a quick rush for it. There's going to be a trade of melees, but that's just going to be Renegade walking away with a sliver of health. And Frosty walking away with camo. Now he's got pretty much one big push with this. as we've seen, game slows down enough that you don't get multiple pushes with Camo at this point. And he backs out. He knows there's a player one shot in there, but he does not want to go 1-for-1 with his Camo.
He's got to be careful. Oh, look at that, pre-firing the ledge with green gun. And if you're getting shot with plasma,
what the heck?
That was crazy.
Feels like
no
the Camo
entrance.
should be an advantage, but these players are getting hunted down here in Seattle with this Camo. Both Seattle and Salt Lake City. Camos
smart too.
have been a danger, an endangered species out here on the Halo maps of Recharge.
I was going to say, though, it's really smart for him to grab the plasma pistol in that one. High rate of fire. You can just continuously throw shots out. And on top of that, it does a decent amount of damage to the shields because it's plasma. So that was all overall just a really smart way to shut down that Camo play. But here's the thing, though, Dave. While all that's been going on, FaZe still continue to maintain this lead. They have 3 up presently. And hey, if you're Optic Gaming, where are those gaps going to be present? Because look at how FaZe are spread across the map.
Based on this timing, we're going to see this one go to the time limit, the way these teams are playing it. Also, only 3 shots left here. Renegade Shock Rifle. Let's see how he decides to play this one. Looks like he just wants to reposition. He hears the push come in over towards elevator side and wants to have nothing to do with that. He doesn't want to put himself in a position, even though these players are skilled enough that they can hit those no-scopes, they can hit those close shots. They do that when necessary. They do that when they feel like they have to take up more ground, when they have a higher risk versus reward benefit. But they're not just doing that
so good.
just for the sake of getting a random kill.
That was so good. Well played there by Renegade. He saw that player dip down from Whirlpool. He had the help, and now they got this camouflage again. I gotta say, the way that they play for the utility, the power items, very impressive. Seems like they took a page out of Optic's book from that first game there, if you know what I mean.
Renegade going on a killing spree, make that a double kill to close that one out. 3-kill lead here when they had Shock Rifle on their side. Now, who is going to get control of pipes and this next Shock Rifle is going to be the real question. Seems like it's going to be highly contested. Formal kind of sandwiched here. I expect Formal to die in the kill feed there. Yes, he does. He falls in a trade against Renegade. So that means FaZe are going to have control of pipes and more likely to get this next Shock Rifle here coming up.
Thing is, I see Frosty. I think he might have grabbed it.
It couldn't have popped up that quick, right?
I think he did because I just saw him on the ledge, but I might be wrong on that one. We'll go and maybe jump over to his screen a little. But you're probably right on that one, Dave.
Yeah.
In any case, he's in that position. He's in a perfect spot to be able to grab it.
Yeah, we will find out here shortly, but just knowing that player's nearby, heard those loud footsteps. Lucid somehow going to turn that around with a commando.
Sometimes the plasma pistol and that sound just kind of throws you off a little bit when you have that charge. I couldn't even hear where Lucid ran to.
All right, we got Shock Rifle in the hands of Formal. Now we got ourselves a tie game as well. So we saw that FaZe were able to pull off a lead with Renegade Spree and Renegade getting that Shock Rifle. Now what are they going to do with this in the hands of Formal? Looks like they're just going to take it right out of his hands. Almost getting that second kill there.
2 down for Optic Gaming.
Stopping that Shock Rifle from being able to get established in any far away position.
Yeah, this has certainly been a bit of a challenge, Dave, for Optic Gaming to get back into this. They're so close, though, from being able to do so. But Renegade's hitting some shots. Let's actually jump over to the other side of the field. Go over to Optic Gaming and here listening with the green wall and see how they're going to fight on this one and come back into this series.
I have smoke. Hold angles, guys. Hold angles. Go for it. You're good. I'm just gonna try and get this. I'm trying to get this, guys. Where? He's gonna come up battery. He's gonna come battery. I don't know. Cautious sniping. Long haul sniping, Tommy. Long haul above you. Yeah, camo.
One shot, single stack, double stack.
I'll kill this guy. I'll find this guy. Yo, weak commando. Rolls you. You guys on top. Commando weak.
See, sneaky with shock. Sneaky with shock. They're wearing gold too. They were in gold. Yo, Zane is in a great spot. Zane is in a great spot.
You guys in gold. I'm trying to help you, man. I'm trying to help you. I got one. Nice. Above you, Joey.
Yo, Zane, let's fight long all here. There's a guy at bat ledge.
Top at me.
Yeah, but come on, Joey.
All you, Joey. We should hit gold. We should hit gold right now, Zane. We should hit gold right now.
Shot top at me. Hitting it, guys. One here. Nice. 2, 3. There's a grapple down top A. There's grapple down.
I'm back in long all. I think he's in bat ledge or something.
I think they might. Yo, spawn turbine, guys. Spawn turbine.
He has shock and blast. He's big guard.
Where's he going?
Caution. He's just sitting caution in the corner. He's going long all now. He's still going long with shock.
Yeah, okay. There's watching me.
Sneaky right now. Sneaky right now.
Check the shrouds.
Nice spot him, man. Nice. I'm pushing A, bro.
Wait.
Okay.
I'm coming. Yes, we can. I'm coming.
I'm going bottom A, guys.
All the way out.
Watch out, half ball.
Top tower, World 2.
That's the turbine.
Bottom A killed me. Yeah, he killed me. Nice. Get out, Tommy, maybe? Get out. I think bottom.
Top cat me.
Wait. Trying to get out long.
One top on tower. This guy,
Just like the Jordan Peele movie, you hear him say, "Get out," as he's going near elevator. But you also heard during those comms, you heard how they wanted to hit gold. He said, hey, we're at long haul. There's a distraction over towards elevator/turbine side. Let's hit long or gold right now.
Yeah.
And those are some of those coordinated pushes that players are either going to say, I'm going to help and cross map to try to help my teammates that are over on the opposite fight, or we're just going to roll through and start a brand new fight that the other team is not expecting.
Yeah, and also another thing that I had noticed too is every single time Optic wanted to set up a trap play or something that could maybe get them 2 kills and then they could build some momentum off of that, someone from FaZe kind of sniffs it out. In that instance, it was Dead Zone parked inside of the corner, actually right where Lucid is right now, and then Snakebite just peppering him with shots. Had that player who pushed long haul actually committed to that push, actually could have looked way different. That being said though, you still have FaZe with this advantage that they've held on the entire time, Dave, but this Camel could be the difference.
Look at this, just being a quick scout. They know Camo's got to be on the outskirts here, but Pipes can be a difficult spot to push in. One nade can change the fight in Pipes, and 3 members of FaZe all stuck in the corner there. What do they do to get out of this? It looks like they just hold the angle together and fight, and nobody from Optic wants to overextend into that battle.
The fact that FaZe in that instance, every player just weak, blinking, and nothing had connected there. You know they're going to be kicking themselves when they go back and watch that VOD later on here. Massive nade's going to stop them.
It's tough, but also the game didn't slow down enough prior to that, so you didn't have all these members of Optic with extra grenades. You'll see when the game slows down more, you'll see all these players from Optic and FaZe go snag extra plasma grenades, grab a pistol, grab a commando. They'll have all that different extra utility.
Yeah, more inventory for sure to work with here, but we didn't make mention before of FaZe's success on this game mode, this map and game mode specifically, so this isn't all that shocking to see from FaZe, but it is impressive how they just continue to keep ahead from Optic Gaming from start to practically finish where we are toward the late game here.
If I'm being honest, I'm thinking through like past games here on Recharge. I just think of so many standoff situations back when Renegade was on SSG. You saw so many times where he would just start a fight. He just grapple on in, kill somebody with a shock rifle, and kill all these standoffs. And look at him so far this game. 21 kills in 9 deaths.
Put in some work.
The only member positive right now for FaZe. They are setting him up beautifully.
Oh, he wants to get a nice
One thing that's also
play here.
so incredible about Renegade is as he navigates on these outskirts, he's able to somehow get behind enemy lines, isolate a 1v1, win that 1v1, and rejoin the fight. He also does it very quick. It's not like he's taking the slow, sneaky route and crouch walking. He's a lot of times running around there. So sometimes the opponent has a slight advantage against him in that fight, but he's just so good at winning those fights.
Yeah, he pushes with a lot of confidence. Takes fights with a lot of confidence. It's been Renegade's MO since we've first laid eyes on him in the Splice days in H5. The talent that this kid has, unreal. But of course, now the game slows down to a snail's pace here. 4 kills separate, but wait a minute, Frosty has a little bit of an opening here, and he gets himself a nice 2 kills for that one. Royal 2 will pick up the first, and Frosty gets the second. That's going to put it down to 48. One player tucked in the corner. He was wise to it, and he does get stuck in the end, but that's only going to be 1 player left alive, and he chases him down with his own grenade, and that is going to be FaZe Clan getting that second game win, extending their success on Recharge Slayer to 9-0.
Dominating performance there from Renegade. 23 kills, 11 deaths. Leading FaZe there to tie this series up. And I was surprised, you know, the game started off so slow. Usually you see the reverse of that. Game starts off a little bit quicker and then teams slow it down toward the end. FaZe, even though they had the lead, they realized they had numbers advantage and just wanted to end it here and now. They didn't want to wait a minute, let Optic set some sort of miraculous push up and see if they could make some sort of comeback.
I'm also impressed with how Frosty was able to just kind of weasel his way behind enemy lines there, because it really did feel like no one from Optic had any inclination that there was someone on the flank based on how that play turned out.
Yeah, they've just been so sneaky. They just know these setups, and they know the small opportunities they have to get behind these setups.
Yeah.
Just unorthodox routes across the map.
But as you look at the scoreboard at the bottom of the screen there, something that you should take note, at no point in time did FaZe lose that lead. They were in firm control for the entirety of that game, which again, after losing a close one in game one, in Aquarius CTF, Dave, most teams, they'll suffer, they'll struggle in those situations, right? They'll really be like, oh man, we could have taken that, Heck, I even think FaZe Clan would have beaten themselves up at a certain point in time a few events back. But now, dig deep, find where those wins are, and they do just that. Tie it up, 1-1. This is going to be a long series here, man.
It is. We are in for a great one. However, this next game, not going to be a long one. Like I said, it's going to be strongholds on interference. I believe I incorrectly said solitude before, but strongholds on interference.
Yeah.
And this is, honestly, it's a debatable map amongst the top pro teams. They kind of say, hey, it feels like it's a little too snowballing. And we are going to see these teams both get their opportunities at getting full setups. And it's very difficult to break out those times when you spawn over at Bunker, you spawn over at Carbine, and the team gets a triple cap. So expect this one to be probably the most snowballing mode that we'll see here in this event and in the series.
And there you just saw what they're fighting for. The coveted Halo World Championship trophy has been with us since, since the inception of this thing, which is pretty wild to think about. Been talking to a lot of folks here in the venue, doing some podcasts and stuff. 10 years of this, man. 10 years that we've been doing the HCS. So I still remember the email like it was yesterday. It's incredible to see how far this has all come, how far these players have come. You and I were commentating, FaZe Clan, as a matter of fact, winning in 2016, I want to say.
Know each other that long? I feel like we've known each other like 2 or 3 years.
Unfortunately, man, I can't get rid of it. Just say, like, Tashi's like, oh, hey, we're going to force you to commentate with Washington. Come on, man, All right, let's do this, baby. Jump into game 3.
Let's see what they're going to do off the break here.
Yeah.
Renegade getting behind enemy lines instantly. Getting that pick on Trippy, and he wants to just hold this tower. He didn't realize his player's right next to him, almost gets the ninja. But Lucid gonna get that first slay in favor of Optic. And that's gonna be 2 down apiece. Who's gonna be able to get this OS? Dead Zone trying to set up for it, but wants to get this first pick before being a sitting duck over there on the OS platform. Lucid, can he grab it? He does slip over towards Sewer.
There he is, taking all the shots.
That OS just, traded OS for a clip of Frosty's Bandit. I don't know if it works out so well there.
The math ain't mathing.
Not the most effective OS, but in the end, not in the hands of FaZe. Lucid able to eventually get towards top tower. See how much they're prioritizing this position.
Yeah, they've been just making sure that
the only way to really kill someone in tower is throw a grenade or be up in tower yourself. It's really difficult to get some of those finishing angles there. That's why they're prioritizing that spot so hard. It's gonna be all 4 down for a moment here for FaZe. Optic can go for their first trip cap, and they know where the spawns are going to be. They know it's going to be in Bunker.
So they're going to make this move happen here.
But at least FaZe now have tower. They're going to break out of A. They have tower for a short bit. As long as FaZe can get tower, this won't be that bad.
Yeah.
But the fact that Optic are somehow able to push it towards tower and Engine 2, this could be another round of slays going in favor of Optic. And there goes 3 down. They're blocking Bunker. That means spawns. Well, they're going to be over at Carbine.
And this is the one you want. Big trip cap here for Optic Gaming. They got a good position. They're going to have to force all these players to have to just go after that B stronghold.
That player's over at B tower, over at Snipe. So able to flip B, didn't spawn over at Carbine like Optic and myself were expecting. And so not a full set there from Optic. But here comes another OS in the hands of Optic Gaming. But getting peppered down real quick.
Yeah, the overshield certainly has not been playing much of a factor here, but for Optic, at the very least, you keep it out of the hands of FaZe. That will be your, saving grace there. Not much that you can really take out of that, but in any case, now it's going to be FaZe's turn to strike as they'll get some time here with A and B control.
Yeah, and honestly, not bad position for FaZe at all. Yes, they're down by about 60 points right now, but the fact that Optic had a chance to get a potential trip cap and spawn slay and weren't able to capitalize on that, now it's FaZe's chance to get a few kills, and if they can get their full setup, you can get way more than 60 points.
B starting to get the flip here. World 2's got eyes on Lucid. Formal is in the territory to try and make that flip happen. Big connection with the headshot there. Removes him, and they can stop that cap from happening if they can get a body over there in time. But there's going to be one more member of Optic Gaming in the vicinity to do so, and that's Lucid's. And Renegade was wise to that, which is why he was waiting it out to see where that player was, and also just to see if he can get his shields back. But in any case, though, Dead Zone with the flip now, you're good to go on this one. If you're Optic, BC control and you continue to gain, you're about to hit that 100-point threshold.
Optic right here are just waiting to see which push FaZe make. Whatever side FaZe pushes out of, expect the other members of Optic to push on the opposite side. So right here, the push is coming through elbow. Expect Trippy and Dead Zone to make a push on towards Engine.
Frosty's going to make this one very difficult, though, Dave, excuse me, as Dead Zone waits this one out. Frosty was looking for where that target was going to be located. There goes the flip. Trip Cat yet again for Optic Gaming. They've been in control here, man.
So well done there. You saw how Optic saw the push coming over from elbow. Those players that were over at elbow and Hall just stayed alive. They backed down. And then you saw Trippy push all the way towards A, recap A, and give Optic a temporary trip cap.
And FaZe managed to get this overshield. They're in a decent position to grab it, or at least they were for a second, but never mind. It's going to be Formal and Optic yet again who get possession of it. It's going to spell more doom and destruction for FaZe Clan as Formal just marches forward. Even though he's going to tank a few of these shots, you get yourself a nice double for this one. Job well done. And Frosty, though, big kill. Clean up.
Frosty taking it into his own hands, dealing with that overshield. You'll notice at this high level of play, these players are going to look for melee trades. They're going to look to lay down a bunch of shots. They realize that if they don't deal with OS, it's just going to be a problem for all their teammates to deal with. Sometimes at lower levels of matchmaking or lower levels of play, you'll see players just only hightail it away from the OS, saying, I can't win this battle. But at some point, you have to deal with the OS players. And these top teams are opted to deal with it immediately.
Dead Zone might have a big play here toward Engine side. He backs out, though, for a sec. Renegade around the left corner. He's so weak. The Dead Zone has no choice but to take this fight, wait this one out, and wait for his inevitable demise. Renegade, though, won't be able to stay alive long enough to benefit from that. And that's going to actually lead to a double kill for Trippy. So 2 down for FaZe. And I like the way that Optic, they've really just not let up on FaZe at all. And that is exactly what you need to do to establish yourself in this series here and be able to get that second win on the board.
They've had such a good plan, too, when they had 2 strongholds capped. They've tried to set up good setups, good traps, and basically rotate over to get that 3rd stronghold or defend their stronghold. And this one's been playing a little bit different than what we've seen over at something like Salt Lake City, where there's just way more trip caps and teams going on 100+ point runs. Here, it's been a lot of double caps and a lot of Optic staying in the driver's seat.
Ooh, snake bite. That was a little risky of a play there. Tried his best, but been able to stay alive for longer there. And FaZe now looking to cross that 100-point threshold themselves, but as it stands, they will be successful in doing so. You have an overshield up for grabs again. So far, it has been all Optic with power item control on the map. And it looks like that's going to be the same thing again here, unless they take Formal out here by Engine side, but they got that overshield yet again.
Is that 5 for 5, I believe?
Yeah.
4 for 4. 4 for 4. But either way, Optic, they knew they just had to hold those players back over towards the A stronghold. And as they cleared out tower, as they cleared out elbow, C was going to fall in their favor. So you didn't see those players from Optic, specifically Formal, decide to charge on over in towards A or charge in towards Engine. You realize that he was just trying to block them from getting towards the B nest.
Now an attempt here to get B for FaZe. The members of FaZe trying to keep Dead Zone at bay here inside of the loading dock, because if he contributes to that fight to the player on B, it could be very, very difficult for them to capture that. So they are going to be able to get it and start to add some points to the board. Can FaZe Clan get themselves a trip cap of their own?
FaZe got 3 down there from Optic. Expect them to try to flip this for a trip cap. Looks like they spotted Dead Zone. Kill him over at the carbine, and they're going to be flipping C, but at the same time, looks like Optic might have a chance to flip A. But this is actually okay. As long as FaZe can hold this top tower, they don't mind Optic getting A for a moment, because they will have the superior position and be able to kill these players over at Bunker and at Engine 2 and go for another trip cap. So let's see when FaZe decide to strike here. Somehow also Optic break out and get broke out of nest. That's a bit surprising. As you see right here, they were expecting to keep them contained over here at Bunker and Engine. And Optic wasted no time, rotated out and got B. They realized A was a futile battle. They were not going to win at A fighting against Tower.
Smart call, and we've been seeing those smart calls from Optic Gaming. Quick split-second decision-making that honestly netted them the overtime victory in map number 1 here. You see the overshield now going to be coming up again. Is it going to be FaZe's turn to be able to get control of that, or will Optic grab it yet again? And if FaZe manage to do so, maybe they can begin to snowball here. But the problem is, Optic, they're gaining points, and they're gaining fast. But Frosty's got this overshield, and finally FaZe has something, but is it too little too late?
Not too little too late, not on this map and mode. Keep in mind, at any moment, if FaZe get that elusive trip cap full setup, they could carry this one out through the rest of the game. They could easily go on a 110-point run. But the trick is, they gotta get them all 4 down. Right here, Trippy and Lucid both fell. Can they find Dead Zone and Formal quick enough? They find Dead Zone. Where is Formal, though?
And Frosty dealing with a lot of action over here, and that was a big win, actually, a trade.
Kudos to Optic for so many times not getting into all 4 down scenario. They seem to be choosing the right routes to rotate out, get away, and not just get pinned down. So great plays there by Optic. But Heroes attempt trip cap.
Very quick, very, very short-lived.
See how they slip out of here. Dead Zone. Getting a nice flank over here towards the hall. Can he kill him over in connector?
He's still alive?
Gets the finish. No, Spike Grenade does not get the finish. This could be 1 down apiece.
Actually, I was talking to Aries earlier. He was telling me how you really primarily want to throw those spike grenades against the wall because of the cone of damage that'll end up doing there, rather than against the floor, where it might not actually do the same amount of damage here.
Might not. The spikes don't travel quite as far, don't work quite as well.
The cone of influence. But it's getting down to the wire. Only 5 points remaining. It's up to Renegade here, but he can't do anything about it. You got 3 points left. Is anyone in the vicinity? It ain't gonna happen.
Wow.
Optic Gaming 1 step closer to fighting for a world championship and the run back against SSG. But they started off that one, Dave, hot from the start. And you mentioned it, right? You were talking about how interference can be snowbally, can sometimes be a detriment to you if you don't get that hot start, and that is exactly what we saw. I think even though the overshields didn't really play much of a role in that game, I do think it kind of tells.
What do you mean they didn't play a role?
Well, I'm just saying
you didn't see it directly translate into like them getting a cap or that position.
And what I mean by that is
those kills. That's a fair point there.
Yeah.
But those overshields were massive. They never once allowed FaZe to.
But that was going to be my point, right? My point was that even though the overshields, they drained and they got shredded when they picked them up, FaZe never had that, which means FaZe never had mapping, which means FaZe just struggled to be able to stop Optic every single time those micro objectives were coming up. And then if they're struggling with that, well, it makes sense they were struggling with everything else as well, because Optic had unreal positioning. And really just, you can see even the way they take these fights. They never take the fight with one person. Very rarely would they seek to do that. And 9 times out of 10, they're going in there, they got one person for the initiation, and then they have another person following right behind. It's so well coordinated, and that's why they managed to snowball this one early on.
Yeah, and also the bigger part too there from Optic is just very rarely get into all 4 down scenario.
Yeah.
They did a great job of buying time, being in separate spots so they couldn't just all get collapsed on at once from FaZe. And never allowed an extended trip cap at all. And it was just, like you said, they were in firm control. It was a interesting game of strongholds and interference. Not the way I expected that to play out.
Not at all, not at all. But here we are, folks. Optic Gaming on series points to make it, to compete for another world championship. Lucid Al-Gaib?
Make it to another finals here.
Lucid Al-Gaib?
You see, he planned to get that OS. He planned to take
time.
those shots. Just part of his humble plan.
It's the hair. Definitely. Because, you got Timothy Chalamet with his hair, right? So it makes sense that Lucid's got it.
Also not wasting water. What a Lucid Al-Gaib.
Very efficient. There he is. Shout out, by the way, to the crew who put this event together. From the
Lucid, who do you think is the real hero here? Oh, you see that at home?
It's him.
You're the real hero.
You're the real hero?
You fans at home are the real heroes. And fans here, of course.
Say Lucid isn't the best. Draw 25. That is a crappy game of Uno, I'll tell you that much. Oh, man. I think FaZe are looking to make their own Uno reversal happen here. Try and pick up this oddball streets game, and also do want to commend myself for that segue. But, that's just me speaking to myself here, entertaining an audience of one. But As for everyone here in the building, entertained profusely by what we've been seeing so far between Optic Gaming and FaZe Clan. What an excellent series this has been. That guy was feeling it. Oh boy. He's yelling.
No, Optic gotta be feeling good going in here to Oddball though.
Let's
Oddball on the streets.
Let's do it. Let's do a little survey with the crowd. You guys think Optic gonna go to the finals? What about the FaZe fans? Where the FaZe fans at? Ooh, all right. And no surprise, Optic's got a decent amount of support here.
Want to check on the undecided voters?
No. I don't talk to them. Oh man, the tension. You could definitely feel it for FaZe, an opportunity for them to defend their championship is on the line, and here we go. If Optic Gaming win this one, it's done, it's dusted. They're moving on to the grand finals. FaZe need to force this game 5, and we talked about this on the desk earlier. If FaZe can make it to that game 5, that is where this series really gets interesting, but they're gonna need to overcome this one first and foremost in order to be able to compete in that game 5 situation.
One thing I've also noticed that's been interesting here from Frosty on streets is every single time he goes towards back pizza and just does jumping shots. He doesn't want to go up that driveway to put himself in a position to take a few shots and get hit by a finishing grenade. So he's been super successful when we've seen that from first person POV, and then almost turn and burns that fight there with the stalker rifle.
That was awesome, by the way. The repulse to throw off the crosshair, the shots, you know, that were doing heavy damage, everything about that was brilliant, but it is not going to mean all that much as Optic Gaming will get control of the oddball, and they'll get themselves a decent setup over here toward the PD side of the map.
And I think right now they just have to realize what information they have. They know there's no one on Neon at the moment, so that means the push is coming in from B and Tires. Snakebite did such a great job breaking behind enemy lines and getting inside PD, but all for nothing as everyone is down across the map except for Lucid. Lucid gonna grab a few seconds of time and see where these players spawn. Right now, Lucid's just most worried about, can they get a close spawn over on B or at Cafe? And since he saw his teammates spawn over at Cafe, he was looking over towards B.
Formal now ran right into the loving hands of a member of FaZe Clan there, but Lucid will continue to just benefit from time with the ball. Here comes Frosty though for a push. And you can see some of those some kills starting to come through here, and also
get play ball
coming up. He's got to throw this one out in the middle. Camouflage up for grabs here in a moment. Formal should be able to get the kill against Renegade in the corner, but instead it's going to be a trade. Now Lucid, one shot, is going to be surrounded by members of FaZe Clan. Can't quite stay alive here, but he does so. He really is the boy who lived. It's incredible.
Just doing so much action. He's behind enemy lines here, and he gets 2 different players to 1 shot. That's Frosty and 1 other to 1 shot. So this should buy some openings across the map here for Optic to push out. We got to wonder, do you feel like Trippy's playing a little too passive there? But it looks like the reason for his passivity was he wanted that camo. Snags this power up. Coach Lunchbox and Optic been doing a great job on top of those over shields and camos.
Yeah, it really has been the name of the game for Optic, and it's hard to win these closely contested matches between evenly matched teams like this when you're not being able to pick up those power items, when you're not able to get that map control efficiently. And for FaZe, who have been so great on the sleigh and have just really made their presence felt that way, kind of shocking to see them really just struggle to be able to get any kind of control when those moments happen.
Another great setup here coming out of Optic. They bring the ball back towards A. It seems like they, I wouldn't say favor the side, but it seems like it has been the side that's been open to them. We have yet to really see Optic ever be over at Tram side of the map yet.
The oddball likes to be over toward the PD side. Might like the safety and security. I don't know. This should be a clean connection there, so you'll remove that player from it, and here comes the tram run.
Yep, this is what happens when you spread out across these lanes across the map. You basically have people watching over towards B side and then Neon and Cafe side with ball sitting in the center. And you start to find out, all right, we're not seeing anyone here on B side. Get ready to rotate in this direction. And then as soon as they get a kill, it's go, 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 because you know that FaZe aren't gonna overload all 4 players in one spot. Instead, they're gonna do a scattered push across the map. And so they can get the 1 kill on B side, charge through if there's anyone else get that kill and outrun the other members of FaZe, forcing them to either charge across the side of the map into tires or be out-rotated by the ball. And because of that, we have a 72-point lead here for Optic Gaming in round 1.
Oh, big win for Snakebite.
That was nasty.
Yeah, he needed that win big time, so maybe they could work with this. They only have a few seconds to work with, and now you have to be perfect, and you have to charge. You have no other choice here, or else this round's going to go to Optic.
And Snakebite's hoping another teammate could get in there a little quicker, but they end up getting the stop. All that matters is that they get the stop and get a full setup. So now FaZe putting themselves in a corner, making it do or die. It's really tough to get a proper, play ball here on streets, especially when the team only is 6 points away. Yes, you can stop them from getting a full setup, but Optic's not in a spot where they need a full setup. They need 6 points.
Yeah, that's all. And right now, Optic's stuck in the subway. You're going to have to pay for a Metro card to get out of it.
Just jump the rail, man. Get out of there.
Wow, look at you, criminal Dave. I didn't expect that. You're 42 as well.
But think about how much money I've saved over the years.
Fair point, fair point. Big brain plays from Walsh.
All the good Halo and illegal life tips you'd like on one broadcast.
94-42. FaZe have done a great job trying to bring themselves back into this, but they cannot make a single mistake. If they do, that's it. The round is done. I mean, look, is there an opportunity? Maybe they play ball, as you had mentioned before. Could they maybe stop them, get 1 second or 2 for sure? But it is going to be so risky and so difficult against Optic. Oh, I like this play.
I like that Shroud. Felt like it came out a little late. But either way, Snakebite gets shrouded, and here comes the defense. They have to get these kills. There's really no other way around it. Somehow gets the triple kill. Formal's only one left in PD. Gonna get flanked by Royal 2, and Formal's desperately trying to finish off that ball carrier. Doesn't get it. Now we're actually within striking distance. FaZe, only 30 points away from winning this round. They really just need one more round of slays here against Optic.
Gotta be careful. That camo's up, and it was grabbed instantly. But it was Snakebite in the grab.
FaZe not just grabbing this ball just yet. They realize this comes down to the kills. There they get a slay here.
I think they gotta pick it up.
That's gonna be 2 down players from Optic spawning.
Oh, wait, that's Lucid. Never mind. Okay, actually,
that's different POV.
I was about to say, no shot.
Confused me for a second.
Sorry about that, folks, but we'll make sure we get that sorted out. In any case, that was Lucid who ended up grabbing that camo, but could not really get in there. And I know we were freaking out for a minute. So like, why is he shooting World 2?
Is there some inner team drama we don't know about yet?
Not yet, though.
Ooh, 2 down there for Optic.
Yeah.
Dead zone behind enemy lines. Him and Lucid are going to be a tandem pair here, trying to get the slays. In fact, they might get this kill and then run towards PD for the last few seconds. This one's going to be a difficult decision here. But Dead zone Lucid buying time. Can they live here? They somehow clear all these members. This is going to be grabbing these last few seconds. They run in towards PD. Nobody from FaZe in position to get this kill. And Dead Zone going to grab those last 2 points in round 1, going to Optic as they breathe a sigh of relief because that got scary at the end.
That really did. It was a point in time where Optic was just outslaying FaZe heavily in that one too. They come back within 2 frags for FaZe Clan, or excuse me, for Optic Gaming, 39-37. So goes to show you FaZe really turning things around. And honestly, even when I look at the scoreboard there, I'm seeing Renegade doing some work on the assist category. I know he's usually the main Slayer. You usually see him doing a lot of stat damage, or sorry, a lot of damage in the stats rather. But this time around, he's putting in a ton of support.
Those kind of trying to fish over at the ATMs, get that first pick, second player weak, and all these members at FaZe stuck at Tram again. It felt like that whole last first round, felt like whatever team was spawning Tram was losing.
That's actually a really good point. And as we see things flip around this time around, they're going to go for the Tram hold Optic Gaming. Last time it was that PD hold that they were finding a ton of success with. Now they bring it back over to the opposite side of the map and mix things up a bit.
Optic showing their versatility. They're not just going to force one specific setup here. They're going to take what's given to them. And there goes 3 down again. Royal 2, they went alive. I would expect Royal 2 to wait for his teammates to spawn here before he tries to force a push. And yes, he's going to keep up a little extra ground. It looks like he found a fight. And unfortunately, Royal 2 gets picked off. This is now a staggered spawn. And this puts the other members of FaZe in a difficult spot. You see this extra pressure coming in from Optic because they're basically forcing FaZe to get another staggered spawn or force them to try to make a weird push across C stairs.
Yeah, and actually Royal too, you can see him on the flank looking to make a play, and there's just nowhere really for FaZe that will go, that they can get to Optic without being peppered with a few shots or being met by another member of Optic, because they've just been doing such a brilliant job of holding hands and protecting each other. And Renegade's in no man's land by himself in a fight here, but he should have his teammates in a moment. Massive grenade explosion. He's gonna remove that player from the equation. That was dead zone. He's gotta bring this ball back over to the PD.
Tosses that ball towards Flowers. What is Frosty gonna do? I feel like Slay is the play here in this situation. Just too chaotic. Renegade's already fallen. 2 players here on B Street. Frosty runs into a 1v2, doesn't wait for the death, and Trippy goes out towards caution.
Remember, folks, Optic Gaming, they got that first round.
Look at that perfect bait there.
I know, it's so brilliantly
Dead zone
done.
grabs that ball. Optic are just too good at rotating that ball that you're rarely gonna ever catch that ball carrier off guard. And those are the kills you dream of. You dream of that ball carrier soaking up that damage like a tank, and then somebody else getting that free kill, and they're free to slay.
Optic Gaming about to cross the 50-point line here. 50 more to go, and they'll be making their way to the grand finals of the Halo World Championship 2024 to run it back against SSG. It's been Optic and SSG all year long, but FaZe wants to get involved in the conversation as well. They're gonna have to do it now. At some point, you gotta get into that tram. You have to remove those players from the subway. Otherwise, this is going to end very quickly. And Optic have been great on these rotations as well, Dave. The moment that there's some pressure from Neon, you got someone going over to the driveway. They're just kind of seesawing back and forth.
Just look at this up. They've now recognized there's 3 players towards E Street. Optic is actually going to be not possible to rotate this towards Neon. So expect them to either toss us off balcony or just turtle up in the back of tram.
Opportunity now here for FaZe Clan. As Snakebite right behind enemy lines here. Might actually be able to get a backpack. Actually will shoot the guy at the top of his head. Knowing he was one shot, they'll hold tram, but they don't really have an angle to go after that ball. It's right out in the middle of that ATM area.
There by Optic, because throughout this time, FaZe had a big numbers advantage. They got those couple picks. They pushed in towards tram.
Yeah.
But they're not able to get those kills and actually get ball. In fact, ball's basically played over near ATM. So huge win there by Optic during that exchange.
Yeah, and Optic are.
In fact, ball goes untouched for 30 seconds.
Yeah. They're fine with that. Time drains down. You got a sizable lead that you got to come back into, and you know that even though FaZe were able to do it last time, well, kind of last time, almost last time, you want to be able to just use this lead to your advantage and put that pressure onto FaZe and let the, 5th or 6th man, if you, of course, count Coach Lunchbox on the field, the time, the clock, to be a part of the team for a little while.
You know, Renegade's got to be frustrated there. Getting spotted out with that camo, trying to be that player gets near the ball. And like you said right now, they are playing that time bit. In fact, all 4 down, they're going to go for the closure here. They're going to first revert back. In fact, Renegade, though, got a great spawn, but the position has been given up. He shot with the stock rifle over towards top tram, and there's that driveway. But right now, they have too much ground to cross. They have to fly, and they cannot be cautious here. They're not going to be able to fight Trippy.
You got to take the fight.
5 points away here for Optic. Did ball carrier go down?
I believe
because I don't know why they're not holding that. Yeah, ball carrier must have gotten picked off there, running up that C stairs. So huge stop there by FaZe, but
deja vu.
It is deja vu. 6 points away for Optic. They just need one mistake here from FaZe. One round of slays, and Optic are going to punch their ticket inside tram. Even though I think you should just jump the rails and go all the way to the grand finals.
This could very well be it. They got the ball. Optic Gaming's got the ball. 3 seconds remaining, and no one's in the vicinity to stop them, and that's going to do it. Optic Gaming are going to the grand finals. They sent home the 2023 World Champions in FaZe Clan, and now we're getting a run back in the grand finals between Optic Gaming and Space Station Gaming. It could only truly end this way, Dave, considering how the season has gone for Optic. But is this it? Is this the time where they can finally just win?
Just break through.
Break through, bro.
I mean, honestly, and not that you get to decide this, but like, if you're in their shoes and you had to say, hey, would you rather win 3 regular season events or win World Finals?
Yeah.
And I think you take World Finals any day of the week.
World Championship right there. Optic are going to stay on that stage, but they'll get a little bit of a break. But boy, oh boy, and of course, commiserations for FaZe Clan, an incredible season for them as well. Ups and downs across the board, but I think one thing that we have seen about this squad is that even when you think, oh, you know, they're struggling in this area, they're struggling in that area, it really just boils down to the amount of work that Snakebite and the rest of the boys on FaZe Clan put in. It showed in this event, but this time around, Optic had the recipe, they had the solution, and they were able to win 3-1.
Yeah, Optic just looking so strong and honestly icing up. There's been a lot of times where we had some questions around, can Optic win those crucial games, those matches, those coin flips? And I feel like a lot of times, especially against SSG, they're not winning those ones. But can this event be the one? I cannot see.
Oh boy, well, you can see everyone now getting ready. They're getting their bathroom, their bathroom break, their food break, all that good stuff. And let me see, is Blaze ready to go up on the stage? I think he is. So folks, that's gonna do it for us here today. I just wanna say, freaking love the Halo community. I love you guys. Thank you, Dave, for being and tolerating me. It's been an absolute blast to be back for these last 2 events, so thank you so much. But for now, let's send it over to the icon. It's got Blaze at the stage.
Thank you so much, G and Walshy. Seattle, make some noise for Optic Gaming as they make it back to the grand finals and here at Worlds. Talk to me about how it feels to get that win there and get back into the grand finals for them.
I mean, I'm really proud that we bounced back that way. It could have been really bad if we didn't, you know, show some resilience. And we knew that we lost SSG, but we weren't playing bad. We could have won every game. Went to this series, same mindset, just keep playing the way we're playing, and we won the series.
You definitely did, okay? And now you guys have been fighting hard every single grand finals just to get over that hump and come out and be a champion. How special would it be to get your 3rd world championship as a whole here in front of this crowd?
I mean, yeah, it'd be amazing. It's going to be, you know, a mountain to climb, but I'm down to do it with my boys and try to do something legendary.
There you go, brick by brick, 1 kill at a time. And now, you know, you've had an amazing career and it's gonna keep going. What do you wanna say to these fans out here who's been supporting you, supporting Optic Gaming, and every single player on this stage every time you are here?
Yeah, guys, we love you, for real, thank you. Thank you guys so much, love you guys, thank you.
All right, thank you guys. We got one more match official on the stage. It's our grand finals and it's coming right after this break.
Hello once again, Spartans, and welcome back to your Halo World Championships 2024. Now, you might notice that I do have 3 very special new additions to my desk, and I'm very happy about it. I have Pierre, the studio head, Chris, the studio art director, and Brian, our community director. Gentlemen, although I love having you on the desk, I'm a little bit confused right now because, Pierre, what on earth are you doing here? We haven't seen your face before. You're doing a debut, a reveal, so it has to mean something.
So let me start with the good news. Thank you for having us, by the way.
Of course.
Yeah, it's not going to be a game announcement.
Okay.
But I think it is important that things which are pertaining to the studio, that I have a chance to really talk about this, and this is an opportunity for me to actually do this. But I'm the side story here. I think the team was really hard at work for the last 2 years, and you want to touch a little bit on what we have done and how we built the foundation, but I think Chris can talk a little bit more about it.
Yeah, that's right, Pierre. We are extremely proud of the team of 343 and what they've been doing in Unreal 5.
I'm very excited to find out what this could possibly be. Brian, do you have any more insight for us?
Well, I can do better than that. Let's just roll the video.
Okay.
Woo!
Chris Matthews, take 1. Mark.
This is Casey Wu, take 1. Mark.
I was told that I can just be my authentic self, Chris.
For 6 years, I don't want to be in front of a camera.
There's so much to do and so much fun to be had when you play Halo that I feel like I never run out of things to do.
I love intricate stories that take place across lots of different worlds, have lots of different meaningful characters.
What made Halo successful at the beginning? What is the legacy of Halo, and what's the soul that we want to bring forward, and what's the craft of making Halo games, and how do we set our studio at best to go deliver on that?
We knew we had to make a change in order to take us into the future.
When I first heard about Halo moving on Unreal Engine, my first thought was, this is going to be a really hard secret to keep.
I think fans are going to be excited about the future of Halo because of the possibilities that are afforded us by using Unreal.
Before, we really had to split our focus in thinking about building an engine, supporting it, being really kind of a tech company and a studio at the same time. Since we've made the change to shift to UE, we can bring Halo forward in ways that people have never seen before while still being true to what Halo is.
The Foundry project was an effort to show ourselves how far we can push things using Unreal 5.
New studio art director, Chris, came to me and said, hey, I have this crazy idea.
He said, hey, there's this thing called Project Foundry that I want to do. Let's make it happen.
Foundry specifically is based around the same concept of the Foundry in Halo lore. It's the place where Halo rings are born. It's not a game, it's a research project for our studio so we can prepare ourselves for the next steps of making Halo games.
The original Halo franchise was a graphics showcase. It was best in class. That's what Halo was when it first was released, and that's what Halo needs to be again.
So once Project Foundry had been approved, we took the entire creative team and we ideated on 3 locations, something old, something new, and something really alien.
We had the Pacific Northwest, which is sort of traditional Halo biome.
We were trying to shove as much foliage in there as humanly possible to make it really feel like you're on a hike in the, Cascades.
The Coldlands, which was the second biome that we took on, it was more of a technical showcase where we could play with shaders, we could play with deformable landscapes and terrains. Unreal affords us more opportunity than we've ever had in the past.
On the surface, it might just look all like snow, but how many layers of things combine to really give that winter look?
And then our third biome was the Blightlands, which is any land that's been completely taken over by the flood.
I wanted to give our team the opportunity to really express an alien world, a really alien world, taking something way further than they may have actually done in previous Halo games.
What's impressed me about watching the Halo team work in Unreal is how beautiful everything looks, how incredible the environments look. I don't think we've seen anything quite like it in Unreal Engine before.
Fortunately, we have a studio that's really passionate about Halo, about the look and the feel, and I think there's a lot of hunger to really collaborate, to move forward together.
Foundry was an initiative that touched on every part of the creative process, everything from concept art, VFX, characters, vehicles, and weapons to make the future games of Halo.
Creating an asset, taking this design, now we can really dig into material foundations. What is it actually made of? How is it physically accurate to the world? Now we get to take all the wonderful legacy assets that we have, bring them to life, and bring them to today's standards.
We are really excited to be not just working on multiple projects, but also expanding our studio.
As a lifelong Halo player, I think the game's only going to get better when we get those new, unique perspectives and people bring in their expertise and passion for the Halo franchise.
We are looking for new talent as the projects that we're working on kind of get further and further into their development cycles.
And it is great to be part of a team that's growing because you can kind of see that force multiplied as people come in and take on challenges and you can do more.
Imagine a place where you have the commitment that this is what we want to do, Halo games, and create those experiences. And you can express your talent, your creativity, and your professional ambitions in that place.
We're looking for designers, we're looking for artists, we're looking for engineers.
It feels like a new beginning for the studio in a lot of ways, and I think that's pretty rare.
And I think we arrived now at a point where you see the beginnings of people to start to believe in the process.
There's so much momentum that we have right now and focus and clarity on not just what we're building, but why we're building and kind of this next phase of Halo.
The worlds that we're building, the stories that we're going after.
The potential at Halo right now is huge.
Halo Infinite was the last remnants of how we made Halo games in the past. That was our recipe. And what we are doing right now, we're changing that recipe.
Sufficient body chills have been in effect for sure. I'm sure in the whole of this room going crazy during that. Folks at home, it was electric in here, rightfully so. Pierre, that final screen, Halo Studios, is this a rebrand?
I would rather talk about chapters. So I'm very much aware that I'm standing on the shoulders of giants. We had the first chapter, which was Bungie, the second chapter, which is 343, and I think what you see is the beginning of our chapter, which is the Halo Studios chapter. But from my perspective, I think it is just an immense honor for me to be able to carry that torch and continue being representative for this amazing, amazing franchise.
Pierre, there have been few studios who have produced this legendary title. How do you see this change adding to that legacy?
I think what we've started with, specifically Halo Infinite, was a path of trying to be more frequent where our players are expecting us to be, and more importantly, where we expect them to play in the future. So that means that's a perfect moment to transition onto Unreal, and the rebranding of the studio is a perfect moment for us to start that chapter, and I think everyone is very, very excited about it, and I think what we just showed gives you an insight of where our heads are.
Let's get back to what we just saw because there's so much to unpack here. Brian, first and foremost, Unreal? Oh my goodness. Okay, so many questions. The implications, how does this work? What does it do for Halo now?
Well, I mean, on one hand, a lot of you, it's not our first time doing a little dance with Unreal. We actually have a little bit Unreal that kind of crept into MCC back in the day. I've been around Halo for a long time. I think from my perspective, what's most exciting is really unleashing the team to just be creatives, crafting experiences, and not having to be a tech company anymore, frankly.
Wow, okay, some big words that, and talking about creatives and empowering creatives, what does that do for you, Chris, and your team?
Yeah, well, obviously Unreal is an incredible tool in its own right, but for us, it's way more than that. It's about how we're working and about how we're projecting the future of making Halo games.
Chris, Project Foundry, something that we just saw in this video moments ago, what is it, why?
Well, it's a test bed that we put together so our own creatives could see what they could do when they were kind of unhindered by using a proprietary game engine and see what they could do in Unreal 5.
And what was expected coming out of Foundry, Brian? You know, was this something that you guys wanted to work on further? You know, how did you envision it?
Well, I mean, it was initially an internal-only facing project, right? But of course, I mean, I got to give the community what they want. People are hungry; they're a little thirsty out there. They want to see what the studio's been cooking. So, super excited to share a little bit of a look behind the curtain and what the team's been doing.
Now, this looks like the most exciting time in the studio, Pierre. You know, what's the mood like right now in the camp?
Hopefully, I can transmit somewhat of the excitement we have. I think the team's starting to believe in the process which we established over the last 2 years. I had a conversation the other day with one of my former bosses, and he described the situation as Pierre and the studio is pouring the foundation. That's exactly what we're doing, and now the next step is building on that foundation. It's an amazing, exciting time, but the studio is growing, and the team needs to grow because there are some things which I think I'm not going to talk about. I think I'll let you talk about.
Yeah, team is growing, guys. What does that mean?
Well, we have multiple projects in development, as we've been saying, right? So as we heard on the video, we're looking for a little bit of everything. We got job openings right now. We got more to come, but this is kind of us letting the industry know. We changed the recipe, as Pierre said. We're looking for people that are passionate about Halo to join us in this next chapter.
That's right. We have multiple titles in development. There's a huge amount of momentum, and we are very excited.
I think everyone else is too, Chris. They are unbelievably excited. When might we hear more about these projects?
Well, I'll just give the old classic line, they're ready when they're ready. You know, we want to let the team have some time to kind of keep cooking. I do just want to kind of remind folks, though, still lots of cool things on the horizon for Halo Infinite. Our next operation, Halloween, is just a few days away. That's going to be a fun Halloween-themed. That'll be really kind of featuring the return of Survive the Undead. We got an infection update coming. And then later on in November, we have the winter update that'll have a couple new surprises, including third-person firefight. We're excited to bring a new way to play to Halo Infinite.
Love that so much. Now, as we bring this chapter to a close and start a new one, Chris, how excited is the team to continue what they've been building behind the scenes here?
Oh, incredibly. Project Foundry was never actually meant to be public-facing, but like Brian said, we really wanted to give the community a bit of a glance of what we're doing behind the curtains. But it's been a really, really busy time. We're super eager to be growing the studio, and I just want to take a moment actually to thank the team back at Halo for really committing to this work. It's huge for us. Yeah.
It certainly is indeed. Pierre, finally, is there anything that you would like to say to the community before we don't see you for another 3 years?
I like the 3 years idea, simply because this is not my world, this is their world. No, but I really wanted to point out what an amazing event, how everyone showed up and supports Halo still. This is, for me, every single year, humbling for me to see that. I'm amazingly grateful for that. The key really is there's going to be an HCS next year, so again, something to look forward to. But I think the key, which I really wanted to land, was thank you to the fans. Thank you for the people who give us the opportunity to express ourselves. Thank you to the studio, and I'm looking forward to have a great future with everyone here. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Lastly, gents, are you ready for this grand finals of another Halo World Championship?
Heck yeah.
All right, we'll have to get it started. Pierre, Chris, Brian, thank you so very much for that incredibly exciting update. Folks, I hope you are thoroughly entertained. I certainly am indeed. So much to look forward to. The future is awfully bright here for Halo. We're going to head to a quick break right now, but when we come back, you know what it is. It's grand finals time, baby, and we're getting that stage ready to go. Green, gold, Optic versus Space Station coming your way right after this. Yeah, I like your simple answers because they're effective. I like it. There is a trophy on that stage right now here in Seattle, Washington, waiting for hands eagerly to pick it up and celebrate. Confetti, pyros, you name it, going off with a banner of one of our two teams left, plastered all over this arena. Who will it be? Your grand finals is where we find out. Space Station versus Optic Gaming. Two very different tales so far this weekend. On one side of things, Space Station Gaming have been flawless so far. They have really been flawless all season long. And Optic, arguably our most consistent team that we've also had this year, but they're looking for that gold medal. Silver will not cut it. Clutch. Tony, welcome to the desk. It's grand finals time. How are you feeling?
This is the moment, right? This is what we've been waiting for all year long. You have the two best teams from this year, Optic and SSG, in the finals. There's a few players on that stage that do not have a world championship under their belt yet, so somebody will be added to that Hall of Champions for the world's record. Who's it gonna be? Those the big question. SSG look unstoppable, and Optic Gaming, after that phase series, have got to find some life to start getting some momentum in their favor.
Space Station Gaming have been so good so far, but the road bump that comes in the form of Optic Gaming could prove a little difficult. They will have to get it done in 2 best-of-7s, and Space Station, Tony, they have that cushion. 1 series is all that's needed, and so far it hasn't been a problem.
Space Station Gaming have been the most dominant team all year long. They seem like the perfect team when it comes to the Slayers, when it comes to the objective. They do it all offensively, defensively. SSG have really been the gold standard, and they won a world championship under their belt.
Now, you heard Formal on the main stage after that phase win say that his boys are ready to bunker down and get it done, and this is exactly how they need to do it. The grand finals, 2 best-of-7s. Last time, in the last event, they actually didn't have the stamina to get it done on the winner's side of things, but now they need to push the limit, Clutch. Where do you see them in this series? How can they manage to do this?
It's a completely different position this time around. You are playing as a known underdog. You don't have the advantage, so you can play a little bit looser if you're Optic Gaming. But for me, they've got to find ways to shut down Stellar. Stellar has been way too impactful with these power weapons throughout these series, especially the one against Optic earlier today. If you are Optic Gaming, you need to prioritize where Stellar is and taking him out immediately.
I think both of these teams love a good power weapon. They love anything that they can get off a pad, and you've got to take it out of their hands. I've heard all sorts of different strategies when it comes to Optic Gaming. Pick up the weapon off the pad, even if you don't want to use it, take it out of their hands. Honestly, it's the same for Space Station. They're so good at this, but what they're awfully good at is a deep map pool as well. Tony, looking across our records and what we have coming our way here in this first best-of-7, how are you feeling about this for either team?
I mean, for the most part, fairly even until you get to that Solitude King of the Hill, and obviously SSG a heavy favorites. But as much as I love my stats, as much as I love to try to create the narrative through them, at this point, nothing matters. All that matters that you come into this grand finals prepared and that you're ready to win. It doesn't matter if it's your weakest game type or your best. I want to see both of these teams empty the tank and leave it all on the line.
Yeah, when you look at this graphic, Optic see 3 out of the 4 in the first 4 of this series are going to be their best chance to gain the advantage throughout this best-of-7. That game 1 is pivotal. If you can stop some of the momentum, some of the psyche that SSG already have over you by winning game 1, games 2, 3, and 4 are all your more favorable map mode combinations, and what it would mean to try and reset this bracket as quickly as possible for Optic. All of a sudden, the underdog all season long, to gain some momentum, to start flipping the script. The SSG start to panic in that moment. That's a big question if Optic can get a lead.
There's an awful lot on the line here, isn't there? Oh my goodness me, a big moment, and a big moment for us. Who have you got taking this series?
You gotta have SSG. They have looked flawless. They have looked at the best team this year. They have Bound and Legend that are due for that one thing that has eluded them throughout their careers, the World Championship. Optic, I know you have what it takes, but until you show it on that stage in this moment, I've got to take SSG as the favorite.
FaZe did it last year through the lower bracket, and you just finished beating them in elimination bracket finals. Optic needs to understand that this is a marathon, not a sprint. They can win this. They can break the curse. I picked them before the tournament. I ain't gonna let go of them now.
Of course
Optic
not.
Gaming.
You switched this morning.
Hey, you know what? Mind your business.
Mind your business, Clutch. I love that we have two sides of the coin here. I'm going to remain impartial because I just want a really good grand finals, and I know you guys do too. You won't have to wait much longer because your grand finals starts right now.
Well, welcome along, everyone. It is our privilege, our pleasure to say welcome to the Halo World Championship. Oh my goodness, it slows down a little bit, but then as soon as you think you're safe, Lucid appears out of nowhere. Oh, that was freaking dirty, dude. This is what Mal does. Flies in, 49 on the board. Nico finds another. And now SSG Swarm. They have the trying to sneak a flag. Look, the next snipe. Now people are warmed up. Now people are playing like it's a Halo World Championship.
Ladies and gentlemen, what an historic season it has been. But now it's time to conclude it and ink our final chapter and crown a champion. Now with our two teams on the stage, one has been soaring to the top, the other has been laying the foundation brick by brick. But Seattle, I know you're ready to get this grand final started. So you ready to get it going? Get ready, because here comes the three-time champions. Seattle, get loud for Space Station Gaming! We got Eco, Stellar, Bound, Legend, and Coach Elamite ready to get the big win of the season. Let your voices be heard for Space Station Gaming! Now, it's time to bring out their opponents. Get ready, Greenwall. Off to Optic Gaming. We got Trippy, Formal, Lucid, Dead Zone, and Lunchbox. Greenwall, stack those chairs and make some noise for Optic Gaming. Now we have both of our squads here on the stage. But Seattle, I'm gonna ask you just one time so we can get this started. Help me set it ablaze. Are you ready to get this grand final started? I like that. OSAP, Rob, let's lock it down.
Well, here we are then, everybody. This is what it's all about. All roads have led to this moment right here in Seattle, our grand final of the 2024 season. The Halo World Championships certainly has not disappointed, and these are the two teams we expected to see in this final.
We really did. This is your #1 and your #2 overall all year long. It's only fitting that we have these two teams duking it out. Of course, it's a rematch from Salt Lake City, but most importantly, it is your 2024 Halo World Championship Grand Final, and of course, it's a best of 7.
It is a best of 7 indeed, and if you're watching Halo for the first time, if you're wondering how this works, if Space Station win this first series, they will be Halo World Champions. However, if Optic Gaming win this series, we go to a bracket reset. We play a second best of 7, where the winner will take it all.
A long road, as we said, for Optic Gaming, and they've had some elimination bracket runs before, but this one might be their toughest yet. Going up against a team that, remember, reset the bracket on them only about 4 weeks ago in Salt Lake City at the final major of the year. That will be a very, very fresh and recent memory for them. And on the side of the stage here with SSG, they're also going to remember that they made quick work of Optic Gaming across 2 best-of-7s. Now SSG only needs 1 to become your Halo World Champions.
And becoming Halo World Champions is what this team almost needs to do. 3 out of the 4 majors this year have been won by Space Station Gaming, but it will be a footnote should they not manage to get over the line here in the biggest tournament of the year. On the other side of the stage, though, it is the team who has been the bridesmaid, never the bride so far this season. The second place curse has haunted them all year long. Have not missed a grand final. However, have not managed to get over that line. Maybe here in Seattle, in front of a packed house, Optic Gaming will be able to get over that line for the first time and call themselves world champions.
Not forget, with the caliber of players on that team, they have not been happy with the second places they've received. Yes, they've been top 2 all year long, but make no mistake, these are professional players who want nothing less than first place. It has been a frustrating year for Optic Gaming. There's been a lot to be proud of, but they have yet to hoist a trophy in many, many months now, well over a year's time. Let's take a look here at the map records between these two in your first best-of-7, starting things off with live fire strongholds.
Not surprised to see not a lot between the 2 teams as well when you look at those records. Map number 1, live fire stronghold, certainly does favor Space Station Gaming, but game 2, you've got Optic just in the lead. Argyle CTF, nothing between the 2 teams. Optic a little bit of an advantage in the next one, but then Space Station towards the back end of this series look the stronger when it comes to those records.
Yeah, you heard Clutch say it on the desk, and it was perfectly put. Optic Gaming needs to do this early, and they need to not get to those later games. Just take a look at the records. The charts start to get pretty one-sided, without a doubt. A 5-1 record for Solitude King of the Hill for Space Station. Recharge Slayer goes all the way to 10-2. And Optic Gaming will want to avoid that at all costs.
I mean, you look at the map records in general across 2024 at the bottom as well. 36-21 in those finals. SSG 43-14. That is a phenomenal record for them. But Optic have got to maybe take a little bit of solace in what one of their biggest rivals did last time that we were on this main stage in Seattle. The bracket can be reset.
Yeah.
You can win from this position. But this early momentum for Optic is so important. And the fact they just came off that big win, they should feel pretty comfortable on that main stage right now.
Absolutely, and let's not forget, you saw the records in Strongholds Live Fire. They do favor Space Station, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. If Optic Gaming takes that game number 1, Street Slayer and CTF Argyle were essentially split in the statistics. If Optic can go up 3-0 here early on, we could be locking in for quite an evening of Halo.
You look at the player stories themselves, there's a lot of players on that main stage who already have a World Championship ring, whether it be in Halo 5, whether it be in Halo Infinite, but there's a couple of players who certainly don't. That gentleman on your screen right there, before this season got underway, he didn't have an event win. He hadn't even been in a grand finals. And now Legend finds himself with an opportunity to become a Halo World Champion. Dead Zone, on the Optic side of things, he is thinking the same thing. This is my opportunity. This is my chance to get that ring on my finger.
And you heard Legend say it in pre-game interviews as well. Yes, we've won 3 majors this year. Yes, he's been undoubtedly had one of the most historic seasons of any player in 2 decades of professional Halo. And it goes without saying, the biggest statement for an international player of all time. However, mark his words, the man on your screen, he said if we don't win the World Championship, it will all be for naught. And you can tell by the look on his face, the demeanor. He's normally a cheery, smiley kid. Right now, he's locked in. He knows what's at stake.
If you wondered what it meant to him as well, sent him a message when he picked up the MVP trophy, little DM, said, congratulations, man. Amazing tournament, amazing season from you. He went, I'll trade 20 of these in for a Halo World Championship. So that's what it means to Legend. You can only imagine that's exactly what it means to everybody else on this main stage. And that's what it means to the fans as well, right? Optic fans are desperate to see their team get over the line, to pick up that first trophy of the season. And I think when you're looking at players specifically on those teams who can motivate, drive their teams towards that trophy, your head immediately goes towards form.
It really does. A man that Optic Gaming wants to see a lot of in this series. And how special would it be for the Green Wall, the fans on your screen here in Seattle, to see their team hoist the first trophy of the season and have it be another Halo World Championship for Optic Gaming.
Look on the Space Station side, so many players just with highlight moments throughout the years, Stella being one of them. The question is now, as we head towards our grand final, the road has been a long one, but will this road be one that is paved with bricks from the green wall, or will it be lined with the stars as Space Station and Optic Gaming get ready to go here in Seattle? It's the Halo World Championship Grand Final, and it's Strongholds on Live Fire to kick us off.
It was always going to be these two teams. We knew it all year long, and it only became clearer and clearer, and we are underway in your 2024 Grand Final at the Halo World Championship. It's Optic Gaming versus Space Station.
Man who has earned a POV more than anyone so far this season, you have to say, in Stellar. Won't get his hands on the sniper rifle to start, but one player who will, though, is going to be bound immediately. Puts it to use as well by taking down Formal, switches his attention to Lucid, who's flying in from the back of C here, and it is going to be a flip on C by the looks of things here for Optic Gaming. Camo is coming up. Dead Zone is very attentive to that situation and moves towards it early on here. It's going to be BNC, as well as the Camo and Snipe in control of Optic. This is a fantastic start for them.
Really is a clean grab. Dead Zone knows he needs to stay alive here, but even decides to challenge, and even with 2 dead, that makes it now 2v2 on the map. Nice control, nice points on the board early on for Optic Gaming.
2 dead still on the side of Space Station, so Optic can just take their time here. Milk these points for all they're worth before they try and think about collapsing in on maybe where those spawns are coming in for Space Station. For now, though, it's going to be SSG who are looking for kills, looking to wrap back through towards A, as they will control A and B for now and go into a slender lead here.
Have to also mention early on in the venue this morning, it was one player warming up and one player alone. It was Lucid, getting ready for the day's work. Space Station now into an early lead here with the AB hold.
3 dead, though, for the side of Space Station, so A is going to be flipped, and C will also be flipped by one of the remaining members of Space Station. Recognizing that spawn, Lucid's going to try and beat them in the foot race towards B. Formal's going to do the heavy lifting when it comes to stepping inside of that stronghold, and that's the first headshot of this series, and expect quite a few more.
Dead Zone eventually cleans up the kill on Concrete as well. That was 2 dead for each side. However, Dead Zone's kill makes it 3 dead for Space Station for the moment. The last player was trading. It was Eco. A triple kill for Dead Zone early on. Allows Optic Gaming to secure B. They will start scoring once again.
Big finishes coming in there from Dead Zone. Picks up that triple kill. What a tournament he has had. SLC was a tough one for him. We know that he was sick. We know that he was struggling, and still managed to be a part of Optic Gaming making it to that grand final. But now he's fit. Now he's healthy. He has shown us here in Seattle exactly what he can do. 3 dead for SSG, and it's looking like potentially our first triple cap opportunity.
A starts to flip as well. How does Dead Zone play this? QT in the back pocket. Don't forget about it. Doesn't even need it. Maybe trades in the end. They will look for that reset. Most importantly, it will be a trip cap for Optic Gaming early on, and still 2 dead for SSG. Bound knows he needs a big play here, a big opportunity for him to push things back in their favor.
You're wondering why Optic are looking so dominant at the start of this, by the way. Look at the statistics. Dead Zone is the difference maker. He is 10-2 at the moment for Optic Gaming. On the other side, the main man on the Space Station roster, who usually is the kill leader, Stella, is yet to register a kill, and this might be the longest he's ever gone without a kill.
Can you imagine? Just the setup right here. Dead Zone is on 11 kills when Stellar's on 0. If you told me in game 1 we'd ever have something like that, I would not have believed you. And speaking of, it's a fantastic run for Optic Gaming. They retake the lead by a huge margin now, 85-46.
Dead Zone's going to flip A as well, so they will continue to score here as Legend finds himself a sniper rifle. Will have to put it to use. 3v3 on the map, and Trippy picks up a double himself to clear a bit of space. Pressure coming in on Legend from bottom middle as well. Dead Zone's going to be that player. Dead Zone finds another. Legend is now left on his own, and Dead Zone finds 2. That was essentially a staggered 4 dead situation for SSG, and Optic will continue to score. The triple cap was momentarily in, and now they're flooding, trying to split these spawns.
Stagger spawns indeed. Lucid somehow picks up a kill despite getting, I think, team naded in the end. Finally, he's taken down, but as you say, it was a stagger 2 dead, so Dead Zone and team are going to take advantage of that. They will flip A as a result.
Triple cap back in for Optic Gaming. Dead Zone is going to have to deal with multiple members of Space Station, though, as they will flood in towards A and should be able to flip it. Formal's trying his best to defend C at the moment, but you can see that he's got a lot of attention on him, as Legend is trying to hunt down multiple players. Sniper rifle in his hands. Trade does come in.
Leave it to Formal to still trade in that scenario. Not easy to do when you have pressure like that on back tower. He still makes sure to trade in the end. Trippy trying to hold down Nest. It was 3 dead momentarily for the side of SSG. It's an important push here. Legend's going to be your last player on dummies. Keep an eye on this push.
Legend just come off a spawn here, so Lucid knows he can buy time. He knows he can wait for help because he's on somewhat of an island at the moment, but Legend is making him work so hard for this kill. And Space Station will continue to score here. 81 points on the board for them. They are starting to chomp away at that early advantage that Optic worked for.
Nice kill as well. That's going to keep Optic 2 dead. Staggered spawns if they get these 2 kills at back C as well.
Oh, great shots coming in from Legend. Trippy was flying across with the G-slide, and still Legend managed to make sure that his bandit reticle did not leave his body. Stella will find another one as well, and all of a sudden, Stella finds himself on 4 kills. After a slow start, it's Space Station now, who will continue to score and have the AC hold.
Now it's 3 dead again. Notice that Lucid stayed alive in back tower. He was a staggered death, and he's going to get taken down here again. It's unfortunate series of events for Optic Gaming. It's been continued staggered spawns. Also a lead change now off of the triple cap. Space Station now firmly back in control of not only the game, but also the scoreboard as well.
Hammer in the hands of Bound as well, so he can have a little bit of fun. Dead Zone has no idea where he is. Formal, most importantly, will pick up that kill for Optic, and now Bound has to change his decision, having seen multiple members of Optic Gaming flooding in towards that stronghold. Now, 8B has been flipped by Optic, so they will continue to score. And it's up to Bound to try and find some kills to find a little bit of space.
See what Bound can do here. Camo dissipates, but perfectly timed there on the 2 dead. And now with Lucid bottom middle, you look for the 4th. It's going to be Trippy all the way at scoreboard. This will be an easy control of B.
Lucid taken down as well. Bounce working alongside his teammate to clean him out from bottom middle. So a staggered 3 dead situation for Optic, which turns, like we can see on our screens, to the B stronghold being flipped, and Space Station continuing to score here. They will go into a lead now, 150 points on the board, but this isn't a game that's getting out of hand either way at the moment. Lucid will be taken down by Bound. That's a killing spree for him. Uses the key QT just to soak up a few bullets as he flies through. But most importantly here for SSG, stays alive as Formal finds a snipe and a double kill.
3 dead there for both sides, actually. And now as Formal gets a very, very important kill on C-Plat, he will flip C. Optic Gaming will be scoring again at the 164 to 130 mark. Let's get into a listen with Optic Gaming.
Still bigger. Still back green. Still back green. Find them in A. Still back green. One. Killed one. Last guy A, guys. Last guy A. He has a repulsor going bottom mid, it looks like. He's going rat.
Hey, we should just leave B. Leave B open.
Cuts. On OB.
On mid as well.
On OB still there. Stay down. Nice shot. Looking at you.
Still
2 bolts inside.
Yeah.
Stay down. Watch your big door. Big door.
One guy A plat. One guy A plat down. He's key door. I'm backing up B. I'm getting up.
Cuts.
Yeah, just watching. Okay, sandbag. One guy.
Eco. Weak. They're trying to go top mid.
Big door A plat, guys. Big door A plat.
Big door. Big door. Big door right now. Stellar.
Dummy door.
Shot. Big door. Absolute.
They're gonna push up.
Big door bound. One shot. Big door top mid, I think.
Nice. We got 1.
2 there. Top mid.
Green.
2. Slimes out. Weak back B. 2 back B. Really weak.
Weak back B. 2 weak. And it's 2 one shot.
Camo's at 15, guys.
Yeah, we should play A here. We can also go tower though. Going screen.
Yo, in A. Going window.
To jump back into the game from the comms, I mean, it's essentially a tied game here, but Space Station have wrestled an element of control away for a few seconds, but Optic answer back with a few kills of their own. This is a really important individual, and it's going to be Legend who wins it. Trippy just, I think he ran out of ammo in the commando clip and had to switch, and that gave Legend just a window to hit the headshot.
Eventually A will flip, but just as quickly as we say that, C flipping as well, so Space Station now back in control of BC hold. Formal with Camo, and a big opportunity for him to make a play here.
2 players stacked inside of B as well. So Formal can find targets. He can deal damage, and Lucid will play off of that. He finds a double kill himself. Eco's still alive on the nest, but no shields, and not going to be able to contest this conversion coming in from Optic Gaming over at B. So it's not just B that's being flipped. Look at what Trippy's doing. He's damaged Legend top tower. He's going to have to drop down. They're flanking behind. They get 2 dead from SSG, and now, even though A is flipped, they will continue to score.
Really nice staggered 2 dead as well. Finally, all the players on SSG will be popping up, but it was really good timing on the rotation there. That means that Optic Gaming is only 14 points away here, currently outslaying as well. 50 to 41 in the game so far.
Optic now laying the trap. You can see Formal just playing this, waiting for him to play off of. Grenade's going to certainly damage the shields, but Dead Zone's going to find the first kill for Optic, so now they have the number advantage. Now Formal can step forward, now he can strike. Cleaning up Legend will make this a very profitable few moments here for Optic Gaming, and they will go into a lead and continue to hold B and C.
Into the lead, that was 3 dead as well, and they pick up another kill. Take a look, Trippy gets a late kill on Bound. They have kept SSG on the spawn cycle this entire time. Sniper popping up in just 5 seconds.
If Optic can grab this sniper rifle, then it might be their opportunity to close this game out. Formal on a killing spree.
Oh my God.
Gets the stick as well onto Stella, turning 1 into 2.
3 dead again.
Not allowing SSG to get any kind of a foothold on the map.
3 dead yet again. They will also get the sniper rifle as well. What a big double kill from Formal to get that death stick as well. And now Lucid with the sniper rifle. They're already at 230 points on the board.
The play from SSG is to go towards B. Oh! Bound gets his ribs caved in with that shot. Legend will fall as well. It's 2 dead for SSG, but they do manage to flip B. Eco now has a huge amount of responsibility at the back of B to keep himself alive, to buy the time. But Optic look like they're trying to make the play onto A. They want to flip A and play the ends of the map.
Trippy starting to play it from the scoreboard side in the window. Looks like he does have the ability to push up here. Lucid knows he has to watch the nest push, both high and low pillar side. AC hold for Optic Gaming, and shots like that keep SSG in the death screen.
Bound gonna challenge, this time stays alive. Lucid trying to close this game out with a few more kills. It's 240 points on the board here for Optic. If they can hold for the next few moments, then they will go up by 1 in the series. It's going to be Camo picked up. It's going to be points continue to be scoring. SSG are making desperate plays in and around those strongholds, but they've lost 2 members.
Keep an eye on A. A gets reset. A gets reset. Optic Gaming at 249.
2, make it 3 dead. And that will be the first game going to Optic Gaming. They close out those final moments. And I've got to say, there was an element of control in that game that just felt like Optic when they play their best Halo.
And if you were wondering if Optic Gaming came to play, let that game number 1 be the answer. They outslay in the end 65-44 and outscored SSG 250-196 to, in the end, comfortably take game number 1 in a game that they trailed significantly and were underneath a punishing triple cap. They find a way to slow the bleeding right around the 180 mark as we take a look at some highlights from that fantastic game number 1. And as we said, absolutely outslay their opponents. How about Dead Zone? 21 kills, 10 deaths, 10 assists, leads the team and the game in both kills and assists. Unbelievable from him.
Phenomenal. Game 1 coming in from Dead Zone is the reason they picked him up. Was to win a Halo World Championship, and even though they've been close to winning titles, major titles this year, they still are waiting for the big one. A performance like that from Dead Zone, certainly going to feel the belief that's here for Optic Gaming fans. On the other side, though, I need to point out a few stats because this is something we don't talk about very often. Stellar, 8 and 17 in that game, shut down by Optic Gaming. And I mean, Eco struggling as well, 9 and 17 for him. Quite simply, like you were saying, outslayed.
Truly outslayed, and not the numbers you expect to see from these players. On the other side, though, like we said, Dead Zone running away with the game. Come on, he goes more than double positive. Formal making plays like this in the late game. If you're hitting double kills like that, you're going to close out games. And Optic Gaming starting with the way they intend to continue. It's a game 1 win, and they now take a 1-0 series lead. Most importantly, let's go back to the series layout, and what did we say? If Optic Gaming can take game number 1, where they were heavily unfavored due to game type records, they now set themselves up for a very, very strong path through this first best of 7, because we essentially have even records on Slayer Streets as well as CTF Argyle.
The Optic fans, with, like I mentioned, something to smile about here. Game 1 goes their way, but it is just the first step in that long path. But game 2, we're looking at the records. Wes was saying it on the desk. If Optic want to go to that best of 7, the second one, the bracket reset, and like you were saying, it has to be done early here. They have to use the momentum coming off of that elimination bracket final win to start this series off hot. One man who didn't, like I mentioned, Stella. A little bit cold in that first game, but expect him, like I said a little bit earlier when we saw SSG on our screens, at some point he will heat up.
The key to victory there for Optic Gaming was notice how they kept SSG on the spawn cycle. When they had 2 dead, they would get 3 dead, and inevitably in the feed, they would find their 4th and sometimes 5th kills. That was the key for them. They were dictating the pace of play. They were being the aggressors off of the advantages. They need to continue that here, not just in game 2, but through the entire series, because if you take your foot off the gas, SSG will come in, and they will come hard, and they will end your tournament. They will steal away the Halo World Championship trophy. Can Optic Gaming do it again? If they do, it's a 2-0 series lead. However, SSG, they're going to look to tie up the series 1-1. We're underway in game number 2.
Starting off with Dead Zone, why wouldn't you? What a performance it was from him in the previous game. It looks like this might be a little bit of a false start, so we'll get back into this game as soon as we can, but it gives us an opportunity to continue just talking about what we've seen. And one thing that I want to talk about is, SSG and Optic Gaming, throughout the season, it's always been SSG who've kind of had the upper hand until SLC. That one series, the winners bracket final, where Optic got over the line, I think would have given them just a little bit of belief, even though they went on to, unfortunately, not make it to that trophy lifting moment. Of course, falling to SG a couple of times in that grand final. Sometimes just believing you can beat a team once shows you that you can do it. And the man on your screen at the top of the KD leaderboards this tournament, Lucid, needs to lead the line for his squad.
Absolutely does. 1.25 at the Halo World Championship. Not easy to do when you have the best teams in the world here fighting for a $1 million prize pool. Quite a KD from him. Dead Zone, of course, also on this leaderboard. Worth noting, as we heard mentioned earlier, Legend the only SSG player on this KD leaderboard all the way at the bottom here. Still a top 5 performance, but you could just tell off that game one, Lucid and Dead Zone are bringing a different level to this tournament.
One of my questions coming into this event, when we were talking about our predictions, right? I said it was going to be, I felt it was going to be an Optic SSG final based on what we've seen this season. The reason that I was coming into this and saying I think it's going to be difficult for Optic is someone has to match what Legend and Bound, even Legend and Stellar are doing in these big moments. The fact that they can be 2 dead SSG, but if one of them has a snipe, it becomes 2v2 almost immediately. Yep. Lucid has been that player for Optic who can make that kind of magic happen, but who else is going to stand up alongside him to produce those magic moments for Optic? Well, we've seen in that game number 1, and we've seen this tournament, that Dead Zone is stepping up to that mark when it matters. When they are in what looks like a perilous position on the map, somehow he's eking out a double kill, somehow he's getting that first pick. And I think if there's consistency coming in from Trippy and Formal, that he could be the man who steps up alongside Lucid to match the firepower that is on the other side of that stage.
Absolutely, let's not forget, look at Dead Zone on your screen. He had 11 kills when Stellar had 0. I know that sounds insane. I feel insane saying that, but that's where we were in game number 1. So I think we're gonna look for 2 things, right? Can Dead Zone keep that up? And also, how does Stellar bounce back? Because, you know, like you said, it's not a question of if he heats up, it's a question of when he heats up. And Optic Gaming needs to be ready for that as well. Fantastic game management all around, though, from them on the Optic side in game number 1 to close that game out pretty comfortably in the end. Beating their opponents by over 50 points in a game 1 stronghold, where, as we said, they were not favored statistically. Setting us up here for a Street Slayer, game number 2.
I think to just note from that first game as well, it felt like Optic were the ones controlling that sniper rifle for the majority of that game. Keeping it out of the hands of the big firepower players on SSG is a surefire key to success for anyone, let alone if Optic Gaming could put it to use themselves. And even though Optic were not favorites in that game number 1, if you're looking at records so far this year, they certainly will be happy knowing that they have an advantage here, even though it's just a slender one in game number 2.
As we said, games 2 and 3 will determine likely where this series goes. If Optic can take them, they'll set themselves up for a bracket reset. If SSG starts to pull away, it could be a pretty quick night for the Green Wall.
Game number 2 then, Slayer Streets. We've seen some fantastic Street Slayer games so far this tournament.
Yes.
Game 5s, Game 2s that have swung series back and forth, as Dead Zone, still, quite understandably, has his POV to start this one off.
If you're just joining us, 21 and 10 for this man in game number 1, unheard of in a grand final, and he's doing it.
3 dead off the rip here for SSG. Bound last alive, 4. It's another kill. It's a 4-0 start here for Optic Gaming. The opening strategy is perfect.
How about it? If you wondered what Optic Gaming you were going to get here, and if they were World Championship ready, if they were Grand Finals ready, let game 1 and the opening of game 2 be another reminder that this team is here to play and here to challenge for the trophy. They lead 4-0, Lucid with the camo.
First kill here for Stellar in the game, first kill for SSG in the game, but Lucid has the opportunity here to sneak behind enemy lines. If you can find a little angle, if you can find someone to back smack, then that single kill will become a double kill very, very quickly. He knows someone's around, he can hear him. And as Dead Zone finds one, he'll find another, and 3 members of SSG hit the black screen once more, 7-2. This is almost an electric start from Optic Gaming.
What a start here. It's been tactical, it has been surgical from them. A perfect opening, as you say. It's not easy to get a clean wipe on a game type like Street Slayer, a map that is so segmented. You can usually keep those deaths in check, but not when you're going up aggression like this, 9-5 now.
Great push coming in from SSG, by the way. Lucid finds himself as last alive, and it looks like Stellar knows exactly where he is. A couple of grenades going to go his way. If they didn't know, they certainly do now. Bound finds that first pick, and all of a sudden, we have a game on our hands. Eco finds another, and the lead is now just 2. Stalker rifle also in his hands.
Nice shots coming in from Eco here with the Stalker. And that's exactly what you want to see. Yeah, it was an early lead for Optic Gaming. It was 4-0, but right away, as you said, in the tug-of-war battle, unsurprisingly, Space Station, they answer back. They bring the game back to 10-7.
Camo coming up as well in just a few moments. That's why the attention has been dragged towards bottom middle. Eco can lane with this Stalker rifle, so anyone who goes for it's going to be chipped away in half shields if he hits his shots. Interesting to see that SSG timed that push just before the camo came up as well. Something we see a lot of teams doing now.
Look at Lucid. Oh, Eco was ready for Lucid on the laundry, but Lucid with the fadeaway. Help from Trippy on pink as well. However, Stellar's right in the mix. Goes right around benches. Trippy with a very important kill. Even though he gets taken down, he essentially burns the camo. Surprising to see Stellar and SSG take that battle at Neons when you think maybe they didn't need to.
Yeah, you will happily take a trade if you're in that situation. You are the player without the camouflage and you see someone with camo in front of you. Get that thing out of the game. Make it a non-factor as Optic Gaming now restore a 2-kill advantage.
Not a frag.
Legend learns that he's got spikes in his hand, not the frag grenades like you say, but it doesn't matter because he's outputting so much damage. Every single player on Optic Gaming in the last 15 seconds has had their shields ripped away by Legend.
Unbelievable damage. I don't know how he stays alive, even with a little faux pas with the spike grenade. He's still just dealing out damage. Might even get this kill on Trippy as well. He can't be stopped. Like you said, he shot every single player on Optic there, and in the end gets away with it. Game's still within 2 here, 15-13 in favor of Optic.
Lucid now trying to survive. His shields are broken. Trippy should be able to keep him alive for a few seconds. And now Legend, moving forward, looking to take an individual fight himself. Optic laying that trap once more. 2 players here from SSG.
They know.
Trying to create something, and yes, indeed, they do know. If they can get out of this without a trade, it will be great. But Dead Zone's being a nuisance, and will at least get one for Optic. SSG, though, bring this within 1 kill.
Dead Zone does very well to make sure he trades. SSG also does well to make sure that they do the back tower corner. The damage, though, output, as you said, from this man has been insane in this game. He's 5-3, but much more importantly, he has just been an absolute turret.
More damage, more kills. Will only be 1 as we traded out almost immediately. 17-17 now as the camo becomes the point of focus once more for both teams.
Shroud down.
Should be a free pickup here for Rico. Oh, spooky time!
Optic Gaming jumps right into the Shroud to neutralize the camo. They do lose the lead, however, for the first time in the entire game. SSG will now, off of the camo burn and the control that followed, take the lead 20-18.
Let's him pushing forward, finding 1. Optic a little bit trapped at the moment in and around the tower. Lucid takes to the skies, but the air gets in very, very quickly. And he'll run out of breath thanks to Stella. And the bandit shots that come in, another player going to be flying at him. It's going to be Trippy, but that'll be traded out almost immediately. You would expect. Eco gets that kill, and now we see a little bit of a gap starting to open.
Indeed, a nice kill coming in from Bound as well. Eco picks up a double kill. That brings Eco to 7-5. Legend is 9-4. And for the first time, SSG's up by 5 at 26-21. Let's get into a listen-in with Space Station Gaming.
I died 2, 3, 4 tower.
We can reset.
Yeah, I have to live on.
Check ring.
Watch over.
Two spikes weak. One's weak.
Yeah, Brayden is hiding.
Get ready to fight driver.
Yo, driver. One's B. They can be flanking your sheet. One's B. I'm pushing B out. He's in arcade. Legend. He's in arcade.
Watch
Arcade.
Watch that arcade.
I flank me. You're low bound.
Stalker should be up there.
Bottom mid, trying to call me from where? ATM one shot. ATM weak. He reposts in this guy.
Push driver.
Yeah, they might. Nice. Yeah, we're coming. Ice cream, Legend, 2 ice cream.
Yeah, we can be.
Arcade weak. Yeah, on the wall. B pillars. B pillars 1. Nice. PD, should be PD. I'm pushing PD out.
Yeah, could be PD. You're gonna spend on shooting. It's gonna spend cafe or top.
What could be PD? Oh shit, I'm getting out of here then. PD good. Break. B-roll, Legend. B-stairs, Legend.
B-stairs. Let's go, Legend. Okay, but what's that?
Look at me, man.
I'm here.
Well, if you wondered how Legend's feeling, certainly know now. He picks up the triple kill in and around Arcade, and it was off the back of him just saying, push driveway with me, do some damage, I will finish the rest, and then the Stalker kill, superb.
Should be an Optic camo grab, though, if I'm not mistaken, off screen. It is going to be Lucid there with the camo. He will get it. Dead Zone will also keep him alive. So just like that, we've seen 4 kill leads burned and exchanged now over the course of the past few minutes. Let's not forget, it was just SSG leading by 5 kills. And now off of this camo grab and the following kills, maybe even more, it's a 1-kill game now tied up at 33.
Such a good play from Lucid as well. The most important thing for him was to not get traded out, because if he does, he doesn't come back to Horn Eco, and he doesn't come back to potentially Horn Stellar as well. It's a double kill and a killing spree for Lucid.
This man is hot. As we said, he was the first one in the venue this morning, warming up, keeping that shot hot, and now it's paying off. They are up 35-34, and despite trailing by 6 just minutes ago, they are back in the lead.
Stalker rifle goes over to SSG though. Stella has it, I believe. Up on that balcony, Lucid just got hit by those bullets, those projectiles that will give him that information. SSG looking to slide out, maybe looking to formulate something on the pink street here, but Lucid has his eyes trained on it. Trippy's already hiding Cafe, so should be able to hold this one off for now.
Trippy able to engage. He's getting naded pretty heavily. He decides to advance down. It's a nice push from him. Looks like there's one more player benches. See if they get that kill as well. Now 37-36, 2 dead apiece.
2 dead apiece. Legend still alive, but Trippy will take care of it. And the long-time duo of Trippy and Lucid get the job done on that P Street eventually. Now they're looking to chase down the damage of the remaining members of SSG. Formal will finish it before Lucid can get involved, when we are seeing now a gap in the favor of Optic, as they are up by 3.
What a series of movement from Lucid. He goes B stairs because he wants to help with the driveway play. He knows that someone's going to come on caution and plants angle, somehow stays alive, comes all the way through red room, then goes driveway to come back and maintain the 3-kill lead. It's beautifully done, beautiful support coming in from Lucid.
Camo now, again, going to be something that could swing this game either way. Both teams just to a standstill. Everyone holding their breath. Shroud will go down. Bound is going to be in there to grab it again, but here comes the double push through the smoke, through the fire and the flames, but somehow Bound survives and he gets out with it.
You even saw the shards of the spike coming in. Lucid tried to shut it down, and now good damage coming in as well. How does Bound play this camo? They're down by 2. Big opportunity here. He picks up 1.
Formal going to chase him down. Bound gets the kill without being traded out, but there is Dead Zone to keep this game close. 2-kill advantage for Optic.
As we said, these two teams came in with the same exact record in this game type. We knew it was going to be close, and it has indeed been close down to the final stretch. Legend, by the way, is 17-9 in this game, but they still trail by 2.
He dropped 19 a little bit earlier today. He's going to have to do something similar to get SSG back into this game. Optic Gaming with control. Optic Gaming with that lead, but it is so slender that one mistake could cost them this game. Trippy gets the kill though with that Stalker rifle. Dead Zone will fly down to trade it out. 4 kills now, the advantage for Optic.
3 dead, 4 dead in the end. 47-42. Beautiful work. Look at Lucid taking the trash angle. He opens the path for Dead Zone to come down C stairs to clean up the kill on Neon side as well. That gives Optic Gaming now a 5-kill lead, and only 3 kills away from closing out game number 2.
And Optic have enough of a lead at this time as well to potentially have a little bit of room to make a mistake. They don't have to trade everything out. They can go, 2 for 4, something like that, and they get closer and closer, and it's just a case now of closing out for Optic Gaming. SSG have to make the play though. Optic is saying, you have to come to us.
We know how important Trippy has been historically to Optic Gaming Slayers. He's 14-8 in this game. Unreal numbers in a game that they lead by 5. He's +6. As you said, with the way that Optic Gaming is playing right here, you expect them to be able to trade, but all eyes on camo now. This might be a slow and delayed camo grab. Both teams know what's at stake.
Trippy looking for some angles with his Stalker as well. Push up a little bit, see if he can be someone who can get some damage. Does get the damage, does get out of dodge as well. A lot of information being gathered, and now with that information, with the push that came in, Lucid can move forward. 2 to go here for Optic Gaming, even though Stella found 1, Formal responded almost immediately.
Repulse as well, keep an eye on that in the back pocket. That's gonna be a get out of jail free card if he needs it. He can make a move.
Everyone from SSG is trapped. Legend goes down, it's 1 to go for Optic Gaming. 49 kills on the board, the repulse up. Even though Stella finds 1, the 50th will be Lucid's, and Optic Gaming will be up by 2.
Talk about beautiful late game management across the board from Optic Gaming. Every piece of that puzzle, when they were at the 43-41 mark, the team shot to get 4 dead, to get to 47 kills on the board. In the end, also the camo grab. The way that Lucid is able to pick apart kills the driveway, and the second he went front C, you knew he was gonna repulse up to take the express route up to the balcony, catch Bound off guard, and it brings Optic Gaming to a 2-0 series lead.
Take a look at some of the highlights of that game, and when we get to these grand finals, when we get to these Slayers, you can feel every single decision and the weight that it carries. How one decision can completely change the complexion of how this game looks. The opening strategy for Optic Gaming, perfect. They get 4 kills without being taken down. They get that lead, but then SSG, they pounce off the back of a big play coming in from Legend, where they flip the lead in their way. But the final moments of the game, I think it's just the control and the patience of Optic that allowed them to pick off 1 or 2 kills that gave them that cushion to feel comfortable.
Don't forget, it was 32-26, big from Lucid. Don't forget, this was 32-27 in favor of SSG. It's a 1-kill game at the 40 mark. But my God, the team shot, the teamwork, and look at Lucid just picking apart the kills that he wanted in the end. Gonna get a third-person angle as well on the balcony play. Look, Bound has no idea that Lucid's gone balcony, and in the end, they close it out 50-44. Mark, you put it perfectly. The thing that really sticks out there is two very specific active camo neutralizations coming in from Optic Gaming. There was two pieces. First of all, Stellar on benches. He challenges Trippy and he forfeits the camo. It gets traded. The second time, they send two players bottom middle straight at camo, and they ape. They forfeit a 1-for-2 in the end, and they're happy to do it. And even though it cost them in the kills category, they shut down another SSG camo. And it's amazing prioritization of the camo, of the map positions they needed to grab the power up or deny it. And they take game 2 as well, leading 2-0 in the series, heading into Argyle CTF.
Well, if you're following the story from the desk to right now, the conversation was all about how Optic needed to get the job done early. They needed to win the majority of these early games before we lean towards game types that favor SSG. This one is about as close as it gets. Look at the records of both of these teams on Argyle CTF so far this season. This is the entire season. Neither team has lost this game type, but one of those records will change in a few minutes' time.
I mean, perfectly fitting that this will be our game 3 in the series. And as you saw, just the tiniest edge for Optic Gaming in terms of total caps. Overall, averaging 3 caps rather than 2. Is that going to be the difference maker? We'll have to see. But Optic Gaming and the entire Green Wall, both fans in the building, as well as everyone tuning in from around the world, will be very happy to know that they've done the job in the first 2. And now a big opportunity here in Argyle CTF to maybe go up 3-0.
As the players step away for a few seconds for a bathroom break, they'll come back and join our main stage. And what a moment this is in the series. I mean, you're looking at map records, you're looking at advantages, you're looking for anything to see if there's going to be a pattern you can expect to see here between these two teams as we head into map number 3. And the fact that we are in this map number 3 with Optic 2-0 up, knowing that Oddball's coming up next as well, which is their best game type in my opinion, and knowing that Formal in CTF has been playing like this,
I mean, come on, you feel confident. A 1.58 KD across all CTF games at the Halo World Championship. You get the feeling that Formal hasn't gotten the same spotlight he's gotten in prior years because of the repeated second place finishes this season. But when he's coming into a CTF game with a 1.58 KD, you expect him to be doing big things. By the way, got to give a shout out to everyone here in Seattle. It's been an unforgettable weekend. Of course, we are standing room only, as you'd expect each year at the Halo World Championship Grand Finals. Let's take a look at these two.
This is CTF stats on the other side of the stage for Bound and Legend. Both of them over a 1.2 KD. Both of them with a huge amount of damage per minute. And it's Legend who does the majority of that lifting when it comes to running and capping those flags. I think the difference here for SSG is they need to get Stellar warm. They need to get that snipe in his hands and get him feeling comfortable to hit a few big shots. Stellar 12 and 13, which doesn't sound crazy in the previous game, but yet to go positive in the first 2 games. Optic have completely neutralized him. And if you could do that, you are going to have success.
Not the stat you expect to see if you're an SSG fan. Stellar going negative in both games 1 and 2. By the way, also Bound 7 and 16 in game 2. Eco also goes negative. Legend goes 17 and 11, but it was not enough. As Optic Gaming, as we said, executing fantastic discipline. And I mean, if you shut down 3 out of the 4 players on SSG in any game type to make them go negative, that is a statement. And I think everyone's starting to realize that if you thought that this was going to be a predictable series, or maybe it was going to go the same way as we've seen them go before, think again. Optic Gaming off to a hell of a start here in your first grand final.
The man who has learned a lot of lessons this year, usually pretty good ones. He's going to have to maybe step into a little bit of a role here to get his team rolling again. Legend, who has been an integral part of the success of SSG, now finds himself in a situation where everything this season has been pretty rosy for him. Right. Now it's a different situation where maybe he can spark SSG back into this series. Game number 3 is upon us. Argyle capture the flag. And an opportunity like this does not come along very often if you are looking to send us to a second best of 7 in this grand final. Optic up by 2, but neither team this season has lost this game type, but one of them that record's going to change.
And Optic fans getting loud here as a green ball chant emerges ahead of game number 3. And I couldn't agree more. You get the feeling with the veteran experience on the Optic Gaming side, they're realizing the opportunity here that they are going toe-to-toe in a game number 3 with even records, that if they could take this game, they almost guarantee a series win, but they know they need to do it here. They don't want to make this a 2-1 series. Formal with the snipe off the rip.
Love the Formal went for the sniper rifle as well. He's so consistent at holding down lanes for Optic Gaming, and also it's just the experience, it's just the bravery in these moments to say, give me that thing. I'm going to pick this thing off the rip and I'm going to hit some heads. As Stellar, told you one of the scariest sights in Halo, well, that's exactly it.
Formal versus Stellar sniper battle to open things up. We love a 2-snipe map, and I will take this battle any day of the week. Unsurprisingly, slow start here. Good damage coming in from Formal, and Legend says nope is the eject, and he zips right out.
Still alive, by the way, Legend. Here's the insta as well.
Still alive?
What? That's what he does. It's just what he does.
I don't know how he doesn't take nade damage. I don't think Formal knows how he doesn't take the nade damage. He steals the snipe out. Take a look at this. It's an Optic Gaming sniper in his hands.
I wonder if it was the insta-splode from him that sent the other nade back. I don't know. We'll have to watch that one back, but Formal will finally get that kill. Stellar moves up to mid-map, though, and this is dangerous times for Optic, but they managed to pick up the kills in and around their base. But here is a last alive player who will put numbers back on your side.
Oh, man.
Finds one, but Formal shuts him down.
Big kill from Formal there. Not only the revenge kill on the snipe, but he also gets the follow-up kill as well. It's just like you said, Mark. Optic has to be careful. Stellar was the last player alive. He gets the first pick. He almost gets the second one. It took 3 separate players to take down Stellar as the last player alive. That's how dangerous he is. Formal back with a different snipe in his hands. We'll see what he can do with this one.
This game is being played inch by inch on the map. Everyone is worried about poking around a corner because they know their snipes at play. Stellar will find one to create a little bit of space here for Space Station Gaming. Eco finds another, and now it's Formal's time to hit some shots, and he has to. Finds one onto Legend. Lucid finds another, and all of a sudden it's a little bit of calm now for Optic.
Ooh, Formal is ready for it. Ooh, gonna be a pop for Eco. We'll keep a very close eye on that. Bound is still trying to poke and prod into the Optic base. Formal's aware of it.
Good map presence here from SSG, though. Even though the shields are going to be broken, Formal now is going to be pinched. Manages to just about use the G-slide to get out, but Legend finds one. And Optic are under pressure in their base, but there is Dead Zone again, just to quell those flames.
Finally, Dead Zone's taken down, but as you said, just absolutely shuts it down. Formal does not trade in the end. Trippy from the elbow will make sure the trade comes in. I believe that other snipe had a bit of ammo in it as well. Trippy with the first snipe. This is the way that Argyle's being played right here. I think the only word you can use is respect, right? Teams are trying to kind of very carefully and very conservatively poke into the enemy base, but it feels like both snipers on both sides, especially on Optic, they're hitting everybody and often headshots as well. So it's been this beautiful back and forth with no one gaining an advantage so far.
Legend pushing onto the PCs though, maybe he can create a bit of space. One player who doesn't need to be asked twice to take an engagement and try and create something. Formal shuts it down though, and now Trippy might have an opportunity just to step forward alongside his teammates. Dead Zone has a little poke on the engine. He knows that Eco's here somewhere. He's trying to bait him out for Trippy here. Dead Zone saying, come here, come here. Gets the kill himself. Trippy doesn't have to pull the trigger.
I mean, this is testament to it. How often have we been watching this game type from the snipe stand, looking down long haul? That just tells you how slow and how deliberate, methodical this game is being played, and both teams realizing what's at stake. This is a World Championship Argyle CTF being played very slow, very deliberate.
Stellar's got the sniper rifle back, and he found a couple of kills himself. Somehow hits the body.
What?
From distance. But it was an important defensive play actually for SSG. They lost a couple of players, and Stellar managed to, like you say, hit those shots, which is going to be a consistent theme to slow down the push from Optic. This is one of the most tactical Argyle CTFs you're ever going to see. Everybody, like you say, playing with so much respect because they know what can happen if they lose these numbers.
2v2 on the map. It's going to be a momentary 2v1 in favor of SSG. You do get the feeling with the way the game's being played, the second something opens up and the second someone actually gets an angle, whether it's beautiful, gosh, the speed of that kill's wild from Stellar. He's going to look to do the same thing again. Optic will pick up their sniper, but you get the feeling that the second something opens up, the game might blow wide open.
Grapple towards top middle. It's going to be Eco who finds a kill. But again, Stellar just does not want to move forward, does not want to expose himself to Optic Gaming and give potentially that sniper over to them. Dead Zone take it down. 2 dead here for Optic, and now is the signal to push.
QT is down, so Stellar does have a get out of jail free card if he needs it, but in that case, he certainly does not. Instead, he's gonna look for more kills around Engine.
Still has that QT, just about manages to get out of dodge. But Legend, off the back of the damage, will find two. Optic in a little bit of a chokehold here. Last two alive are on the elbow towards the sniper rifle. Dead Zone will pick up the kill onto Stellar, but look at the base. Eco is flooding in the front, trying to get that flag moving.
2 dead for SSG. This is a dead pull. This is not happening here. Beautifully done by Optic Gaming. They push out elbow side, and even though Stellar had a really nice timing on the QT back to top mid, in the end, it's Optic Gaming holding their base, and part of that is Optic's coordination. Part of that is the difficulty of aggression on an Argyle base. So after 5.5 minutes of play, we will stay netted up here at 0-0.
QT up in 20 seconds. Maybe that's going to be a little piece of equipment that can allow you to overextend and take a bit of a risk. Formal finds Legend. Hits that body, but nobody else from Optic is actually in position to clean that one up immediately. So Legend will get those shields back, try to re-engage. As Formal looks on. Eco taken down, but elsewhere, off the back of the kill from Eco before he was traded, Legend is still alive. Gets bodied. Look at the flood now coming in from SSG, and it was all because Legend overextended and took that risk.
Beautifully done here by Formal, just holding ground on the vent. Knows exactly what he needs to do in terms of at least damage, and he's doing just that to keep them here. Gonna grapple right in to try to pick up a few more kills as well.
There's one. Doesn't know the Stella's there though. Stella with the sniper rifle of his own. He's gonna hit the shots. Doesn't get the finish onto Lucid though. And we have, once again, a stalemate as the defensive play is made.
Beautifully done from Formal as the last player alive. Hits the shots he needed and finishes the kills he needed. By the way, the teams are tied at 31 kills apiece. 0 flags on the board, just past the halfway mark. This is a dream of a game, a dream of a matchup between these two. Let's get to a listen in here with Optic Gaming.
Yeah, I'm looking Yo, long me's in, pistol maybe?
Yeah, probably our left here.
I'm pushing. Watch out right here, look at this right here.
Two there. Pushing Joey. I'm here.
Watch out, crack, sell it. Come in. Watch out, then. Nice.
2 dead guys, 2 on 2.
Yo, let me screens. Oh, he's frags. They're close. 2 here. They're both weak. They're elbow. Our elbow sitting on the brick. Our elbow brick.
Snipers are coming too. 2 dead.
Look at bottom for Joy.
Snipers at 15.
2 dead guys. Let's play for them. Yeah, he's still there. Watch out. Absolute their commando jump. We should kill this guy. Look at him. He sucked me. They're vent, guys.
Okay, Quantum, or
sitting there vent.
Grapples up on the 20, guys. Grapples up at 20.
Their screen's weak.
Inside bottom.
Shut the screens. Snipers down the front base. They don't know.
They're gonna try to kill me right now.
We're going long. Yeah, they're
sniper. Snipes down front of the base.
They're vent.
Watch I drop. One's a vent. They're sniper.
They have numbers right now.
Yo, they're main really weak. They're main.
Yo, I mean E1, R1 guys.
I'm going back.
Absolute cool. 1 bullet R cool.
Watch out.
We got 1. 3 on 3, 2 dead.
Yo, they're vent. Nice. They're vent and missing 1.
Quantum is up.
SSG 2 dead at the moment. Lucid with the sniper rifle in his hands. The first time we've really seen him with it for quite some time. Can he be the difference maker here for Optic?
Got to be careful here. A lot of players on his screen, however, if they decide to turn his way, could be a pretty quick team shot coming in from SSG. Instead, it's Stellar, who hits a beautiful shot with a sniper rifle of his own. He's not done yet. The QT just saves Dead Zone. It was only 2 alive for both sides. We'll see how Stellar rotates out of this. 3:32 left on the clock.
2 dead here for Optic. Formal with an important kill himself. Formal now taken down. Lucid gonna challenge. Always a risk.
Here they come.
As we see SSG stepping forward into the base. Dead Zone with a defensive kill himself, trying to stay alive. But Stellar all of a sudden, he's getting aggressive with his sniper. He only has 1 bullet left. That's why he's pushing into the base. He's not worried too much about losing this because of the lack of ammo. But it's Optic again at the back of their base who clear it out successfully.
Stellar goes bottom base just to kill that Dead Zone kill that's bottom engine side. It's interesting though because it costs them quite a bit of time in the end. They get pinched from the engine side. They cannot get out of the back of the base. And really, as anyone knows who's played enough Argyle knows, you need to be so efficient with 0 time wasted on your Argyle pulls. And it looks like they just take a little bit too much time there to try to clear out the base. And Optic Gaming takes advantage of that. And will still be netted up here at 0. Kind of a little bit of a base trade. 2 dead at the moment for Optic Gaming.
I might be going crazy here, but I don't think at any point we've had a 3 or 4 dead on map. It's been a 2v2, maybe 3 dead for a second, but an instant respawn.
Or
no one has had full control at any point.
Or Formal hits the body shots, for example, when he was the last alive in the vent, right? There's only been a few moments where we've actually seen 3 deads, but they've been shut down by either side repeatedly. 4 dead here.
4 dead for SSG. Right on, I'm trying, everyone.
We're manifesting here some advantages from either side. no guarantees, of course, from us. 2 minutes on the clock. It's the 2-minute warning here. We'll see if Optic can keep the aggression going.
It's the first 4 dead, but all it does is earn Optic halfway up the map. Stella going to be challenging. Dead Zone is trying to buy time here. You can see he wants to wait for Dead Zone to come in on that flank and deal with Stella, but instead it's going to be Dead Zone who is taken down. Did he get that sniper off the map? That's the question. I think Stella was going for it. He's going to hit the grapple.
Whoop. Eventually gets taken down. Would have landed. SSG now. They did have 2 dead. Let's get into a late listen in here with SSG. See if they can get a pull going.
You get to go. Go Peter, go Peter, go Peter.
Mogę pisać zbieniu
Plasmas. They're long haul torpedo. Going on Peter.
Our top right now, one on top left. Top right and top left. They're 2 are event, 2 are event.
Our frags the window. Frags the window.
2 are event.
And top left.
Pushing Kevin.
He got me. Our window right side, I think, guys. And our PCs. Our stickies, Braden. And I got our frag left.
Our frags one shot.
To live, stickies, one shot. Try and live. One shot our stickies. On our base, weak. Well, dead. 2 dead, guys. Go grapple, maybe. Go grapple. Elbow.
Yeah, one to like a elbow. One shield. Up.
Our dead. Nice. That's 2 dead still. Looking for one or no?
Zane.
I'm pushing that Peter. On me one.
I think one guy on
He's on our base. Yes. He's our back flag already. He has grapple unless it's us. He's lifted.
Watch that fight.
Nice shot.
Big wall shield. Yeah, wall shield me.
Yeah, listen. Do we have grapple?
Yeah, I do.
Yo, minute left. Let me play sneaky.
Was it come out there listening? There was one moment in that last few seconds that we just watched where Bound had to hit the 5. If he doesn't hit the 5, Optic probably run that flag.
Bound challenging from the back of the stairs on Argyle. That's not easy, especially when you have additional pressure coming your way. He hits the 5 shot on Lucid on the flag stand to keep them alive here. With 10 seconds left, you have a feeling we're going to OT.
2 dead though, on the side of SSG. Optic are moving forward. QT out here from Formal. We are going to be going into added time here by the looks of things. No one in position to pull a flag on either side, so we will indeed go into overtime here. That was a grind between both of those teams to even get towards the base.
An absolute grueler, and by the way, Optic outslayed in that first regulation round 63-62. Only 1 kill separating these 2 teams. My God, we knew this was going to be a closely contested game number 3, but this has delivered even more than I think anyone was ready for. We're into sudden death overtime. The first flag will win.
Who's got a little bit of magic in him here? Who's going to be the player to blow something open? Foreman with the snipe, looking for Stella. I kind of like this from him. Does not fear Stella. Does not fear what he can do. Wants to take that fight. He knows how valuable it is. If he can pick Stella and that sniper rifle goes down, SSG lose a huge part of their setup. It's Dead Zone, he will fall first though. Trippy will answer back. But Formal is still looking for Stella.
2 dead on both sides. See what Formal can do. Lucy picks up a very important double, which leads to 3 dead for SSG. Is this the first bit of opening? Violent peeking, by the way, here happening from Formal. Just trying to make sure he wins a battle like this, but Stellar punishes him. With the first shot, makes quick work of Formal top mid.
Legend flies past Dead Zone. Leaves him a little present behind, and still somehow manages to win a fight himself. So now Dead Zone's going to worry about where he went. Eco going to be taken down. There's Legend with the repulse. There's a nade. Another one towards Legend. 1v1 turns into a 2v1 though, and it looks like after the scrap that happens in and around the coil, Space Station find themselves on the back foot. Optic trying to push forward, but again, the timing not just there.
Dead Zone was ready for it there. Oh my! Also ready for that headshot. If he does this, that would be something else. Great damage still. Doesn't hit the shot with a snipe, but still very, very good peak damage on Eco. By the way, got to take note of Formal and Bound both on 24 kills apiece as Formal registers his 25th here. 3 minutes left in overtime.
2 dead hit for SSG. 3 dead here for SSG. Stella is last alive, and Optic are inside of the base, and Trippy is moving that flag. Now, keep your eyes on the kill feed. Legend will fall. In front of the base is Stella. If Dead Zone can trade here or stay alive, this is a charge for Optic to put the flag home.
Doesn't even trade here. Trippy already moving the flag as well. Bound is the only threat on the plasmas. Can he get there? He's flying in screen side.
Bound needs to make this play. He needs to be a hero, but the trades will come in. It's a 2v2 on the map. Formal with the snipe. Now just has to deal with Stella, who has to overextend the QT out. Optic will pick that flag up. Stella can't stop it. Dead Zone puts it in, and Optic are up by 3.
It took about 16 minutes of Argyle CTF for one single flag to be registered. And in the end, it goes the way of the green wall. Formal goes 27-16 in a game that's decided by one overtime flag. And what did we say? It's performances like that that are going to determine what version of Optic Gaming we get. And they now lead in the first best of 7, 3-0, one game away from resetting your Halo World Championship bracket.
Absolutely incredible. It's a game that you could see every single thought going through players' brains every single time that we went off their POV. They know how valuable a life is here on Argyle. They know how valuable keeping those snipers is. But when it came to overtime, it was the one opportunity that Optic had. It felt like for the entire game, where they had 3 and then 4 dead and respawners as they had that flag moving. They do not make a mistake in that moment. So many teams may have felt the pressure in that moment, but Optic get the 3 dead, they get the flag moving, and with the one opportunity they create, they win the game.
Undoubtedly one of the best Argyle CTFs we've ever seen, and you might make the argument that at the World Championship, as Dead Zone brings that last flag in, that brought out the best we've ever seen out of either of these teams in this game type. 1-0 OT CTF Argyle win puts Optic Gaming up 3-0, and we also have to highlight one more important stat line from that game. Dead Zone goes 20-16. He's the only other player on Optic to go positive, but most importantly, on top of that, leads the entire game in assists with 15. A huge performance from Dead Zone and Formal, and perfectly fitting. These are the 2 men on your screen.
Incredible stuff coming in from these two. They really have stepped up for Optic Gaming in this grand final. Huge amount of damage coming out of both, and it's the KDs from those secondary slides and the space that they seem to have on the map. I mentioned that someone has to match some of the impacts that the likes of Stellar, Legend, and Bound has on the other side of the stage. Eco's kind of the pivot for SSG. Well, these 2 gentlemen on your screen right now are providing the firepower that Optic so desperately needed.
We're going to continue talking about just how Optic is shutting down the SSG players. This is not easy to do. They keep Legend negative in that game at 16-22. They keep Eco negative at 9-19. Stellar barely goes positive with a +2. And they outslay in the end 79-70 on the side of Optic Gaming. So if you tuned in and you thought, maybe Optic Gaming's just got kind of gas early on in the series, okay, maybe they did it in the game too as well. I think a lot of non-believers might be starting to believe that this is a different Optic Gaming than you have seen all season long. Now, the job's not done, and as we know, the later game types in the series, they still await us. Optic cannot afford to drop this ball game. If they do, we get deep into SSG's best game types in the series. So even though they're up 3-0, we have to remember they need to do it early. They need to make sure they close it out right here and right now.
Both figuratively and literally, Optic cannot drop the ball here. This is their chance. They have a huge advantage when it comes to their record compared to SSG in this next game type. Oddball Recharge has been good to Optic. Oddball in general has been very good to Optic so far this season. And if it continues to be good, we will be going to a second best of 7.
And we're just hearing as well, Optic Gaming on a 4-game losing streak in ball, SSG on a 7-game win streak in ball. So if you were hoping that this series might go a little bit longer, that's going to be music to your ears. It's 3 dead for Optic Gaming, 4 dead for Optic Gaming. Triple kill for Eco. Ball grab, camo in hand as well. They've got all the goodies to play with, and it's a great start for SSG.
Maybe Eco can just get the troops moving a bit here. Trippy gonna challenge. Eco gonna hit the shots. Formal now. He might be next. Avoids the headshot, but certainly has the shoulder shave, but this time it is the headshot that connects. It's a killing spree off the rip. Eco looking to take over here.
Taking over indeed. Beautifully done. He dodges that grenade on glass that came from Formal on the stacks. He pokes back out to get the second kill as well. Even gets more damage on Trippy. A little bit of deja vu. Trippy's still on the A-ledge and gets taken down yet again in the same spot. 25 early points on the board here for Space Station in round number 1.
Finally, Optic managed to break through. Formal, he's going to be the aggressor here as he picks up that ball on SSG. Will find themselves 2 or 3 dead and a couple of players coming off the respawn. So Formal's going to bring this one back. Or is he? Gets absolutely cut down in the path.
Interesting there. I think Formal, you might have seen it in his player cam, I think he was doing a little bit of teammate screen watching to see where the push was coming from. Doesn't move the ball fast at bottom goal. Typically, you'd see a toss there, but he actually gets cut down. And Legend, by the way, just scoops the ball out. So a little bit of a breakdown there on the Optic Gaming side.
He managed to reset momentarily as Triple will get the odd ball in his hands, and SSG will again find themselves 2 dead. So Stella outputting a huge amount of damage. Look at those shots coming in from Formal. Through the smallest of crevices through the turbine. Towards the Mangler pit. But now it's going to be Optic with 3 deaths. SSG have broken. Where's that odd ball fallen? Straight back into their hands. The grapple will help.
Nice little grapple there as Camo's popping. Let's see how they play this one. Stellar is in a great position, so is Bound to neutralize this Camo. This is going to be a very important, keep an eye on the kill feed, very important series of exchanges. Formal goes in with the Shroud, and he sneaks the Camo out despite SSG's angles.
Has to play this one carefully though. It's always risky to jump into the pipes. Look at the Camo wise coming in though. Stellar, it's Bound. They're going to challenge and they take the Camo out of play. Optic 2 dead, and Legend continues to hold that ball.
Beautifully done there. Talk about neutralizing a Camo play. Formal already had all the time on bats. Gets absolutely mowed down. And as a result, Space Station will go now into a 40-point lead at the 60 mark.
Always getting the first pick at the moment, it looks like SSG. You can see Dead Zone at the moment. He's just trying to find someone to put damage onto, but nobody from SSG is showing until you step through one of these chokes. And then all of a sudden, it's not just one bandit that's on you, it's 2 and a back smack. 3 dead here for Optic, and SSG have woken up.
SSG triple stacked on Elevator, by the way. They should get this last kill as well, you'd imagine, on Formal. They do. That was 4 dead, a staggered 4 dead, but it will be very good control of Elevator coming in from SSG. And even though they tried to get away Optic Gaming, tried to fly into Elevator, they did not know they were going to run into a triple stacked SSG there. Here comes the second push.
He can actually try and get out of Elevator here. He's not going to be able to. Trippy forces his way through the turbine and finds a double kill, and that will be Lucid now picking the ball up as Bound and Co have to retreat back to the tower and wait for the rest of the team to spawn. Trippy with a good trade inside the tower just to make sure Bound's left on his own, and Optic Gaming now have to set up themselves.
Big signs of life here from SSG, you might say, for the first time in this fashion. Dead Zone, by the way, from the dumpster. A beautiful little peek against Bound. He'll win that battle, maybe give a chance for Optic to push out of it, but overall SSG looking very good. They're outslaying 26-19.
Shroud going down in around Turbine as well. I'm not sure if that was Optic or SSG, but whatever it was, it just Scarpers whoever wants to challenge for that ball. Beat down lands.
Oh man.
Barely any damage. I was going to say, Legend picks up another kill without taking any damage and turns it into 2. 78 points, by the way. Legend has at full time, and he's also double positive.
That is why we make a big deal out of plays like that. Taking almost no damage in that first 1v1 paves the way for them to get 4 dead. It paves the way for Camo, and now the final 10 points of round number 1.
SSG look like they might be waking up here. Teammates going to help. Lucid goes down as well. It's 2 dead for Optic Gaming. It's 100 points on the board for SSG. They get that first round here in Opal.
Eco, by the way, in that first round, 11-6. A big bounce back performance from him. See if he can continue it here in round number 2. As we said, the win streak for SSG indicating that they have the upper hand here. The losing streak for Optic Gaming indicating that they need to find something and dig deep to get back into this game involved.
Well, Legends is starting to take over this game a little bit, and SSG have woken up. Let's jump into the comms now and see how they're reacting after that first round win.
Red kill me. I don't know. Top red. He's weak. He's weak. Hey, top red again. Last week and you're good. One shot bats. L1 going R1.
Trippy, you going bottom mid.
3 bats.
Shady. Go up in bottom bear.
Maybe play this.
Bottom mid. Bottom mid.
Bottom tower as well. Bottom tower.
Enemy has the ball.
Alright, 2 on ball. Grand tower, Trippy.
Rocking bottom mid. He's 2 in it.
Trippy's back. Trippy's going.
2C, 1 in.
I went half ball.
Just 2 in it.
Yeah, one top mid.
What's up here?
Right back to ball. Yeah, ball's in a good spot for us. This is good. Trippy.
C+.
Side top cat. 2 dead. Triple stack.
Stack, please, 2 shots.
Just assist. Kill that guy. Watch that top tower. Watch that top tower. Watch that top tower. Watch that top tower.
Keep living. Just your tower.
No, he legend.
One shot long.
Spawn grab.
Sticky. So he was.
AP weak. Triple stack weak.
Could be in a one.
Suck triple stack, Kevin.
One shot. Back C. Bottom A. Top A triple.
Hear that.
Maybe Thor, Lucid. Top A shock in one. Bottom A. Nice. Fuck that.
Last shot weak.
I have grapple.
One shot glass, guys.
Air glass. Once he played. I got ball.
To long or what?
Yeah, long. 2.2.
Long on now. I'll try you.
Long reach. I think top right. Good, they can go bottom A. Make sure they pick it up.
Well, it is going to be Eco, who stepped up right at the start of this game. Remember, he got that camo, went on a little bit of a spree that led to the run from Space Station Gaming. Well, he's continuing that kind of momentum and that form as he goes on another little spree here, controlling the cross-map angles with this BR in his hands.
Optic Gaming have done well, though. Let's keep in mind, when we got into that listening, it was 4 dead. It was camo control early on for SSG. And now somehow the game is still just tied here at the 20 mark. So Optic Gaming, despite being pretty just not favored in that scenario, they somehow stay alive, and now they actually go into a lead in this game.
Camo being effective here for Formal. Should find a second kill once a legend, although he's peeking and prodding. Finds 2. Gonna be challenged with 3, thanks to Formal. The work that he does now. Triple line inbound doesn't fall though, and it won't be a trade going his way. Deadzone's trying to fly in, but that keeps the ball out of the hands of Optic comfortably. 1 kill can make all the difference.
What a big win there from Bound in a battle that you thought you would at least see a trade out of from Optic. Instead, Bound stays alive at back elevator, and to be honest, it's the worst position he could be in on the map for Optic Gaming to still be alive back here. You can just tell how he's absolutely holding down not just the spawn, but also the pipes angle, and they continue to bait the ball in Whirlpool. Keep an eye on the kill feed.
This one might potentially have a little bit of an issue in the game as Trippy finds 2. It is unfortunately going to be 1 player falling out of the game, but essentially a tie game, a tied round here in round number 2, as it was, of course, the first round going over to SSG. We'll get back into that as soon as possible, but how important is that first round for SSG, right? I mean, huge. If that goes the way of Optic Gaming, I think we're moving into the second best of 7.
Well, I think so too, and as we said, it's not just signs of life, but signs of things to be quite excited about for the side of SSG. It was a dominant round 1 win. Gotta say though, during the listening, you and I were commenting to one another, very low-scoring second round. Despite clear advantages for SSG, Optic Gaming not just kept that one close, but actually took the lead at the 21-point mark in round number 2. So when we get back in, you have to think it will, of course, be 1 round to SSG, but we probably will see just maybe a few point lead, a very small margin maybe, in the second round lead for Optic Gaming, but pretty fresh start in the second round.
As soon as we know the results of the restart and how we're going to start off, we'll let you know, of course, at home and in the arena. But for SSG, there was just something started to click a little bit in that round, you felt. A couple of shots started to be hit, a little bit of teamwork started to come in. Eco was the player who really did lead the line for them as well, and I think when you're looking at the SSG lineup, you're looking at the experience in these big moments, these Halo World Championship moments. He's probably the player on this team right now who has that experience and also kind of that calming presence, just to say, hey, we've got a lot more Halo in front of us here. We haven't lost anything yet. Let's fight our way back into the series. We know the back end favors us, where we got some more favorable game types that we've had success on. Let's win this up ball, and let's see what happens.
Also worth noting, at the time of the reset, SSG outslaying 52-43. 2 players that were really popping off were going to be Stellar and Eco, both 16 kills apiece, clearly leading not just the team, but the entire game. Stellar was 16, 12, and 12. Eco had been 16, 11, and 7. So both of them positive 4 and 5 respectively. And of course, a big factor in their lead so far in the game.
Some beautiful artwork by Formal and Lucid.
It was.
More talent than I have. I would not want to draw a picture of them to show anyone, because I don't think it would do either of them justice.
No. Speaking of doing them justice, the numbers that they have put up in this series so far, even though we just saw a pretty one-sided round of oddball, let's not forget it's Optic Gaming, as you see on your screen, leading 3-0 in this grand final. And I tell you what, I think everyone here in Seattle and anyone joining us online as well is thinking, we've already gotten a pretty good series out of this one. You might have thought, based on how SLC went, that this could be SSG making quick work of Optic Gaming. It has been anything but so far.
We'll hear from the station referees and the people who are far more important than we will ever be. The restart is going to be 1 round, of course, on the board for SSG, and it will be a 26-21 lead on the side. By the way, the Netto original,
by the way,
Walshy is my
Walshy is my homeboy shirt.
It's a relic.
Not kidding, that shirt is about 15 years old, so big shout out to our man in row number 4 here for holding it down with a Walshy is my homeboy shirt. That thing is a classic.
Oh, it's ruined.
Look at all
GB's written on it.
Look at that. We've got a Heinz signature there, a Walshy signature himself as well. That thing is an absolute relic, as you say.
I know.
Mark is getting a painful.
I know.
Mark is getting a painful stage. They wanted to lay it down brick by brick. Well, there's 3 bricks on the series layout so far, and they're looking for their 4th.
Really should get to the gym.
Don't let that. Don't dwell on that, man. He didn't know. He didn't know.
I think it was targeted personally. But you are completely right. If Optic Gaming want to send this to second best of 7, you don't get many better chances than this. The first 3 games, although they were so hotly contested, Optic managed to close out the big moments. Now they find themselves, probably for the first time in this series, you would say, on the back foot. Down 1 round, down a couple of points, up a couple of points in this second round, but essentially a tie game.
Yeah.
And it's interesting that I was talking about historically how Oddball has been a pretty good game type for Optic Gaming. Well, that stat that came in is like about their recent record. I don't know if they've been found out. I don't know what it might be. Sometimes you see a team who remember Quadrant when they went on that crazy run on Strongholds and everyone started studying what Quadrant would do. I'm sure that Optic are finding something similar now with their Oddball. Everyone is focusing in on it, and speaking of focusing in, that's what it's about, right? That's about why these players put in this time, why they really do commit to the hours and hours of practice, the scrims, the travel, whatever it might be. The relocation of home for a lot of these players as well.
Yeah.
To lift that Halo World Championship trophy, take home the lion's share of $1 million. Well, thank you for bearing with us, everybody. It looks like we're ready to get back underway here in Seattle with a little bit of recharge, Oddball. 3-0, the series score for Optic Gaming, but down by 1 round here. After the restart, they do have a very slender lead in this second round, but that could all change in the blink of an eye.
It really could, and we'll see if they can extend that lead, maybe tie this game up with a round apiece, send us to a sudden death. Round number 3, that's the question. As we're back underway here, and it's worth noting that it has been 399 days since Optic Gaming hoisted a trophy in the Halo Championship Series. And they're looking to change that here tonight. 4 dead though off the opening. Space Station picking up exactly where they left off, and they're already back in the lead.
And Eco not only picking up where he left off, but picking up the camo for the 2nd time in a row as well off the rip here. Trades are going to be good at this point, as they can keep that oddball away. It's Legend again who goes in to collect that oddball. Eco just trying not to show presence at the moment. He's not too worried about making a big play at this point because he knows that at some point Optic have to be baited in by that ball.
Legend may be playing the ball here. You would imagine so. He does play the ball. You can just tell by the speed at which he was G-sliding that he had one thing in mind. He gets back whack though at mid-bridge though. Formal with a very important back whack and a very important double. Maybe a triple.
Triple! Triple for Formal, and all of a sudden the great start that SSG had has been ripped apart thanks to Formal. They get the oddball back in their hands, and they try and move towards Pipe to clear the path for him.
Love this from Formal as well. He just grapples out of Whirlpool just to play that safe. Does not want to go on the long haul cross just in case Legend drop down from glass. And they pick up the 5th kill as well. This is big. They're paving the way for continued control. Oh my.
Killing spree for Formal, but gets taken down alongside 2 of his teammates thanks to the stick coming in from the heavens. 31-47. Legend will collect that ball as Optic now have to regroup.
What a big stick from Eco on the way down elevator. That's not easy to do. But as a result of it, they now have control of elevator once again, and they're going to try to funnel them through pipes and Whirlpool.
There's Formal, gets that first pick again, and now the flood's going to come in. They've got that space to move into. Legend trying to rotate away and find a position to play that ball out, but it's going to be 4 dead. Bouncers come off free spawn, and Optic keep that ball inside of tower as well. So now they can wrap this back away from the spawn of SSG towards blue, and we might be pretty close to a tie game here.
That is not easy to do. They had to fly out of pipes, and they had to make a 2-man push on Whirlpool immediately. However, that push not only leads to ball control and essentially a tied game here at 50, more importantly, it's also Formal with the camo as the ball gets played.
3 dead hit for Optic. Formal lost alive. Legend with the alley-oop, throws that ball up to Bound. But Formal still has that camo! Let me rephrase that, had that camo, and now is searching for every area above his neck.
How many times have we seen iconic moments relating to the shock and the camo and Formal on recharge? Bound with an unbelievable play as the ball carrier drops and shoots and burns the camo. Now they're scoring here at the 74-point mark.
Now they have quite the considerable lead. Shock rifle still to play with, lots of ammo here for Bound as well, and when he hits a shot like that, he usually just gets the confidence going. Not that he needs much.
That kill was worth so much more than it might just appear. In the damage on everyone, by the way. Finally gets taken down. 3 were dead. Legend was your last player alive. He should be killed. No trade, by the way. That's big as well.
3 bodies getting hit by Bound there, but not connecting with the headshot, and everybody else on SSG had already been taken down. Now it's Formal's go with his shock rifle. We'll find 1 kill, but Trippy with that ball is trying to run away towards Glass. Eco's gonna cut him down. It's 4 dead for Optic. Lucy's just come off spawn. He's being 4 here by Legend. He gets that kill, and now SSG will wrestle control of that ball away once more.
It's 77 on the board. This might be the last push for Optic Gaming. And even though Formal has double the kills of anyone else in the game at 12 and 5, only 15 points to go for Space Station to close it out.
That's such a big kill, though, coming in from Trippy. Now he's trying to chase the ball down. He should be able to get some damage, but he knows there's multiple players still alive here. He needs to kill that oddball. Deadzone will get the kill. Bound will go down as well. It's a 2v2 momentarily, although Optic all of a sudden have 3 on the map. Legend and Stellar are last alive here for SSG.
Need to work together. Stellar gets 1 big kill with the first insta.
Stellar! He gets 2! He gets 2! And somehow shuts down the push coming in from Optic Gaming. SSG will grab that oddball, and we are going to be tied up here at 1-1. A 2-0, sorry, excuse me. They will get their first game on the board. It's Stellar with that big play that solidifies things.
Wow, a play like that from Stellar on the sneaky to hit the insta, getting not just 1 kill, but 2 kills. How about Bound just shutting down Formal? Just when you think Optic Gaming gonna get 4 dead for the first time in the reset, they push out of stacks, Formal's got camo, and you think, okay, here's an opportunity for Optic to get back in the game. Instead, Bound drops the ball, not only gets the double kill, but also neutralizes the camo completely and continues holding the ball on Glass. They make quick work of Optic in your game number 4 and start to claw their way back in the series.
Yeah, apologies to SSG fans there. It was the go to the gym sign. It's still playing on my mind. I need to get that one out of the back of my head, but it is SSG who answered back, and all of a sudden, we have a series on our hands. You might be looking at this if you're just joining us and going, well, you know, it's only 1 game on the board, but knowing what we saw in that map layout, the series layout, knowing what's to come and how it favors SSG, historically, we have some more Halo to play here, and Optic will know that more than anyone.
And you have to start to ask questions about momentum. I think for the fans of the Green Wall, brilliant triple here, by the way. After that triple, that's when Formal managed to get the camo as well. And here's the play, and I'm so glad we're going to see it. Formal decides to shoot there. And look at this play as well. Bound just staying alive, long haul. This is what I mean. Look, insta from Stellar. Trippy tries to challenge as well. Stellar hits the PC jump off the monitors perfectly to get the double kill. Paves the way for SSG to win 2-0, despite Formal going 12 and 6 in the reset. SSG prevent the sweep with an oddball recharge as we get ready for Slayer on live fire. And to be honest, we should look at game type records of these last 3 games, because that could get pretty big on these next few.
Well, let's take a look at some of the live fire Slayer stats from this season for both teams. Both teams with the same amount of losses, but Space Station with more wins. The average margin for both teams in those wins is pretty much exactly the same. There's not much between them, as you would expect.
It feels like, just like as we were going to go into Argyle Slayer, neck and neck on the stats board, which is how you want us going into each of these game types. And it's unsurprising with our number 1 and number 2 ranked teams all year long. Let's take a look at the bar graph, because as we said, it starts to go one way. Oddball recharge was heavily favored for Optic Gaming. As we said, and as you heard all night long on the desk, this needed to go 4-0 for Optic if they wanted to avoid the absolute gauntlet that awaits them in the last 3 game types. But that's where we have arrived. They do not win their favorite game type. Instead, we go to live fire Slayer. where SSG is favored. And if SSG wins each of these, they continue to get deeper into territory that will favor them statistically.
One thing to keep in mind, but maybe it's just going to be a little bit of solace. Firstly, you're up by a considerable margin in the series. Secondly, you won the game number 2. That was the last time we saw this game type in the series on Slayer. Livefire Slayer, again, I mean, just look at the records, right? Same amount of losses, and 2 of the players who are on those iconic banners here in Seattle will be looking to be the players to make a difference. If it's Stellar, who is the one that we're talking about at the end of this game, then you know this series ain't done yet. However, if it's Lucid we're talking about, we're probably thinking about a series reset.
Take a look here at some stats from Stellar. Bracket pool versus pool play here at the Halo World Championship.
And when it gets to the bracket, this man takes over. Look at that KD in bracket play, 1.21. Been a bit of a quiet start to the series for him. But the kills per minute thing is something that always jumps out to me. That means that Stellar is engaging with just multiple targets. It's never just one. It's very rare that you'll see this man on your screen, and the same could be said about everyone on this stage at this point, but he is so exceptional at finding an initial kill and immediately responding within a blink of an eye to a call out to another player's position and contributing towards another kill to follow it up and create so much time for SSG to do what they want. It's one of his most brilliant skills, I think, apart from that, of course, insane individual ability he has when it comes to the reticle placement and how he quite simply hits heads. So Stellar just has this ability to take in so much information and make those decisions so quickly. And he's gonna have to do that right now for SSG if they want to keep this series going and prevent the bracket reset.
And the key for Optic Gaming in this game, once again, will be to be the pace setters. You cannot allow SSG to start to gain momentum, not just in the series, but in the games themselves. And Optic Gaming needs to remember how they got to this point in the series, right? Winning the first 3 in dominant fashion across them. And fantastic overall game management, and also just being the aggressor in so many of the situations. And the second they start to take the foot off the gas and let SSG dictate how the games are going to play, they will find themselves in more and more trouble. The question is, what kind of momentum does SSG have after that game number 4?
One thing we can take away from that game number 4, though, is SSG pretty dominant in it. And when you were looking at the records, like you say, Optic Gaming were the favorites when it comes to performance so far this season. But SSG being able to take that and win a game type like that in the way that they did, it really does change things here for them, because they would have been going, we can't get 4-0'd. Let's just focus on not getting 4-0'd in this first series before we maybe look ahead to a bracket reset. Now you get that game on the board, the mind starts to think about, let's win the next 3.
Exactly.
Let's win the Halo World Championships here. Let's not even think about a bracket reset and playing some more Halo. No more Halo than we have to play in this situation. All of these things you don't see and you don't feel in the gameplay, but you certainly do feel as a player sat on that stage.
And for fans of the Green Wall, I think they're maybe going to find a little bit of comfort in that. Like we said, Optic Gaming came in on a 0-4 ball streak, whereas we had a 7-game win streak for SSG. And Optic Gaming fans might be thinking, okay, that one was not our game in the series layout. That was never our game. But we're now back into live fire. And despite statistically this leaning towards SSG, as we know here at the Halo World Championship, and for that matter, any given Sunday, anyone can take a Slayer. If Optic Gaming wins it, we go to a second best of 7. If SSG wins it, we stay alive here in the first grand final.
Will we be talking of bracket resets, or will we see this series continue? A huge moment in this grand final is in front of us right now. As we see the man who hit that crazy, crazy shock rifle shot that really did close things out for SSG in that last game. But what a trepidatious start this is. Nobody wants to be the first death.
No kills recorded at all until Camo pops. It's almost unheard of. Finally, a few kills will go the way of Optic Gaming. And Bound is pushed all the way back. As Legend and Stellar get taken down, this should be a camo for Optic.
Where did the sniper go? That's the question. Are they going to be able to grab this and put it into the hands of the player who has the sniper rifle? Dead zone. He's going to be the player who gets the power up. And it's a slender lead with Formal with the sniper.
Memories of Argyle here. Very, very slow, and once again, very deliberate opening start here. Nobody wanting to give one another an inch. Look at Dead Zone even. it has to be said, he's been popping off in this game, but just slow playing this camo at 3-2.
Formal was in some good shots with that sniper rifle a minute ago as well. He's only 1-0, but hit a few bodies. Camo's going to disappear. Stella's going to be challenging. Deadzone does a good job to output damage without taking too much himself. Trippy is there to clean it up, and we are seeing a 4-3 lead now for Optic.
Beautiful baiting and switching. Somehow Deadzone stays alive through it as well. Trippy now trying to make something happen back tower. It was a very nice bait and switch on the pillar door. We'll see if they can continue the push.
Here's Legend looking for that trade. Not going to get it this time around. 2 dead on either side at the moment, make it 3 dead. Eco is last alive. Trade will come in almost immediately, so Space Station stuck on the respawn! And that is what it feels like to go up against Formal and Killtacular in a grand finals!
What a time to do it! Formal killing 5 players in a 4v4 matchup for the Killtacular.
Well, if Optic fans maybe were a little bit disheartened about what they saw in that previous game, Formal has just given them something to feel good about. What a moment that is, and what a moment that could be in the context of our grand final.
Absolutely.
A Killtacular.
Absolutely unbelievable. Unsurprisingly, the green wall with a big let's go Optic chant here as they lead by the kill tack. They lead by 5. And you have to think it's not just 5 kills on the board, that is momentum for Optic.
Absolutely incredible. Trippy now will find another. Eco trades it out though. 2 dead here for Optic Gaming, and Space Station have got a camo. Oh, had a camo. Deadzone pops him on top of the head.
How good has Optic Gaming been at shutting down, on streets as well, at shutting down the power-ups? Just when you think SSG is about to pull away and use the power-up to secure maybe a comeback, somehow Optic finds a way to neutralize that power-up. Huge credit has to be given to Lunchbox and the entire team for making sure they're always on top of where those power-up players might be going.
SSG probably a little bit shell-shocked and rattled after what they just experienced thanks to Formal, but now they're starting to find their way back into this game. It's a 1-kill difference, and it might be more in just a few seconds, or should I say even less. We might have a tie game because Deadzone is no shields. Legend gets the kill, and that should secure the sniper rifle going to them as well.
Quite a bit of buddy system here. 2 players on top mid. That will allow Bound to grab the sniper rifle. Legend will go concrete in the end, but it was also a buddy system being used at tower. SSG really staying in packs of 2. They still trail by 1 here. Make it 2. That was 3 dead. Bound was your last player alive, but he's got the snipe in hand.
He's also got a lot of pressure about to hit him.
Oh my God.
What in the reaction time? Absolutely insane shot coming in from Bound to keep the weapon in his hands and keep SSG close.
Regardless of how this game goes, we are going to have to see that one back. An unreal shot in the cuts. It's 22-21.
Tie game. A tie game here once again. Nothing separating these 2 teams. It has been so close every single match, every single game, and every single fight. Lucid will be the player to give Optic a slender 1-kill advantage.
And as we said, these will be some of the most intentional and at times slow-paced matches you will maybe see the entire year, just because you've got the lion's share of $1 million on the line, as well as the World Championship trophy. As we said, things will slow down as Bound tries to find the first pick.
Lucid learns where the snipe is. Bound gonna be under pressure here. SSG a little bit trapped at the moment. Trades come in, but they're not gonna favor SSG here. Optic are flooding through. Formal finds 2 again, and he will find himself a snipe. It's 4 dead again for Space Station, and the biggest lead we have seen at any point in this game.
Huge swing. Good pressure, though, on sandbags. Formal does body 1. Lucid's going to have to bait and switch to see if he can help on the bags, and he does. It's a very, very nice, once again, bait and switch from Optic Gaming. Not the first time we've seen it in this game. However, they will lose 2 in the exchange.
Formal does escape, though, and Deadzone got the camo. So they've got the snipe still, even though they lost the fight, even though they lost the battle. They got the power up, they got out of there with a sniper rifle, and even though Formal has gone down, we have a little bit of a dummy dance going on. And it's going to be Legend who wins it. So SSG, even though they didn't get maybe the kills they wanted or the players they wanted, will neutralize both the sniper rifle of Formal and the camo that was picked up.
It was a 4-kill lead. Optic, as you say, had snipe and they had camo. Somehow SSG keeps the game within 2. Let's see if they can get right back in this. It's a listen-in with Space Station Gaming.
Top A and green. Green. White box, top A and green. Do we have a sticky for this? Heading up. Watch out, top mid.
One shot, kilos.
Yeah, combo on me. Combo weak.
Brave snap. Go lift.
Way well close. No, he's not.
Good. Two shot, white wall.
Come back to A with time. Back to A.
One back there.
Yo, we should run around. We should run around.
We go top mid probably.
I'm here about. I'm here.
I'm pushing on this.
In A.
Let's go. Kill me.
Killed me. He's two shot. Sniper down key door, guys. Guy, he's picking it up. Go. Try to pick it up. Nice.
Small.
Yeah, he's stuck. Shot. Body grace.
Could be on it.
No. Hiding right on me. Weak rat. Watch out, rat.
Watch him right.
That's one shot.
That's
That shot, nice.
That great probably? I am stuck. Best one.
Yeah, he's great. Spawn with you, Kevin? No, help him.
Oh my god!
Go bottom. One shot, kill me.
What is Legend doing? He picks up this sniper and completely takes the game over. 37-32, and SSG are back in this.
I think he surprised even himself there. I love how he already hit a bunch of brainers, and minutes later he tells his team, by the way, I have sniped. Unbelievable to stay alive back through all of this, and just like that, SSG's up 41-33. Before the listen in, Optic Gaming was leading by 4.
Legend has 16 kills to his name. Formal, gonna challenge, gonna body, gonna lose it. Camo's still available here. It's 17 kills for the Frenchman.
What is he doing? He's gonna get another one here? Ooh. Finally it's taken down, but not before, as you say, recording 17 on the board. Now the game's not over yet, but off of that spree, off of that control, SSG has paved the way now to only be 5 kills away with a camo in hand as well. This has gotten completely out of hand.
For a second there, I thought Detonator managed to sneak Bound. He uses 2 spikes, another one's gonna go in. But Bound will fly in himself. He just wants the trades at this point. He knows it's only 4 to go for SSG to make Optic start to sweat in this series.
What a spree there. A piece of snipe control from Legend in a game that felt so close throughout its entirety is now separated by 7.
Here comes the collapse. Here comes the pinch. There comes another kill. Here comes a triple, surely for Bound. It's going to get taken away by Stella, but it's 1 to go here. It's 4 dead. It's 50 kills on the board, and SSG are now within 1.
Legend was 1 kill away from a killing frenzy at the end of that game. That is 9 straight kills in a game that they only win by 11. You talk about difference makers. You talk about players who know they need to earn their world championships. How about Legend stepping up in the end of that game? He goes 18-11 with 11 assists. He leads the entire game in both kills and assists.
I think it's only right if we all just sit back and enjoy these highlights, because there were some of the most insane plays in one game that we usually get from an entire tournament. We see Formal. That's the overkill. This is the kill tag. And at this point, you're like, what else do we have? There's shots like that from Bound.
An unbelievable shot from Bound, by the way. It was a great jiggle peeking and teamwork to neutralize that, Camel. Don't forget, this game was 33-31. And just before, look at this second shot. Come on.
What is that?
And he does this. A 9 spree from, and then this is what, I mean, like you said, we have to sit back and enjoy, because Legend just put on a world championship performance in that Slayer. And we had said he has otherwise, and a lot of SSG in the first 3, you could easily say, has been quiet. And then you got Bound walking in with all the help here. And in a game that not only felt close, but felt like Optic was leading for so much of it, instead you end up with a 50-39 blowout in favor of SSG. And that is what Space Station is capable of. When you think a game might be close or even won, they will steal it out from underneath you. And what did we say? The series layout was going to get dangerous, and the games have not been close in the end, in games 4 and 5.
Where did the success come from? This is the interesting thing. In those first 3 games, it was shutting down the big players of SSG. Now they're starting to wake up, and boy, do they look well rested. You've got Legend going on that snipe run that we just saw. You've got Bound picking up those big moments at the end of that game as well. And you are now seeing an SSG, a Space Station Gaming, that is all fired up. We are into the depths here. of this series. Solitude King of the Hill is next. And the record is all space stations.
And even with the records on the screen that you just saw, you start to wonder where the mentals are for all 8 players on the stage. Because yes, Optic Gaming is still only 1 game away from a second best of 7. But you know in the back of their minds, they're thinking we were up 3-0, and now it's 3-2. They know that they need to close it out. They've needed to for a long time. It feels like 45 minutes ago they should have closed it out. And for SSG, keep in mind, because they have a second best of 7 as a backup, nothing to lose for them. Yeah. And they're gonna keep riding this momentum. And what did we say? You cannot give SSG an inch, because you just saw in that Slayer what happens if a player like Legend simply gets to snipe. It's exactly as you talked about, Mark.
Well, here we go then. Map records have been interesting to talk about. We've also seen that at some points during this tournament, they've meant absolutely nothing. And Optic Gaming will have to keep that in mind if they want to reset the bracket here. SSG, very, very good record here on King of the Hill Solitude. And if they win this one, then they will be 1 game away from crowning themselves the Halo World Champions.
And here we go, getting underway in your King of the Hill Solitude in just a moment.
I mean, I just want to talk. It's almost like it's crazy. I'm sat here like trying to focus on what we have ahead of us now in this King of the Hill game. All I can think of is like what plays we just saw in 1 game.
Honestly,
in 1 game. It started the Legend run, by the way. We weren't listening at the time. We both looked at each other exactly the same way when he was no shields and like slid out to challenge a play. We were like, what? And he hits the body, and then from there, he just goes on this crazy spree.
It was
like,
Keydor.
Whoa, this is great.
That's what Legend brings, is when he's no shields flashing on Keydor, and he has help at window, he will still fly out and hit the body on someone who's sitting back window to help his teammate get the kill even faster, to guarantee that, to clear out the area, let his shields recharge, rotate, and do some more damage. And look at this exact team shot down the line. 1 hour ago, you felt very different about this SSG roster. We all did. I think questions being asked.
Yeah.
Questions being asked about this team and how they're playing, and all of a sudden how quickly things can change in just 2 games of play. And questions you might have had about SSG slowly disappearing, and now fears for the green wall.
It's a really interesting moment, actually. I think it was after game 2, and it was a reaction of Bound, and it looked like he just went, he didn't say anything, obviously, but the player cam just looked, he went, okay. It was like, okay, I see how it is. Like, it's time for us to try and find our way back into the series. Optic are here to play. Now you look at his player cam there, and it's like, looks comfortable.
Right, exactly.
Looks like they're in control. Very different. And again, I always talk about it because the emotion of these games, the emotion of these series is something you don't see when you're in game. It's what happens between games, between kills, when you have that time to think. And that's where the difference can be made. Solitude King of the Hill up next. Will the series be tied up, or will Optic reset the bracket? Man, this game feels massive.
Massive. And you start to ask questions about ice now. Which team can find the ice? Optic Gaming still only 1 game away from resetting the bracket, but Stay Station continues to chip away, and they want to send us to a game 7.
First kill's gonna go the way of SSG. Bound will find it immediately. Gonna be traded out as formal, and Dead Zone will respond in kind. Reminder that the winning record is certainly on the side of SSG here, but off the rip, it's gonna be SSG who find themselves on the back foot. Formal on the flank. Legend takes him down.
Legend takes him down. Formal thought that'd be an easy flush out of loop. And despite 4 dead, there's no camo grab for Optic. There's no time in the hill. And even though they had every piece of the puzzle, it's 3 dead again. We'll see if they can get camo and hill off of this rotation.
Ooh, Trippy. Big double kill coming in from him. Camo is still available top middle at the moment. Stellar is going to be flanking. I'm not sure if Trippy knows it at the moment. He certainly does now. He's going to have to hit a big shot. Can't quite connect. And now, with Optic Gaming 3 dead, make it 4 dead. Stellar's got a double. SSG will get the camo, and Stellar has the shock as well.
Man, just not the right place nor right time. Back-to-back 3 deads for Optic Gaming against SSG. They don't get the camo, nor do they get any hill time. Not a good start for Optic Gaming, and SSG already with a lead.
Bound's going to have to settle for the trade. I was going to say, looks to settle for the trade. For what was a 4-dead situation with SSG with camo. Optic are in the hill and SSG at 3 dead.
Just back and forth between... Oh, no! A killing spree for Stellar, a man who we said had been silenced early on in this series, is instead 7-2 in Game 6.
Last alive when it's Stellar means something different. We talked about it so many times throughout this tournament, so many times throughout this year. He's last alive. There's 4 members of Optic Gaming alive, and he turns it into a 1v2 with 2 pulls of the trigger.
Stellar just drop sliding not only from BR into Yard, but also Yard into Cafe to get that kill very, very quickly. Nice movement from him, and he's not done yet.
Progress on this hill is heavily in the favor of Space Station now. Optic struggling to get all players alive on the map to really contest not only map presence, but secondary, that hill as well. Optic 2 dead once more, and it's 2/3 of the way, maybe even 3/4 of the way to being capped.
Big moment here. Lucid versus Bound. Lucid will get taken down. Help from Eco comes in just in time to keep the camo player alive, and Bound will continue dealing damage. Take a look at the hill progress. Only 1 or 2 more ticks to go.
Dead zone will fall as well. It's another kill for Bound. 5-3 at the start of this game. SSG still inside of this hill, but the challenge is going to come in from Formal, but it's not going to be there in time. And Space Station will strike first. First hill, bottom middle will go to SSG.
Bound also does so well to pick up those extra kills from top mid as well. They keep Optic 2 dead, and they maintain the rotation as well into Yard. By the way, taking a look at the stats, Stellar's 10-3 in this game. We talked about it was not a matter of if, but when he would heat up. He's doing just that.
SSG have full control of the map as well. They've won the rotation to this next hill, and they already have 1/3 of it in their hands. One player who's struggling a little bit at the start of this game at the Optic side is what you would say would be Stellar's counterpart. It's Lucid, 1-6, barely able to get off the map at the moment.
And despite all this momentum, still only a 1-0 game and very far from over, but somehow Stellar picks up a kill on Dead Zone he should not have gotten. It was 3 dead. Formal is the only player who can push here on Eco.
Formal's going to turn his attention from getting kills to staying alive. Legend will take him down, and again, Optic just can't get near this hill. All of them trapped in blue, all of them trying to flush and contest not just this hill, but they've got to worry about the camo as well. And SSG might be moments away from being 2 up here.
By the way, after that killing spree from Stellar, Legends also joined the party, tied with Stellar at 11 kills apiece.
4 dead for SSG. Finally, Optic will not only break, but get some sort of seconds or so to just catch their breath. I think it's been a little bit of a whirlwind for them to experience in these first few moments.
Yeah, also the past few games have been a whirlwind where they have not been able to catch their breath. To be honest, the concerns might have come in when Formal was not able to get that kill in loop on Legend. It feels like it has been downhill or uphill, depending on how you look at it. Since then, can they get the stop here? This would be incredible. Very important kills coming in right now.
2 dead on either side at the moment. Optic have turned this one around a little bit, but look what's happening in and around that hill. It's Legend who will find 2. Alongside Bound, they get the break at the last second, and SSG will secure the second hill.
Optic Gaming could not afford to lose Yard there. They at least needed to hold the BR, at least get the spawns around the BR or driveway to try to hold that. And even though they still had numbers up, SSG is able to get into the Yard with 2 players, and they get the second hill with only 2:22 left on the clock.
Only 2:22 as well. Quite right that you say that, because with a 2-0 lead, you don't have to force anything if you are Space Station Gaming. You can play for the kills, you can burn some time. And every single kill that you pick up denies Optic Gaming getting closer to potentially turning this next game in front of us around. Bound finds one onto Formal. Stellar is in the death screen on the SSG side. Legend will find another one though, and all of a sudden Optic starting to worry a little bit here because SSG are just finding kill after kill.
Look at the movement from Bound as well. He hits the drop slide perfectly on LR to let his shield recharge so he can chase Dead Zone all the way around Yard and on BR. He's not done yet. Amazing aggression coming out of him.
Lucid last alive. He'll get flushed out as well. A killing spree and 4 dead for Optic Gaming, and they are trapped. Shock rifle coming up. One little bit of a fortunate spawn by the looks of things coming in from Trippy, or maybe he tried to loot round. Will turn into 2. Space Station now have to be a little bit careful. Legend last alive.
Really good peek shotting still coming in from Legend. He's going to try to keep an eye on camo, at least get the info of where it's going. Doesn't really take much damage here. Finally, he's taken down, but not before a lot of... Bound shuts down the camo again! Just when you thought Optic maybe had
an opportunity to create a break. 2v2 on the map. But SSG, look at the stats on the right side, on the top right. They're outslaying 49-37. Even Eco, he might be negative, but he's got 12 assists in the game.
Huge damage coming in from Eco that everyone else is playing off of. Optic have capped half of this hill, but there's just over a minute left in this game. The transition to the next hill is the important thing as well. If Optic, and it's a big if, can secure this hill, then they have to win the rotate to the next one as well, but they're not going to be able to do that with every single member in the death screen. SSG, get the 4 dead. Optic have to fight a free spawn.
An absolute stranglehold in this game, just completely being outslayed, and once those first 2 hills got recorded, you could even argue once the first hill got recorded, no room for Optic to push whatsoever. There's 34 seconds left on the game clock.
Well, SSG are 2 dead, and even though it's only 30 seconds, we know that clock will stop when you stand in that hill. And Optic are looking to force this, but Eco is going to force them out of the hill himself. Stella gets his shields back. He knows that Optic have to go for this hill. He knows that they've got no choice. And every single member who steps into his zone, he's just chopping down at the moment.
The kills are getting out of hand on the SSG side. 10 seconds left on the game clock. They're going to let the clock burn.
Optic Gaming, a reminder, we're 3-0 up in this series. And even though they're desperately trying to show some life at the end of this game, they're going to concede it. They know that it's done. And Space Station Gaming are now 1 game away from completing the ultimate reverse sweep and becoming the Halo World Champions.
Blink and you might miss it. SSG wins 3 games straight and reminds us what they are capable of, and not just wins 3 straight, but the way they've done it has been decimating. We'll take a look at highlights from that game 6, but it has been all SSG for the past hour of Grand Finals play, and plays like this from Stellar made it impossible for Optic to make anything happen in the game.
One thing I will say, Optic kept fighting until the very last second there. They wanted to try and force this game as deep as they could get it to go. But SSG just looked like a different team to what we saw in that first 2 or 3 games. They now know the Optic are rattled, the Optic are on the back foot, and they are 1 game away now from winning the Halo World Championships. This has been an incredible first series. Incredible. But we also have to remember, if Optic win this next game, we go again.
And at the same time, if SSG wins this game, it will only have ever been a first series, and there will be no second series. And not just that, it'll be a heartbreaking reverse sweep from the side of Space Station Gaming to potentially put the punctuation mark on not only their year of wins, but also of heartbreak for Optic Gaming.
And the stats haven't lied. The stats haven't lied. When it comes to the game types, when it comes to the records, when it comes to the success of who has managed to take those game types away, this was the run from both teams to get here. Remember, Space Station knocked Optic Gaming down in that winners final with a 3-1 victory. Then Optic had to run through FaZe to get here, to find themselves in this final. And at 3-0 up, you thought maybe, just maybe, we're going to a second best of 7, but how long ago does that conversation feel like it was? Because now, the conversation is if Space Station Gaming win this next game, they're champs.
Stats from the entire Grand Final so far, somehow we are in a Game 7. Despite Optic Gaming's opening. A few players that are jumping out, of course, Formal at a 1.27, Legend at a 1.21 so far, but none of those stats matter to any of the players on the stage right now. All they're going to care about is the final score of your Game 7 Slayer, because it will determine if we strap in for another few hours here this evening, or if SSG steals the series and the World Championship trophy out from underneath Optic Gaming in just 1 series. And if you stepped away to grab a drink or get a snack, as Optic Gaming takes a quick breather off the stage, we've seen this before, by the way, we'll talk about that in a second. somehow we now find ourselves at 3-3. And one final game to decide if we continue playing or if SSG are your world champions.
It must be very strange to be on either side of this stage right now, and even a fan of either of these teams here in Seattle. If you're a Space Station fan, after 3 games, I doubt many people were smiling. And now, fast forward an hour or so, you're probably thinking this is it. There's no way we could lose this. For Optic fans, they're probably thinking this is the run we needed. This is what we believed we were going to see from this team. And now, you're thinking surely, not again. Not a second place once more. But as the players step away, as the team step away, and Optic stepped away, we have seen that conversation before. We have seen these moments before. Where Lucid, Formal, will be speaking to Trippy in Dead Zone, and they will be speaking back in response and saying exactly what they need to do in order to reset mentally, in order to remember it's one more game of Halo. And this thing is not over yet.
Hundreds of thousands of dollars on the line in this Game 7. Of course, if SSG takes it, they'll take not just the trophy, but those hundreds of thousands as well. So much riding on this Game 7. Optic wants to send us the distance, but they have now been against a grueling gauntlet of losses, 3 straight. And not just that, but up against unbelievable aggression and playmaking coming in from so many players on the SSG side as we load in. And man, it is wild to think that we somehow ended up here in a Game 7. And the question is, can Optic Gaming dig deep? Can they find the resilience, the strength, and the heart to still take this series that they once led 3-0?
Well, here we go then, Seattle. This could be the final game of the Halo World Championships, the final game of the season. If Space Station Gaming can win it, they will complete the reverse sweep and be your champions, or will Optic still have something to say about it?
Ladies and gentlemen, we're underway in a Game 7 in the grand final. You don't always get one of these, they only come along a few times a decade. And we're so happy to have you joining us here. Formal turns on Eco to get the opening kill.
No objectives to worry about. It's all about the kills. It's all about your shots. And it's all about control of things like the camo. Trippy gets the first one here, and a slender lead is in the hands of Optic.
Unsurprisingly, it's going to be another one. A slow-paced, methodical slayer here between these teams. When it blows open, it'll get a little wild. 3 dead for Optic Gaming, tied 4-4 off the opening.
Camo not too effective on the side of Optic. Legend and the rest of Space Station bait it in beautifully, managed to turn it into a trade instead of anything more damaging for them. A complete split across the map, with Optic Gaming owning the pipes and gold area. Blue and Elevator belong to Space Station Gaming. But SSG want to make the play. They're trying to push forward. They want to be aggressive.
Really nice job there on the double long haul push. That was not easy. It's a very good push. They're going to continue here at gold.
Damage is coming in as well. You can see the Legend is waiting for Eco and Stella to play off of it. Eco doesn't need to be asked twice. 2 no shields.
Oh boy.
Not for him, but it's going to be 2 kills, 3 kills, 4 kills for SSG as they flush Optic out of pipes.
They made it look way too easy. It's a double long haul push coming in with additional damage coming in from glass into batteries and into the pipes. As a result, they're easily able to push in deep into pipes and get all 4 kills. And even though we saw a small lead for Optic early on, Space Station gets 4 unanswered. They lead 9-5. They also earn the shock rifle as a reward.
And it's a full shock rifle as well. And Optic will have to show, because the camo is up in a second's time as well. Trippy pokes, and Stella folds him up.
11-6 off the opening. What a start here from SSG somehow. Stellar also manages to stay alive. We'll see if he can do so on glass, eventually taken down by Dead Zone. We'll see what Eco can do from pipes.
Really big moments here for Optic though. They pick up the kills. Eco's last alive. Trying to retreat back to his teammates, but he won't be allowed to get away. Trippy gets the camo. And the Optic fans start to believe once more. The green wall chant starts as Optic with this camo have a chance to tie this game up.
Oh my goodness, I think we were all trippy in that moment. As the nades come in and Whirlpool, he somehow stays alive with the camo.
Trippy keeps his teammate alive, but then he whiffs! He whiffs, he connects with nothing! And Stellar and Eco come out of that situation with 2 kills. Optic find themselves 3 dead. And SSG keep this 4-kill advantage, make it 5.
Oh my goodness, I'm just, once again, the camo not as effective as Optic Gaming needed it to be. SSG now leading here by 5 once again off a great shot from Stellar. Let's get into a listening here with SSG.
Get out of there, Bound. You want to get out of there? You want to get out of there? Now's a good time. Now's a good time. Yeah, you stay. Yeah, you sit there, Bound. I'm sitting. One's glass, one trippy corner.
Can you come ready?
Yeah. There's one guy blue point shot, Bound. I can't really watch you.
Maybe in the corner. I'm sitting here. Maybe from stacks.
I don't have any cross. You bottom mid, one guy.
One more shot.
I'm going ballad.
One stacks.
Bottom BR, kill me, Bound. He's main clear. Triple stack, bottom tower. He's bottom A, he went bottom A, Bound. He's bottom A. He's half wall, Kevin. He's half wall, Kevin. Weak brain. Weak. Keep loading, Brandon. I have a shot, guys. I have a shot.
It's gonna be long, probably. Yo, camo, yeah.
I have a shot.
What could be? You guys might probably hit out it. Yo, one bottom A, live legend.
Watching C platter, right?
Okay, come on. We got it.
I just got it.
We should pull it in, maybe. Push less bit. Try to ego this.
I'm down in a second. Watch bats. I have grapple. Camo's not bats. He could be long hold of glass or some shit, or front red.
At some point during this series, we felt like Stellar was going to have an influence. He's 5-1 in this game 7.
Ooh, and it looks like out of nowhere, we do see a game end there. Have to see exactly what might have happened for
lost an Optic member.
An issue on the stage. So we'll have to see exactly where the score was as well. But as you said, Stellar off to a 5-1 lead in that game, which also just trying to eagle eye camo, and you had a feeling from his POV that he was about to eagle eye him going trippy spot. We'll of course get word on exactly what's going to happen here on the main stage, but SSG with an unbelievable start in the game.
The strange part of me is thinking, hey, maybe if Optic win this one, will there be some conversations about game restarts after what we have in this?
I wonder.
You never know. No, we'll have to wait and see. All fun and games, of course.
21-16 is where the game ended. We'll have to, of course, get confirmation on where that technical issue did come in the game. And we will update you as soon as possible. But I'm hearing it's 20-16 in the favor of SSG. With 8 minutes left in the game, so a 4-kill advantage for them.
Still so much to play for here in this game 7. As you said, only a 4-kill difference, which at this point is just not only one round of slays, but specifically how early it is in the game. Very, very important. And it goes without saying, but anyone's game here.
One opening strategy. If Optic win it, we got a tie game. And off the back of that, they might be able to just move around the map, get that shot, get that camo, and make this series a little bit more interesting. I don't know about you, I just got a feeling we might have some more Halo to play.
Hey, sign me up. I am ready for a long evening of more Halo on our screens. SSG has something else in mind, as they would love to end it here, hoist a trophy, and maybe get to dinner before these restaurants in downtown Seattle close. But hey, for me, I'm just fine with an Uber Eats play much later on, because I would love to see a few more hours and a second best of 7.
I'm going to do both, but I'm going to restaurant and Uber.
I gotta get our gym. Remember that sign again. And just as if this series didn't need a little bit more waiting for its conclusion, we now have to be patient here as we get back into our game number 7. It's already been one for the history books, not just today, but this entire weekend of Halo World Championship Halo. The Green Wall in strength, in numbers. It feels like wherever we go in the world, there are fans of the Green Wall, and of course, as you see, also more and more SSG fans in the building as well.
Certainly is indeed, and it's been an amazing season so far. Some of the best series of Halo we've seen in what feels like, you know, every single season, every event seems to just evolve, and we're like, there's no way that could happen again. Like, that was the best series we're going to see in quite some time. That was one of the best moments we're going to see in quite some time. And then we get to the next stop, and it just seems like the level just keeps being raised and raised to the point where it's like, how can we get any better? Like, how can these players get any better? But We'll have to wait and see next season. Of course, with the announcement that we will be back next season, the Halo Championship Series will keep going. If that bar continues to be raised. Some incredible announcements, of course, before the grand final.
I say, yeah. Just in case you missed it, make sure you head to the Halo Twitter, to the HCS Twitter. You're not going to want to miss it, but we'll talk about those later because there's one more thing to talk about, at least in this first best of 7. We are going to resume here game number 7, Recharge Slayer, to determine how the rest of the night will go.
399 days until Optic's last victory. Can they send us to a second best of 7 here? All SSG call themselves world champions. SSG get the shroud down early, get the camo, but Bound has no shields. Can he escape from here?
Somehow he does it. Shroud.
Slippery.
Somehow, and also baits out the kill on Trippy. Stellar has his back. And even though those kills will be traded, more importantly for SSG, at the 21 mark, they get away with the camo.
Stellar finds another one as well, and Bound now can go hunting. Does get spotted momentarily. A little bit of a tap on the shoulder thanks to the bandit bullet. Ooh. Well, he's just collecting information. Look at this, they're setting up a big push coming in here. Deadzone has no idea of Bound's position, even though he puts great damage in. Bound stays alive, but Formal now comes to life. He finds 2. Eco will exchange those kills, and we are back to a situation where it's a 4-kill advantage still for SSG.
Completely even here, as you say, off of the kills that followed from the restart. Now 24-20 in favor of SSG. They're going to be happy with that so far, but you know they want to make sure they can pull away even further here. Deadzone just holding the angle on pipes.
Big moments here. SSG do not have the shot. Deadzone, who we've been talking about as being one of the standout players for Optic Gaming so far this tournament, has a chance to make a play that we'll be talking about for quite some time. This time, can only clip the wall, does not clip the wings.
And what a grand final it's been from Deadzone. You saw the numbers he was putting up. Let's not forget, in some of those games, he was going 21-10. He'll get some chain damage there. But unsurprisingly, the SSG members will retreat. And even though there's 6:15 left on the clock, they're going to be very happy to play this advantage and bait out the shock ammo. Camo coming up in 10, of course.
PlayStation more than happy to play this, as you say, bait out the shock ammo. Wait for that camo to come up and then make their play off the back of it. Deadzone might have an opportunity to hit a shot, but Stellar is going to make this a little bit more awkward. He makes the push, he gets the kill, but Deadzone will answer back. Stellar runs away, and I think he might have just created enough space for SSG to grab this camo, and yes, indeed, it's Eco who has it.
He was also trying to eagle eye that. Ooh, boy, lots of team shots coming in from that ledge. 1v1 here, Trippy versus Eco.
Trippy survives!
It doesn't trade! And he shuts down camo. How important has that been all series long? With as closely as these teams are matched, it comes down to camo denials, and it's another kill that comes in, 2 dead. And somehow, some way, it's a 2-kill game, 27-25.
What a massive moment that is, and now Lucid gets another. Optic Gaming, off the back of the Trippy player, 1 kill away from tying this up, and Lucid has done exactly that. He's 27-27.
Oh my word, 4 kills straight for Optic Gaming. And they tie the game off of an unbelievable series of plays, and Trippy just pulling out all the stops. They call him Game 5 Trip. Here he is, Game 7 Trip.
Bound gets the kill though, gets the second. Trade coming in. Optic find themselves 3 dead, and for all the hard work they just did in the last 30 to 40 seconds, it's SSG who still have an advantage here. It's only the 2 kills. Stellar's not going to make it more. Deadzone's going to back him down.
Nades will not catch. Stellar knows he needs to get out of there. Had a chance of being in a 1v2 in pipes. And as you say, despite all the great efforts of Optic Gaming, oh boy, this is a dangerous one. Somehow that Nade does not catch either Lucid or Deadzone enough to take them down. Heavy team shots coming in from Gold and pipes from all of Optic Gaming. And at this point, we also have to remind everyone there's only 4 minutes on the game clock. We may not see this game go to 50.
And as we were a few moments ago, we have the same position on the map, we have the same setup, and we have the camo, which is going to be the point of contention, but SSG again make the play just beforehand. They get the 2 kills they're looking for. A 3-kill advantage here, and Stellar has the shock once more.
Bound on camo again, shrouded camo.
He's going to get it. He's going to get away with it as well. And even though he's taking a little bit of splash damage. Legend's going to move in to clean up some of this damage. 1 kill for Legend, 2 kills for Legend, and with that it's a 4-kill advantage once again for SSG.
And he keeps holding forward as well. He's not done yet. He's gonna keep just poking and prodding and at least getting info. And somehow stays alive as well.
1 more bullet and he was gone. But he times it perfectly, escapes at just the right time. Stella still with the shot. SSG was still a 3-kill advantage here. As Stella now relocates himself towards the turbine, away from that battle edge angle to try and catch some Optic Gaming members off guard.
Oh! And it's shots like that that are going to continue to increase the gap. 37-33. Once again, it's a 4-kill lead for SSG in the home stretch. Only 3 minutes left now.
3 minutes left. Optic need to up the pace at some point, but they know they can't afford to trade kills out. They can't afford to lose a team fight. Legend will find one as well. Lucid trades it out. Trippy is trying to poke, trying to prod, trying to be the aggressor for his team. But time is the factor. Stella takes 1 to the grave. Gonna slide in to try and finish off Trippy as well, and maybe if he gets this kill, he might be thinking about finishing off Optic as well.
Doesn't get the kill on Trippy though. However, a lot of kills come in the feed. Legend and Bound also teaming up for additional kills. That brings them now to a 6-kill lead once again. 7 kills.
Killing spree for Stella. At some point, he was gonna have a say in this series. At some point, he was gonna come to life, and this is the perfect moment for SSG.
How about Stellar 9-2 in the reset? They're now up by 9 kills. Only 6 to go. Make it 4.
My question coming into this grand finals was, how will the road look at the end of it? Will it be paved with bricks from the green wall? Or will it be lined with the stars of SSG? Well, we're starting to get closer and closer to getting our answer. Stella gets taken down, but Bound will complete the ultimate turnaround as Space Station Gaming will become your Halo World Champions.
And of all the ways to do it, a full reverse sweep in the most dominant fashion, 4 games straight, unanswered, to take down Optic Gaming and secure your 2024 Halo World Championship title.
An incredible display of skill, heart, determination, and of course, incredible dedication and ability. Seattle, give it up for your Halo World Champions, Space Station Gaming!
And how about Legend? The first to raise the trophy. What a year he's had. What a statement, not just for Europe, but for aspiring players everywhere. To now lift this trophy alongside this team. They bookend the year with not just wins, but 4 major wins total, only dropping 1 event. And of course, most importantly, your 2024 Halo World Championship trophy.
It's a second Halo World Championship moment for Eco and Stella, but a first for Bound and Legend. He can't believe it. What a year it's been for Legend. What a year it's been for Space Station Gaming. 3 out of the 4 majors. But